Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. Pirates, Robin and I are childhood sweethearts. Chapter 21. The next week was much duller, and Shanks' lost left hand was healed. Lorraine once again lamented how tenacious people in the pirate world are. If you put it on the earth, it will only stretch your muscles and bones for 100 days, and you won't be able to be active in less than 3 months. The time has come for Shanks to go to sea. Shanks, are you leaving? Aang, we have been here for a long time, we have to leave eventually. You will be lonely in the future. Hee, although it will be boring, I won't let you take me with you anymore. Because I want to be a pirate myself. Luo, I won't take you with me. A little brat like you still wants to be a pirate. Shanks made a face, taunting Luffy mercilessly, and Luffy bared his teeth. Of course, I will definitely find a group of partners who are better than you. Then find the world's largest secret treasure. I will definitely become One Piece. Lorraine, are you right? Luffy gritted his teeth and roared loudly. Yes. Yes. Lorraine, a professional melon eater, was stunned for a moment, and then answered in the affirmative. Hearing this, Tu-Fei bared his teeth and laughed. He originally thought he would be ridiculed by Shanks again, but he didn't expect Shanks to change his normal behavior and show a gentle smile. Is that so? Do you want to surpass us? Shanks took off his hat and put it on Luffy's head. In that case, I will leave this hat to you for safekeeping first. Return it to me when you become an outstanding pirate in the future. This is a manly agreement between us. Crack. Lorraine held up the camera to take a picture of this historic moment. Robin looked strange. He didn't know what was so good about taking pictures. Isn't this trying to coax a child? Although I don't know where this old man got the camera, from now on this will be a world-famous painting. He felt that he must commemorate it. Lorraine named this photo, The Inheritance of the King. Luffy was holding his hat, with tears and snot all over his face. Shanks' ship slowly set sail as everyone waved goodbye. After watching the starting point of her dream, Lorraine also put away her camera with a satisfied look on her face. She has been eating so much melon these days. At this moment, the system that had been dormant for several months appeared. Ding, host, have you missed me? Ben Tongzi is here. Lorraine, why did you appear suddenly? There was no response when I called you. If I couldn't still see the panel, I would have thought you were dead. Tongzi. This Tongzi is wise and powerful. Of course that is impossible. Hot chicken system. Tell me, what did you do? Tongzi. Ahem. This Tongzi is not suitable for the host's own situation now. So I went to fight for the upgrade rights. Next, prepare for a wave of upgrades. Once Bentongzi is upgraded, it will definitely surprise the host. Oh, upgrade. It also surprises me. The hot chicken system is upgraded to the big hot chicken system. Of course not. Anyway, the host will know after the upgrade. It may take a long time, so tell the host in advance, or the host will forget about this. Oh, I got it. Go ahead, Lorraine said to Tongzi in her mind with a ruthless face, and Tongzi expressed that she was very hurt. Ahem, although the host is so ruthless, Ben Tongzi still needs to explain that in line with the principle of due diligence, during the upgrade of this system, except for the inability to release tasks and the inability to communicate, all other functions are normal. So in addition to these 2 functions, you only have 1 panel. It is like saying that you can only see 1 panel. And you are saying that you are not a badass system. Ahem, host, don't worry about these details. Ben Tongzi still has a task for host before he upgrades. This is what Ben Tongzi achieved after going through all kinds of difficulties and dangers and operating in secret. Oh, what mission? Lorraine was also a little curious about what kind of mission the system said was so terrifying. Ding, trigger the challenge mission. Host challenges Shanks, try your best to fight with him once. Mission reward. The most powerful sword, famous sword, taming soul. Hiss, the supreme sharp knife. Challenge the mission. Why haven't you discussed it with Rayleigh before? Forget it. Humph, you must be shocked. As long as the host completes the task, he will get the ultimate sword. The reward has been saved and will be automatically distributed after completion. Ben Tongzi will withdraw first. The sound of the system becomes smaller and smaller, and finally disappears directly. You're in such a hurry that you haven't finished speaking yet. System. After shouting a few times, there was no response from the system. Lorraine thought that the upgrade had already begun, and then took a look at the panel. Host, Portgas D. Lorraine, age, 20, swordsmanship, great sword master level. Dominance, high level of armed color, intermediate level of knowledge color, intermediate level of conquerors. Taijutsu, marine 6 forms complete. Training mission, challenge Shanks and fight with him once. Mission reward, the most powerful sword, famous sword, taming soul. There is not much change from 3 years ago. The only difference is that the swordsmanship has been upgraded to the level of a great swordsman. Since the trip to Fishman Island, Lorraine has a clearer understanding of his own strength. After confirming that there were not many people who could threaten him, the attribute of lazy house emerged again. In addition, he was with baby Robin every day, and his mind was full of thinking about how to take advantage, and he had no intention of practicing. No, the comment is gone. Sure enough, the comment was added by the dog system itself. However, this mission comes just in time to test whether my skills have deteriorated in the past 3 years. After communicating with the system in my mind for a long time and thinking about it for a while, only 10 seconds passed. The matter here was over. Lorraine originally planned to leave at the same time as Shanks and his gang. He immediately decided to pursue him directly. He was not interested in waiting for Shanks to leave and go to New World to find him. Hey, Luffy. Little Luffy, who was watching Shanks go away and cry holding his hat, was attracted by Lorraine's voice. We are also ready to set sail. You grow up quickly. We are waiting for you on the Grand Route. What? Why are you even setting sail? Luffy was a little dissatisfied when he heard that Lorraine was also preparing to leave. Apart from the SIG incident, he was very happy these days. Regarding this, Lorraine could only say that they had originally planned to go to the Grand Line. They came here specifically to say goodbye to him. It can't be said that they came here specifically to eat. However, Luffy only complained a little, and it was not a separation of life and death. On the contrary, he was even more looking forward to going to sea. I understand. You can't board other people's ships, especially Shanks's. Wait for me on the Grand Line. I will definitely come. Okay, let's go. See you on the Grand Line. Lorraine directly weighed the anchor, and the ship slowly sailed away from the coast under Robin's control, chasing Shanks and others' ship. At this time, Shanks and others' ship had turned into a small black dot. Theirs is still a big ship, faster. Lorraine needs to accelerate with all his strength to catch up. Of course, this is when Shanks and the others are not accelerating. In the end, after 3 hours of chasing, they successfully caught up with Shanks' red-haired pirates. It can't be said that they caught up. Shanks and his gang stopped on a small island to bury pots for cooking and went to Lorraine before catching up. Otherwise, the boat would be almost invisible. Shanks. Oh, Lorraine, why are you here too? Do you really want to get on my boat? Shanks was stunned for a moment when he saw Lorraine, and then said jokingly. Bah, of course not. I'm here to challenge you. Ha. Shanks looked confused, as did Beckman, Jesus be you and others. Even Robin was stunned. At the same time, he also felt something enlightened in his heart. She was still wondering why Lorraine was rushing so hard all of a sudden. Based on her understanding of Lorraine, this shouldn't be the case. Now she finally understood the reason why she had been speeding up before. What was surprising was that Lorraine and Shanks didn't have a good relationship. Okay, why challenge him again? The same goes for everyone else, and the atmosphere is indescribably weird. PFF. Ha 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 ha. Shanks was the first to burst into a burst of laughter, and then Beckman and the others also laughed. Tears of laughter burst out. Lorraine's face turned black from laughter. Robin also smiled a little, seeming to enjoy seeing Lorraine deflated. Lorraine, you idiot, what nonsense are you talking about? I won't fight you. Ha 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 ha. That's right, there's no reason to fight at all. Ha ha ha. Lakealoo was always chewing meat in his mouth and smiling vaguely. Lorraine certainly knew that it would be difficult for him to have a fight with Shanks. After all, Shanks had a bad temper. As a friend, he couldn't use extreme methods to irritate Shanks. Lorraine's paws were numb for a moment, but then Robin came up and whispered something secretly into his ear, which made Lorraine's eyes light up. Now, Shanks, of course you and I are not going to have a serious fight, we are just comparing, you know what? I want to know how strong you are. Oh, that's it. Right. Shanks pretended to think for a moment, then suddenly made a face. Stop. Even if you say that, I won't fight you. Idiot. Ha 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 ha. A group of people laughed and slapped the table again. Lorraine, you ride on the horse. Get tough. Get tough with your fists. This horse is the future 4 emperors. So cheap. As a reward for your action, I will give you a batch of the strongest wine in the world. This is what Robin just said in his ears, because Robin could tell from the fact that the red-haired pirates went to the tavern to drink every day that this group of people liked drinking. Except for the alcohol used by doctors, most of the alcohol in the pirate world is rum of about 50 degrees. The remaining beer is not worth mentioning. Lorraine used to build a distillation device when he was bored. I made dozens of bottles of highly concentrated wine that is comparable to eau de vie. This time I moved everything I could from home, including the wine. Sure enough, Shanks's eyes lit up when he heard about the strongest wine in the world, and he immediately didn't believe it. The strongest wine in the world? How is it possible? As a 4 emperors, he has never drank any wine. He has even drank alcohol secretly. Don't believe it. Just wait for me. Lorraine jumped back to the boat and rummaged through the cabinets, finally took out a wine bottle, returned to the shore and handed it to Shanks. Isn't this just ordinary rum? What's so special about it? You'll know after you take a sip. Shanks still didn't believe it, but he opened the bottle honestly. He was immediately attracted by the aroma, and then took a sip. Then his eyes lit up and he drank the whole bottle. Lorraine, how much more of this wine do you have? Give it all to me and I'll compete with you. There are still dozens of bottles, but I have to finish them before I give them to you. No problem. When does it start? Finish it quickly so I can drink. This wine tastes great. Hey, don't give me a hard time just because you want to drink. I will try my best. It will be very ugly if you lose to me then. Upon hearing this, Shanks' eyes also became serious, and a sense of domineering slowly filled the air. Of course, I will go all out in every battle, even in sparring. Just what I want. Beckman, please help me protect Robin. Lorraine slowly drew out his famous sword Junhang, and at the same time, he began to exude Conqueror's domineering aura. This made Shanks' crew members all widen their eyes. Originally, they had Conqueror's domineering power. How come Lorraine also has it? Still so strong. Let's retreat further. 2 invisible domineering forces collided together, and the huge pressure caused the surrounding trees to break and the grass to fly. It's amazing, Lorraine. I have felt the beast-like aura on your body before, but I didn't expect you to be so strong. Shanks also drew his own sword Griffin at this time. The domineering force spreads. The 2 men's swords were wrapped with domineering energy and they rushed towards each other. One move will determine the outcome, otherwise this island will not be able to withstand our attacks. It's just what I want. One sword style. Demon Slayer. God avoids. Chang. The 2 knives were put together, black and red lightning flashed everywhere, and the whole island was flying with sand and rocks. In the distance, Beckman and others had retreated to the edge of the island, but they would still be affected by the aftermath. Constantly huge rocks are flying. What kind of monster is this? Forget it, boss, how could Lorraine be so strong? Yes, and he is only 20 years old. Monster is no longer enough to describe him. He is more of a monster. There is also Robin in the shocked army. She knows that Lorraine is very strong. She was able to escape from Marine Lieutenant General Aokiji a long time ago. After so many years, she should be stronger. But she never thought that she would be so strong. Shanks and Lorraine have been in a stalemate. At this time, the center of the island, which is about 1,000 meters in diameter, has sunken, and the surroundings are also covered with cracks. I don't know how long it took before Lorraine slowly withdrew her strength. The 2 stopped and looked at each other with eyes full of admiration, which was recognition of the strong. Don't fight. One more move and the island will be gone. I didn't expect that this small East China Sea would hide a strong person like you. It's really surprising. It seems that we still shouldn't underestimate the world. Monsters. Ha 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 ha. The 4 emperors are indeed worthy of their reputation. I should not be your opponent yet. Lorraine is also a bachelor. If you lose, you lose. Maybe he is similar to Shanks in terms of swordsmanship, but Shanks is better than him in domineering. Well, I think so too. After all, I am the 4 emperors. Ha 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 ha. Do you want to come to my ship? It would be a pity not to have a try with your strength. Let's go find the big secret treasure together. Lorraine's power made Shanks immediately change his mind and invite him on board. No, I just want to protect Robin. I'm not very interested in other things. Besides, I have already promised Luffy. This is an agreement between men. Oh, is that so? That's such a pity. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Beckman and others also came back with Robin. They looked at Lorraine with admiration. They even had smiles on their faces. Lorraine took Robin's hand and said goodbye to everyone. Then let's go now, Shanks. Let's have a party together next time we meet. Lorraine couldn't wait to go back and receive the mission reward. Wait a minute, you fool. Give me the drink quickly. Don't even think about reneging on the bill. Shanks shouted hurriedly. He directly took Lorraine's other hand. Lorraine's face froze and he said, "Here, give it. Here it is. Didn't you forget it? Follow me to the ship to get it." Then Shanks followed Lorraine to the devil and even moved the wine box away. Bye. Remember to bring this kind of wine to your next sparring match. Lorraine also waved his hand and slowly controlled the devil to leave the island. Robin kept staring at Lorraine on the boat, as if he was meeting him for the first time. Are you impressed by my handsomeness, baby Robin? Well, you are amazing, Lorraine. Of course, how can I protect you if I'm not strong? But no matter how strong I am, I will always be your Lorraine. To Robin Lorraine, I would never say stop watching, and there is no flowers on my face. Let my wife see what's wrong. What? But then again, it's normal to charge for a kiss once in a while, right? Robin responded with his eyebrows curved, as beautiful as flowers. When the time came in the evening, Lorraine checked the navigation chart at random. The two of them were still some distance away from the upside-down mountain. Normal navigation would probably take a few days. After dinner, Robin was reading a book in the study, which Lorraine specially ordered to make during the shipbuilding process. The devil only accommodated the two of them, and the men's and women's crew rooms did not need to be separated, so it was turned into a study. Lorraine stood alone on the deck and took out the supreme sharp knife that was rewarded by the system today, Yuhun. He pulled out the sword with a chun sound, and a sharp feeling rushed towards his face. It was stronger than the feeling when Lorraine obtained the famous sword Junhang for the first time. It can only be said that it is indeed the supreme sharp sword. The total length of the knife is 97 centimeters, the blade length is 73.32 centimeters, the blade is random, the blade is round with a 3-petal pattern, and the entire blade is black except for the blade. I scratched my head, pulled out a few hairs, and gently placed them a few centimeters above Yuhun's blade. I released my hand and the hair fell without any sign of obstruction. I immediately cut it into 2 sections, which were very silky. Slip. Good knife. The previous famous sword Junhang at least had a slight pause before it was disconnected, but this Yuhun was immediately severed. With this sword, Lorraine's strength is estimated to be even stronger. As for the original famous sword Junhang, it has fallen out of favor. It will be thrown into the warehouse to eat ashes later. Lorraine held Yuhun for a while and pulled it out to look at it, and then pulled it out and looked at it again. Baby, it's not good. I guess Robin will have to avoid the edge tonight. A few days later, Luo Lin and Tian Luo Lin came to Loguetown again. Lorraine held Robin's little hand and walked on the streets of Loguetown. Robin has never gone shopping since he was a child. Apart from replenishing the food on the ship, the most important thing Lorraine wanted to do when he docked here this time was to take Robin shopping. He has never gone shopping with his wife when he grew up. Whether it was O'Hara when I was a child or Kokoja village later, they were all relatively remote places. There were no large markets at all, and there was no place to go shopping when I went out. But Loguetown was different. Loguetown was the only way for people in the entire East China Sea to enter the Great Sea route. Although the products and markets here are not comparable to places like Marigio, they are still considered average in the world. Oh, Lorraine, this is delicious. Take a bite. Robin held a piece of takoyaki with chopsticks and handed it to Lorraine's mouth. Lorraine chewed it off. Delicious. We, 18-year-old Robin showed a rare side of a little girl, which made Lorraine very happy, and she secretly decided to take Robin out shopping more often. Robin has always shown qualities such as gentleness, quietness and gentleness. Although Lorraine likes this kind of Robin very much, in front of him he still acts like Robin, more like a little girl. He has also been trying to guide her, but with little success. The two of them walked to the bottom of the execution platform without knowing it. Robin was full. Looking at the tall execution platform in front of him, Robin asked his own questions. This is where One Piece is executed. Well, the Great Pirate Era also started here. I even came over to see it, hehehehe. But Robin ignored him and just lowered his head and muttered to himself. Anyone who knows the entire history. I will know the entire history soon. Then I will announce the blank 100 years to the whole world. Yeah, yes, I believe you. Lorraine, do you know where the historical article is? Ah, how do I know this? I can only find it slowly. Robin didn't expect Lorraine to know, so he just asked casually, and then the two of them wandered around until dark before returning to the boat. Robin felt a little tired after shopping all afternoon and went to bed first. Lorraine hugged her and suddenly had an idea in her mind, which was to stay in Loguetown for a while. He could see that Robin was very happy today. Whether it was shopping or something else, Lorraine wanted to make her happier. Then for the next half-month, Lorraine took Robin to play around in Loguetown. The two of them ate all kinds of entertainment and food. Robin even tried the things that children like. It wasn't until Lorraine felt that Robin's enthusiasm had subsided that she continued to set off. Two people who get along day and night can detect even the slightest change in their mood. The two people who set out again arrived at Upside Down Mountain after several days of sailing. We have arrived at Upside Down Mountain. We are finally entering the Grand Line. The last time we came here was when we first came to the East China Sea. Robin looked at the huge river in front of him that kept flowing upwards and couldn't help but sigh. Lorraine also agreed with his face. Although he usually ran outside, he mostly ran within the East China Sea. The only time I went to the Sabayati Islands was from the windless zone. Then Lorraine took out a wanted poster for Robin and handed it to her. It still looked like Robin when he was a child. The two of them haven't appeared in Marine's field of vision for more than 10 years, so the picture has not been updated. Lorraine cut out parts of the photo and threw away the rest. You were so old then. You were so cute. Robin. Where did you get this thing? Why didn't I know? Looking at Robin's strange expression, Lorraine felt a little embarrassed. I bought this when I was in Loguetown. It only costs 100 Baileys to buy a complete collection of bounties. Of course, the bounties are over 10 million. Rewards of several million are too many to count, so I think more than 10 million is more reasonable. Robin nodded clearly, and Lorraine continued. We didn't have a camera when we were young, and we forgot to buy one, so we didn't keep any photos of us growing up together. Now that I see it, I can't let it go. Look at how cute you were when you were a child. Of course you are even more beautiful when you grow up, and mine. I didn't expect that I was a handsome boy before. Hehehehe. Keep these photos for later when we get older and show them to our children, or show them to our children. Let them be surprised too, otherwise there will be no evidence to brag to our children. While explaining to Robin, Lorraine took out a photo of herself with the reward order and described to her the future appearance in a cheerful manner. Robin couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lorraine playing tricks. It's great to have Lorraine here. I'm really lucky to have met him. Ahem, we're about to enter the canal. Baby Robin, you take the helm first. I'll furl the sail. Lorraine coughed and put away the photo. He was about to enter the canal. It was quite dangerous. If he was not careful, he would be trapped in the backflow vortex around the Red Earth continent or hit the Red Earth continent, causing the ship to be destroyed and people killed. Although Lorraine is not afraid of this, he can't let Robin get hurt. Under Lorraine's operation, the devil successfully entered the canal of Upside Down Mountain. Even if I see it again, I still feel it's so magical. It's indeed the Upside Down Canal that has become one of the 3 miracle currents. Robin looked at the upward current next to him and sighed again. Ha ha ha, yes, I find it incredible too. But what are the 3 miracle ocean currents? Lorraine asked a little strangely. He was somewhat impressed but not very impressed. The three miracle currents are the MT inversions canal, the upwelling current, and the white dragon current on the bottom of the sea. Oh, that's how it is. As soon as Lorraine clapped her hands, the memories in her mind suddenly came to life, as if there were three such things. Half an hour later, the devil reached the top of Upside Down Mountain. This time Lorraine did not take a break, but sailed directly towards the only downward current. The speed of going down is much faster than the previous trip to the East China Sea, because going to the East China Sea requires the ship's own forward momentum, otherwise it will be slowly carried to the top of the mountain by the current. The speed should have exceeded 100 kilometers per hour, and the oncoming wind deformed Lorraine's face. No, it's too fast. You have to find a way to slow down. Isn't it true that we are rushing down into the sea like this? I have read the navigation log, and there should be no islands below, so we won't hit it. There's a big whale blocking the way below. If it hits it, the boat will be destroyed. Is that so? Will we be eaten by whales, or drowned by seawater? Or will we be drowned first and then eaten and digested? Lorraine, don't worry about this kind of thing at this time, okay? Is this the point? He was definitely not going to die, but he didn't want the Grand Line ship to be destroyed just after he entered it. This would be unlucky, and there were so many supplies on the ship. The only way is to open the sails, but if you open the sails and slow down at this speed, it is estimated that the mast will be more dangerous. Lorraine jumped on the mast and untied the rope on one side and held it in her hand, then untied the rope on the other side. She held both ends of the rope in her hand and slowly lowered the sail. If you put the mast directly, it will definitely snap and break. You can only put some of it first, and then put it all down after the ship's speed has slowed down. Under Lorraine's operation, the mast did not break, and the ship's speed also slowed down a lot. At this time, Lorraine could already hear the sound of the whale laboon. The closer to the bottom, the more obvious the sound of the whale was. It was not the rich sound in the original work, but the ethereal sound that people imagined. At the same time, there were bursts of roaring sounds. Is this the whale you were talking about blocking the way? What is it doing? Yes, it's him. It's obviously hitting the red earth. Lorraine talked nonsense, and Robin rolled his eyes. I also saw it hitting. What nonsense are you talking about? At this time, the whale laboon can already be seen, but he is not blocking the entrance of the Grand Line, but is far away from the intersection. It should not block the entrance every time, but Luffy's it's just a group of unlucky people who just happened to meet each other. As the ship gradually stabilized, the two people appeared on the boat together. Is this the most amazing sea area in the world, the Great Sea Route? Are historical texts scattered here? Yes, we have arrived at the Grand Line. Then where to go next? Do you have any plans? Of course, no, Robin, but no matter which route we take, we will eventually reach the Sabayati Islands. Before that, we have to visit someone. Who? You'll find out later. Robin had no doubt that he was there. Lorraine would not harm her anyway, so she could just go with him. Lorraine docked the devil on the shore on the left side of Twin Capes, and took Robin all the way up to where the lighthouse is. Then he sat down directly on the lounge chair in front of the lighthouse, got some sunglasses from somewhere and put them on. Lorraine. Robin on the side was a little strange. Lorraine stretched out his arms. Robin lay in his arms. Lorraine's nephrite warm and fragrant arms were filled with joy, but he still opened his mouth to explain. The uncle guarding the lighthouse here was once a crew member of One Piece Roger. He should know a lot of things. For example, historical texts. Oh, that's right. Then why don't you knock on the door? He shouldn't be here right now. He should be over there with the whale. Just wait. How did you know? Lorraine's originally somewhat proud smile faltered. What a fool. How can you explain this? Ah ha ha. Robin couldn't help but smile when he saw Lorraine's deflated look, but didn't ask any more questions. Are we just going to wait like this? Aang, isn't it beautiful to see the sea here? Come with me to see it first. The old man will probably be back in the evening. After giving Laboon a dose of sedative every day, Kuroka's would go on vacation in its belly until Laboon stopped hitting the Red Earth continent. As soon as he returned to the lighthouse, he saw two people lying on the lounge chair that belonged to him. Hey, who are you two? Why are you here? Lorraine, who was almost asleep, suddenly became energetic when he heard this voice, and Robin quickly got up from him. "Oh, it's great to be young. Hello, Uncle. Ah, I saw the boat docked below. You probably didn't come here by accident, right? Did you come here specifically to see me?" "Yes, we are here to visit you. After all, you are the ship's doctor of the famous One Piece." Kuroka's stared. "Boy, not many people know about this." "Oh, no need to be so hostile, Shanks and we are friends." "Oh yes, and Mr. Rayleigh." "Huh, that's it. Did you know it from them? Then why did you come to me?" "Of course I'm here for a visit, and I also want to talk to you about historical articles." This was Lorraine's initial plan. Before boarding Luffy's ship, he was planning to take Robin on a trip in the first half of the Grand Line. He would find as many historical pieces as he could find. In addition to knowing that there was a piece in the air, no one knows anything else outside the island. He also forgot how to get up to Sky Island. It seemed to be related to the upwelling current, and he didn't know the specific location. So he could only wait for Luffy. "Huh, why are you asking this? No one can understand it anyway. It is precisely because of this that no one has been able to reach Loftru in the past 10 years. Well, I know that if you can't decipher the history of the 4 red road signs, you won't be able to get to Raftru. But we are different." Lorraine pulled Robin over and pointed at her and said to Kuroka's, "We are the remnants of O'Hara. We understand." Hearing this, Kuroka's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at Lorraine and Robin carefully. "I see, I've heard about O'Hara. If they still have descendants, those 2 are the only ones left." "Yes, we are the Devil's Sons and Devil's Guards. After more than 10 years of silence, everyone thought you were dead." "Of course he's not dead. Uncle, can you tell us?" Robin was a little excited. This was her lifelong dream. "You got this historical article because you want to understand the history of that 100 years. It's a pity. I only follow Roger as a ship's doctor, and I rarely get off the ship, so I don't know where the historical article is. But if you can collect 4 red road sign articles, you can go to Loftru, where there's all the history." "Ah, is that so?" Robin was disappointed when he heard this, and Lorraine could only hold her hand to express comfort. "Ha ha ha, don't be discouraged, little girl. I believe you will succeed, and that period of history will one day be known to everyone in the world." Lorraine sighed. It seems that taking shortcuts still won't work. Then Uncle Kuroka's, "Let's leave first. If we don't take action, the history article will not come to us on its own." "Ah, go ahead." Lorraine took Robin and left the lighthouse directly. There was no point in staying any longer. Their journey has just begun. Time flies, the years fly by, and 10 years pass by in a hurry. The year 1520 of the Hainan calendar is the year when Luffy goes to sea. Donghai Windmill Village is sunny and windy. All the villagers gathered on the shore. "Hey Luffy, your boat is too small and will sink easily. Do you want me to lend you my boat?" The folks on the shore teased Luffy. "No, I'm going to start like this." Luffy replied confidently and then murmured to himself. "Sob is the first to go to sea, and Ace is the second. Although I am the last, I will never lose. Wait for me, Ace. I will catch up with you soon." "Luffy, what are you doing, talking to yourself and yelling?" "Nothing. This is my challenge to Ace. I'm leaving. Goodbye everyone." After saying that, regardless of other people's reactions, he loosened the rope of the boat and rowed away. "Who is Ace? How could I know?" The villagers were still in doubt. The village chief and Maginot looked at Luffy walking away. "Luffy has finally gone to sea, village chief. The village will probably become deserted from now on. It's best to leave. He keeps making trouble in the village day after day. And he actually went to become a pirate, and he was so blatant about becoming One Piece. It's really a shame to the village." The village chief looked angry, but his tone was full of love for his juniors. Luffy rowed the boat and looked at the flocks of seagulls flying in the sky, sighing with a smile on his face. "The weather is so nice, it's a great day to go out to sea." Before the boat had rowed far, waves rolled on the sea surface, and half of the offshore king's body was exposed behind the boat. The villagers on the shore became nervous when they saw this scene, secretly sweating for Luffy, but Luffy, the person involved, looked calm. "King of the offshore sea, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Come and see a move I have practiced for 10 years. Rubber pistol." This punch. 10 years of hard work. Can you block it? Luffy's fist hit the offshore king hard on the fish's head. With a boom, the king of the near sea, who had been doing evil for many years near the coast of Windmill Village, was beaten by Luffy until his blood flowed, and he fell on the sea. The villagers on the shore cheered, and the Dayton family also peeped at it. Luffy is so powerful, he knocked down the king of the near sea with one punch. Yes, he has become a lot stronger again. After Luffy defeated the Lord of the Sea, he waved his arms with a proud look on his face. You know how powerful I am, you stinky fish. Humph. The next step is to gather companions. I want 10 people, and Lorraine is one. That guy has promised me a long time ago. Hehehehe. I don't know where he is now. But I will definitely meet him. And there's the pirate flag. Find some time to design it. Well, no other questions for the time being. Let's go. One Piece. I'm determined. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, the first half of the Grand Line. On an unknown island, Lorraine stood on the top of the island, staring at the sea in the distance without saying a word. He didn't know what he was thinking. He was now 30 years old, and he looked much more mature. Suddenly a pair of small hands stretched out from behind and gently pinched his ears. Dear Lorraine, what are you thinking about? Where are you going to take me for a wander this time? No need to think twice to know whose hand this is. The two men have been on this island for several months. Hey, baby Robin. Don't pull your ears. I don't want to take you around this time. Yeah, really. More real than pearls. Then tell me, why don't you take me to the second half of the Grand Route? I've almost covered the first half. Robin was a little angry. Of course, he wasn't really angry. He just didn't understand why Lorraine had been taking her back and forth in the first half of the Grand Route all these years, staying at each place for a while. There were 7 routes in the first half of the Grand Route. The two of us traveled 5 routes. It's okay to harvest, at least I found a few pieces of the historical article. Also, they have never been to the route that Luffy is going to take, and they have never been to the Sky Island. The reason is that Lorraine has forgotten where the Sky Island is. Can go up. Calculating the time, Luffy should go to sea this year. He plans to go to the Sky Island with Luffy, the chosen son. If it weren't for Lorraine, he would have gone to the Sky Island to grab Enel's Thunder Fruit. Ahem, didn't I say it before? The second half of the Grand Line is very dangerous. The two of us can't go far without companions. There are also empty islands. Don't you want to see the islands floating in the sky? Lorraine didn't plan to go directly to the second half. He hadn't been to Sky Island yet. If he went directly to the second half, wouldn't he not be able to get the Thunder Fruit? He had been thinking about this fruit for a long time. I think. But does Sky Island really exist? Is it the same as what is recorded in the book? Of course, I know from Mr. Rayleigh that Roger One Piece also went up there and left important information about history on it. Rayleigh-san, I'm sorry. You should carry this pot first. I am Buddha Seba. Well, I believe you. But how to get to Kongdao? Where are my companions? Let's go to Alabasta in a few days. We will have a companion soon, and we will go to Sky Island too. Oh, Robin didn't know why, but she believed Lorraine unconditionally. The happiest thing for Lorraine in the past 10 years was to eat up the 20-year-old Robin completely after going to sea for more than 2 years. Then he would eat it again and again every now and then. By now they can be said to be an old couple. It's just that the two of them have no plans to have children yet. The wedding has not been held yet. He is not Lu Shahui. His daughter-in-law, whom he raised since childhood, sleeps with her every day. How could he not be impulsive? If he could endure it until he was in his 20s, Lorraine already cherished Robin. Robin started to pull Lorraine's ears from that time, but it was limited to that, without even using force. At most, it was just a little fun between two people. In addition, the two people are active in the sea again, and the reward order has been updated. Since Lorraine never killed Marine, in addition to the updated photos of the two people, the reward amount has not changed. There are a lot less people chasing them than when I was a child, mainly because the low-strength ones are not enough to watch, and the high-strength ones, such as the 3 generals, have no time at all, and unless the 3 generals come together, they will not be able to catch them. Lorraine over at Kokoja village also took the time to take a sneak peek and found out that Belmir was okay. Eren also collected the village fee as usual. The scene against Nami was finally staged. As for other things, there are too many to mention at once. A week later, Lorraine took Robin to Alabasta, which was already occupied by crocodile and half of the country was covered by desert. After docking the Devil, the two of them settled in. The two of them started shopping and eating. Baby Robin, let's just wait here. It shouldn't take long. Lorraine grunted as she ate. Who are you waiting for? You know them too, wait for Luffy and the others. I remembered, it was your little brother in the East China Sea. The one you promised to board his ship before. Wasn't that to coax him? Of course, yes, you are not allowed to get on the boat. I don't want to lose face. But it would be nice to let him pull the boat for us, Lorraine looked like shit. What a mature person. Looking at the childish Lorraine, Robin also smiled. Lorraine's mentality seemed to have never changed over the years, and he was still the same as when he was a child. On the other side, Luffy is at the Baratia Sea restaurant at this time. The novice gift pack Zoro has arrived, and Usopp is also on board. Sanji is about to get on board. The duel between Zoro and Hawkeye has passed, and he has no interest in seeing this Lorraine at all. A newcomer who doesn't even know how to be domineering, challenges Hawkeye, the current world's greatest swordsman. This is even an insult to Hawkeye. Let alone a knife, Zoro can be stabbed to death even if his domineering fingers are covered with it. But fortunately, Zoro's mentality is that of a strong man. He challenges with determination to die, and can face death calmly even if he loses, winning the respect of Hawkeye. After Sanji got on the ship, Usopp told everyone about Nami's betrayal. The group of people headed towards Kokoja village. After learning the truth from Belmul, Luffy and others decided to help Nami. Bellemere also helped to persuade her, because she was too tired from acting, so she had to stop immediately. During the 3 years of teaching her how to use domineering, Lorraine said everything she could. When Eren came, Eren withdrew his hand before Bellemere reported Lorraine's name. Except for not killing anyone, he didn't miss a penny of the money he should collect. He also said some very outrageous things, so that every time she endured it very hard every time. As for Eren, although Tiger is dead, Eren still remembers the fear and powerlessness he felt when he faced Lorraine. He could be seriously injured and fainted with a casual blow. Even after several years, that shadow is still there, lingering. At this time, Colonel Mouse happened to snatch away the money Nami had saved. Coupled with the persuasion of his friends and Bellemere, Nami was so angry that she did not hesitate and directly agreed to help Luffy and others. The base camp of the Dragonfish Empire launched an attack. Bellemere, who was still worried, quietly followed Mimi to take a look. She was afraid that Luffy was no match for Eren, so she was preparing to take action secretly. To her surprise, in the end, under Luffy's angry rubber seal, she successfully destroyed Eren's Fishman Empire and took Nami out to sea. Just like in the original work, Nami also stole everyone on the shore when she went out to sea, wallet. Amidst the sounds of the villagers gnashing their teeth, Bellemere and Nuauchi let out a sigh of relief. They said to the surrounding villagers with a sneer, "I'm sorry everyone, Nami has been naughty since she was a child. Nokigao and I will return the money Nami took away to everyone later." No, everyone knows that Nami is a good child. It's just that she is a little reluctant to leave. We also deliberately put our wallets in places that are easy to get. The reason why I say this is just to make little Nami happier when she goes to sea. The village policeman Kensuke had a smile on his face, which made Bellemere feel even more guilty. Nami's money grubbing and cat thief problems were created by him and Lorraine. Poor Nami was deceived by her adoptive mother Bellemere, who was closer than her own mother, and her eldest brother Lorraine, whom she despised on the surface but respected on the inside. 7 or 8 years. It's so miserable. I cried to death. When Luffy and the others were resting in Loguetown and preparing to enter the Grand Line, his bounty orders were already flying all over the sky, and Lorraine was no exception. "Hey, baby Robin, look, Luffy is here." What? Robin leaned his head together to read the reward notice. "Well, is this your little brother? There are not many pirates who have 30 million belly on their first wanted list. Luffy is not much different from when he was a child, it's like he has been enlarged to the same proportion, making him very easy to recognize. Yeah, he's smiling like a fool, even worse than us. What is Erha? Well, it's a very cute animal. Oh, Robin didn't ask much, Lorraine always had all kinds of strange words popping up. He will be here soon. We will see you then. We have other things to do. Follow me. Lorraine vaguely remembered that there was a piece of history in Alabasta. The specific location was unknown, but there was someone who definitely knew it, and that was the Sand Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. And Crocodile's Baroque studio is also easy to find. Everyone here in Alabasta knows that after all, he appeared in this country as a hero. Lorraine and Robin rushed in directly. No one here could stop the two of them. Finally, 2 people stood in front of Crocodile. Behind them were a group of minions. One of them said tremblingly, "Boss, I'm sorry for disturbing you, we can't stop you. How brave you are to dare to come here. Are you ready to be fed to banana crocodiles by me?" Crocodile sat on the boss chair with his back to the two of them. The boss was very cool. "Lorraine is not happy, why are you so famous? I'm afraid you are not qualified." As he spoke, Conqueror's domineering energy swept out of him. All the other sidekicks rolled their eyes and fainted. Crocodile's body was a little stiff, a few drops of cold sweat flowed from his forehead, and he was a little frightened. Hey. Is it reasonable for this level of Conqueror's domineering to appear in the first half of the Grand Line? Even in the second half, it's only for those top-notch beings, right? After taking a few deep breaths, he turned around slowly and stiffly. It seems like there really is a great Nicole Robin, and Portgas D. Lorraine. After seeing the appearance of the 2 people clearly, the whole person froze. His main purpose here is to conquer the kingdom of Alabasta, and then decipher the historical text in the royal cemetery to obtain the information of ancient weapon Pluton. But he couldn't decipher the historical text. O'Hara's remnant, Nicole Robin, was the only one who could decipher it. For this reason, he even sent someone to look for the 2 of them. In his opinion, the 2 people with bounties of only 79 million Baileys and 50 million Baileys combined are no match for him. After catching them, kill Portgas D. Lorraine to collect the reward, leaving Nicole Robin to decipher history for herself. This article is so beautiful. As a result, 2 people were brought directly in front of him, but it was different from what they imagined. This horse is worth 50 million Baileys. Who has such a powerful conquerors with a bounty of 50 million? Not to mention 50 million, 500 million is not too much. Oh, you know us too. Then this will be a lot easier. Crocodile was not a coward. He calmed down quickly. Even Whitebeard dared to attack him. He didn't think that Lorraine would be stronger than Whitebeard. It's just that the other party didn't attack in the first place because he obviously had other purposes. Of course we know each other, but I don't know why you 2 come to my place. You didn't take action directly but asked us what our purpose was. How stupid. Lorraine tilted her head and looked at Robin and said something. Robin smiled in response. She was not afraid of Lao Sha. In other words, she was not afraid of anything with Lorraine here. It's just that veins popped up on Lao Sha's forehead, and he almost couldn't help but want to chop him to death. Just as he was about to say something back, Luo Lin continued to speak. Of course I came here to ask for your cooperation. Lao Sha was stunned. Cooperate? Of course. Why don't we come to you 7 warlords of the sea to have a party when we have nothing to do? I can't think of anything we can do together. Crocodile was a little strange after hearing what Lorraine said. He didn't think about history because he was the only one who knew about it. Then let me remind you, isn't the reason why you are here because there is a historical text in Alabasta? And this historical text also contains clues to the ancient weapon Pluton. As soon as Lorraine said this, not only Crocodile, but also Robin couldn't help but widen his eyes. She had studied ancient texts and knew about ancient weapons, but she never thought of one of the 3 ancient weapons. Pluton's clues are actually here. Boy, how did you know? Crocodile's eyes became dangerous, as if he was about to take action at any time. Well, Robin wanted to ask this too. But obviously this was not the time. Don't be nervous, I know this. Don't worry about how I know it. So are you interested in the cooperation I mentioned? Old God Lorraine was here. If there wasn't a sofa around him right now, he would have wanted to sit down and cross his legs. You know, you reminded me, if I kill you now, this matter can be kept a secret. Crocodile narrowed his eyes and tried to threaten Lorraine. Lorraine, where do you get the confidence to ride a horse? Oh, do you think you are better than me? Then let's have a fight first, and then we can talk about cooperation after the fight. Lorraine is not a soft persimmon who can be manipulated by others, and of course he is not used to facing the ignorant crocodile. Conqueror's domineering energy slowly spread out, and at the same time, the supreme sharp sword Yuhun in his hand was also pulled out and covered armed color. Crocodile looked at the dark soul in Lorraine's hand and cold sweat was flowing down his forehead. He just said something, but he didn't expect Lorraine to be ready to take action. Forget it, tell me what your cooperation is. Crocodile took a deep breath and said he would not fight. Even though Whitebeard dared to fight, it was because he had a grudge. He would not take the initiative to provoke a strong man for no reason. Besides, everyone said he was here to discuss cooperation. Talk, it's not too late to take action again. Well, let's cooperate. It's just the two of us who will help interpret that piece of historical text and tell you what's recorded on it. I believe you also know the identity of the person next to me, the scholar from O'Hara. The only person who can interpret this historical article. And if we wanted to rob it, we would have done it long ago. The reason why we asked you to cooperate is that we don't want to rob it. And we are not interested in that ancient weapon. Crocodile thought for a while and then agreed. He originally sent people to find two people for this purpose, but it was different from the plan. In view of Lorraine's strength, there was no way to kill Robin after Robin finished reading her. There was one more person. Risk of information leakage. Okay, our cooperation is complete. We will help you decipher the historical text before you are killed by others. Kill me, what a joke. Lousy as the 7 warlords of the sea. Or the fruit user of Logia. Who can kill me in the first half of the Grand Line? As long as you are happy, where is the historical article? Lorraine now wants to read the historical article, and then wait nearby for Luffy and others to come over. Then they can board the ship smoothly. It's very nice. He, it's me as expected. The historical article is not in my hands yet. I have searched for it many times, but failed every time. The only thing that can be determined is that the historical article is in the tomb of the royal family. The specific location will have to wait until I become the king of Alabasta. Only then can we know. Lorraine, does that mean you have nothing but preparations for rebellion now? Although I hate to admit it, this is indeed the case. Goodbye. Lorraine pulled Robin and walked out. He had lived here for more than 20 years, and he had almost forgotten some of the plots without special reminders. Originally, he planned to talk to Lao Sha and wait for Luffy over there by interpreting the historical article for him. However, the sand sculpture has not been found yet, so he has to find another way. He is not interested in talking to Kay here either. Rockdar continues to cooperate. How bad it would be if Luffy and others misunderstood him later. Wait, it's just that we haven't found it yet. Cooperation can continue. Then let's wait until you find it. Lorraine replied casually and pulled Robin out without looking back. Of course he knew Crocodile could be found, but after he found it, Luffy would beat him to death. This is not a place where I can come and leave whenever I want. Sha Lan. A small sandstorm swept towards the two of them. With a cold look in his eyes, Lorraine let go of Robin's hand, pulled out Yuhun and slashed out with a burst of sword energy, directly slashing Sha Lan away and rushing towards Crocodile with unabated force. Crocodile jumped to avoid it. Although he was not domineering, he still knew that this thing could hit him. Lorraine had no intention of letting him go just like that. She came to him with a swish and kicked him in the waist. So fast. Boom. Crocodile only had time to say something so fast. He didn't even have time to react before he flew out sideways, collapsing the wall and falling from a high place. He also destroyed another house. Lorraine looked at it, turned around and continued to hold Robin's little hand and walked out. It should be said that this guy is really tough. Anyone dares to go up and pull him. He also challenged Whitebeard before and fought against him in the war. I took action just now because I wanted to see how strong Lorraine was. If he was strong, just say a few harsh words. If he could sneak attack and defeat him, he would just stay and continue to cooperate. Even Sha Lan was the least lethargic. Unexpectedly, Lorraine was not a good person either, so she was kicked away by him. Ahem, that fool. Sitting up in the ruins of the bungalow in the distance, Lao Sha touched his waist and it hurt so much. Lorraine didn't intend to kill him, just let him suffer some physical pain. On the other side, Lorraine pulled Robin and swaggered out of the Baroque studio building. Where to go next? Robin asked him. Lorraine scratched his head, thought for a while, and said, "The palace." Oh. Robin was stunned for a moment, and then he figured out what Lorraine wanted to do. If Lao Sha didn't get the historical text, wouldn't that prove that he was still in the king's hands? But the matter is not urgent. The king will definitely not let us enter the tomb of the royal family. But we can sneak into the king's side first. How to mess around? Ahem, I've already made a plan. Just follow me. Good. Then the two of them walked slowly towards the palace. Finally, with the corner of Robin's mouth twitching slightly, Lorraine walked in all the way Conqueror's unparalleled way. Good guy, is this the plan you mentioned? But fortunately, they met King Cobra, and then the two of them revealed their identity and purpose to Cobra, and promised to help him regain the country in exchange. They also said that they belonged to Princess Vivi, friend. Although everyone in the palace was wondering why Princess Vivi didn't mention these two people, they didn't care so much at this time. They chose to believe the two people for the time being, but they didn't believe it too much. Luffy and others are currently chasing Chopper on Drum Island. He had to be captured to recuperate Nami. If you want to come to Alabasta Kingdom, you must pass through the small garden. Nami was bitten by a strange mosquito and had to divert to rescue Nami. So I was delayed for 2 days on the way, otherwise I'm afraid we'll have arrived in Alabasta soon. Without any surprise, Luffy successfully conquered Chopper with his outstanding personality charm, and the group took Princess Vivi on their journey to Alabasta again. 2 days later, Luffy and his party landed on the land of Alabasta after dressing up in disguise, and in the corner they removed the disguise that was completely dispensable. At Princess Vivi's suggestion, they prepared to stop the rebellion of the rebels first. Luffy was in a hurry to land and had successfully separated from the large group, and then got lost outside the city alone. As for Lorraine, she was already in the store where Luffy and Ace met, ordering a bunch of things and eating a lot. Robin was left in the palace by him. Anyway, Robin had been forced to learn domineering by himself over the years. No one should be able to hurt her in the first half of the grand route. At this time, Ace had come to the store and sat next to Lorraine. The two had never met when they were children, so Ace did not know Lorraine. But I was a little surprised that this guy's appetite was as big as that of his two brothers. Then he also ordered a lot of food and started eating it. Then he stuck his head into the plate and fell asleep while eating. Lorraine spit out the rice when she saw this scene. There are actually people who can eat and sleep at the same time. But they just took one look and continued to eat. There were a lot of empty plates piled up next to the two of them. They were also surrounded by onlookers. They talked about everything, but without exception they all said that he was dead. Got it. Lorraine was also surprised. It was the first time I saw someone eating so deliciously despite being dead next to me. Lorraine was too lazy to care about them. After finishing the last grain of rice on the plate, he took a big sip of juice. Hiccup, feel good. Then he turned around and took out a toothpick from somewhere and started picking his teeth. Then Ace suddenly resurrected, which startled the people around him. After a few garbled words, the people around him gradually dispersed. There is nothing interesting about the dead person. After dinner, Ace took out a wanted poster and asked the boss if he had seen the person on it. While talking, a voice came from behind. You are so bold, you dare to eat in a place like this. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas D. Ace. Whitebeard Pirates. That stupid little brother is actually a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. What does a world-famous pirate like you want to do here? The surrounding civilians exclaimed, and Smoker also asked. However, Ace, the person involved, did not react much. He looked at Smoker and spoke calmly. I'm looking for my brother. What do you want to do? Being obediently caught and pushed into the city prison is your destination. PFF. Ha 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 ha. Just when Ace was about to say, I refuse, he heard the guy next to him who was also very good at eating let out a huge laugh. This made Smoker's forehead veins pop out. Boy, what are you laughing at? Oh, who did I think it was? It turned out to be the Devil Guard. This store is really Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. You are not a pirate and I have no interest in you. Potka S.D. Lorraine. Hearing this, Ace was stunned. Lorraine. The Lorraine that Luffy often talked about. Why is he here? Just as he was about to ask something, he heard a sound coming from far and near. Rubber rocket. Boom. Smoker's eyes bulged, and Ace also had a look of horror on his face. Before he could react, Smoker knocked him out and knocked down several walls one after another. The jaws of the crowd almost hit the ground in shock. Lorraine. Ha 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 ha. Ah ho. It's a hotel. We're finally at the hotel. Hurry up. Eat, eat, eat. I want to eat. Boss, hurry up and serve the food. Luffy happily knocked on the table and urged the boss, completely ignoring the two people he knocked away just now, and not looking at Lorraine. In other words, all his attention was on the meal now, and he didn't realize that he hit anyone. The boss looked at the big hole next to him in confusion, but he still served him some food honestly. Hey, Luffy. Seeing that he was being ignored by Luffy, Lorraine shouted softly. When Luffy heard the sound, he kept moving his hands. He slowly turned his head to look at Lorraine, and then the movements of his hands suddenly froze. His eyes slowly grew bigger. A surprised expression quickly filled the whole picture. Face. Lorraine, you guy, why are you here? Great, ha 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 ha. Then he jumped up and wanted to give Lorraine a bear hug. Lorraine quickly blocked him. Eat your meal well, let's talk after you finish. Aang, okay. Then I quickly stuffed food into my mouth again. The store owner wanted to remind Luffy that he had just hit someone, but Lorraine stopped him and said it was okay. On the other side, Ace and Smoker rubbed their heads and got up with angry faces. Which fool is that? What do you want to do? Smoker's face is full of doubts about life. What's the situation? Ace said as he walked towards the store, apologizing on the way. As soon as he walked into the store, he saw Luffy eating and drinking on the table. He immediately changed his expression to a look of surprise. Just as he was about to shout, Smoker pushed him to the ground. Smoker had been chasing Luffy here. Give me a good meal, Straw Hat Luffy. You are indeed here. Luffy stared and kept moving his hands, his clever little mind turning wildly. After thinking for a long time, he finally remembered who this guy in front of him was. It's you. Do you remember it? Smoker was about to take action on the spot. Luffy was all over him. Wait a moment. Smoker was really stunned for a moment. Luffy just grabbed everything in front of him and stuffed it all into his mouth. He turned around and ran away. Thanks for the hospitality, bye. Everyone in the store was stunned by the operation. Smoker also reacted on the spot, yelled to stop and immediately chased him out. Ace got up and saw both of them running away, so he also chased him out immediately. Lorraine reluctantly paid for the meal and left a sum of money for decoration. Then she immediately chased him out. Luffy ran in front like a gust of wind with his big cheek on his face, and Smoker was like a gust of wind chasing after him. He even gave an order to Tashi on the side to track him down. As Luffy ran to the beach, Smoker also caught up with him. As for Lorraine, he had already searched around the beach and ran directly to Luffy's boat. Use the shaver to catch up. When Smoker's white fist was about to hit Luffy, he was blocked by Ace's sun flame. Then the two brothers briefly communicated the situation, and Ace asked a few people to go first, and he came to block Smoker. Luffy and the others didn't hesitate, turned around and ran away towards the ship. On the melee, Lorraine sat under the orange tree and reached out to pick an orange. Compared to oranges, orange juice tastes better. Anyway, it's Nami's. Have another one. Why haven't they come yet? On the other side, Luffy and his friends were escaping. This guy ran backwards and watched the battle between Ace and Smoker, sighing at the same time. I really didn't expect to meet Ace here. Oh, yes, there is also Lorraine. It's just that this guy ran away and disappeared just like when he was a kid. When they reached the fork in the road, Nami told him to run to the left and he successfully separated from the group of people. Some people dispersed as they walked, probably because of this. Oh, it's coming, it's coming. Lorraine, who was lying under the orange tree to enjoy the shade, heard conversations below. Hurry up and bring your luggage up. We're about to set sail. Ah, okay. Start sailing. A group of people hurriedly prepared and were ready to set off. Then suddenly everyone was stunned. Wait, is there one person missing? Seems to be Luffy, that idiot. Finally Zoro gritted his teeth and said, "Ha ha ha, it's so funny. Sure enough, you can't imagine the joy on this ship. The so-called upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. From the captain to the crew, no one is serious." Lorraine couldn't help but burst out laughing. Who? Zoro reacted first and pulled out his saber. Sanji also directly assumed a fighting posture. Have the pursuers caught up with you? Usopp and Chopper hugged each other, very frightened. Vivi was also a little panicked. Only Nami was stunned when she saw Lorraine, and then her expression turned into surprise. Hey, wait Zoro. Nami was about to call Lorraine when she saw Zoro rushing forward with a sword. Zoro would not have been so impulsive originally. Robin did not do anything when he ran to the boat for the first time. That was because Robin was a woman and did not feel threatened. But this time it was different. The opponent was not only a man but also ran onto his boat, which made him feel extremely threatened. The most important thing is that he was holding a sword. He was a swordsman. With a multi-pronged approach, Zoro directly picked up his salted fish. No, he drew his knife and went for it. Of course, it was impossible for him to hurt Lorraine, and he was blocked by one move. Just as he was about to continue taking action, with a bang, a chestnut hit his head, and then a big bump appeared pitifully on the top of his head. I told you to wait a moment. Are you listening to me? Nami, what are you doing? He is a wanted criminal with a bounty on his head from the world government. He often steals other pirates' treasures. He must be an enemy. Zoro was originally a bounty hunter. He had seen most of the wanted posters, so he naturally knew Lorraine. Don't be rude to Miss Nami. You green algae head. Sanji on the side was also prepared, but when he saw Zoro's fierceness, Nami couldn't help it, and immediately started to fight with Zoro. Lorraine burst into laughter. Nami showed a helpless expression, and then a happy expression appeared on her face, and she rushed towards Lorraine quickly. Tears flashed in her eyes. Lorraine caught Nami, who was rushing towards her. This scene shocked everyone on the boat, especially Sanji, who was almost furious. He looked like he was going to chop Lorraine into pieces. Ah, Nami, who used to be naughty and mischievous, has grown so big. Poof. While Lorraine was still talking, Nami punched her hard in the stomach. This girl was very strong, and although it didn't hurt, her words were interrupted. Nami raised her head from Lorraine's arms and wiped her tears with a fierce expression. You guy, it's been 10 years since you took Sister Robin away. 10 years. Do you know how I spent these 10 years? I thought you would leave for just a few months. Aaron was full of expectations when he came. I'm waiting for you to come back. Go to hell. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and he punched Lorraine in the stomach again. There was a muffled sound of poof, and Nami froze. He slowly retracted his hand, and then tears burst out of his eyes. It hurts. What the hell? Why is your stomach so hard? It hurts me so much. Of course Lorraine did it on purpose, she just covered it up with military force. When they met, this girl didn't just reminisce about old times, she scolded him, and she even took action. How could he not teach him a lesson? Hey, I told you it's rude, I'll do it as soon as we meet. No matter how long it takes, you are still a stinky uncle. Then Nami changed her posture, ran behind Lorraine with a swish, and came directly with a naked choke of death. Tell me, what have you been doing all these years? Why don't you come back? Oh, when I grow up, I will take Robin out to sea to find historical articles. Lorraine didn't care that she was being strangled naked, and answered Nami's words calmly. Oh, where's Sister Robin? In the royal capital. As the two people talked, others also knew that he was an acquaintance of Nami. Zoro put away his knife, but the fighting spirit still rose in his eyes. He could feel that Lorraine was very strong. Sanji looked at Lorraine with envy and couldn't help but want to take his place. Why isn't that person me? I really want to be hanged naked by Miss Nami. Not an enemy, great. Chopper and Usopp let out a sigh of relief. After the two people finished talking, Nami also let go of Lorraine and introduced everyone. I'm sorry everyone, I really don't want to admit it. But this guy is indeed my elder brother next door when I was a kid. Ah, is he the owner of the small villa not far from your home? Usopp thought of the small building near her home. That's it. The demon guard with a bounty of 50 million Baileys is actually your eldest brother. Zoro's words surprised everyone. 50 million. Luffy only has 30 million. Doesn't that mean he is better than Luffy? Usopp looked at Nami with an expression of disbelief, and Nami had a headache. Zoro is right, Lorraine is offering a reward of 50 million, and Sister Robin is offering a reward of 79 million. I already knew this. That's awesome. Chopper had a longing expression on his face. Don't worry about this, everyone, let's continue sailing. This place will soon be surrounded by Marines. Wait a minute, although it's fun for Nami to reunite with her childhood brother, don't forget Luffy, he's not back yet. Usopp's words made everyone blush and some gritted their teeth. In the end, Nami decided to leave the coast first and find a slightly secluded bay to stop the boat before looking for Luffy. Lorraine didn't speak and had nothing to say. On the contrary, watching Nami skillfully command the people on the boat, he still felt like the cabbage at home had grown up. After all, Nami was only a few months old when I first met her. It can be said that I watched her grow up. As a group of people were sailing slowly along the coast, the shore suddenly became lively. Nami took a telescope and saw Luffy from a distance. Then Luffy stretched out his hand, pulled it on the side of the ship and quickly retracted it. It hit the boat with a bang, turning Sanji and Chopper into meat pads. Zoro covered his face. It's really embarrassing to have such a captain. You fool. Be careful, I'll kill you. Sanji grabbed Luffy by the collar and shook him wildly. You could feel that he was very angry from a distance. Luffy turned his head and pouted and said sorry without sincerity, and then suddenly thought of Ace. Everyone asked about Ace, and Luffy said that Ace was very strong and he had never won before, so there was no need to worry about him. He also boasted a lot. Hey, Luffy, haven't you seen me sitting here for so long? Nami and others were a little strange. Lorraine also knew Luffy. Luffy turned around and saw Lorraine sitting on the stairs. The expression on his face instantly became surprised. Lorraine, you are here too. That's great. Ha ha ha. We haven't seen each other for 10 years. You were. As he was talking, he was pushed to the ground by Ace behind him. Let me tell you, what nonsense were you talking about just now? Do you want to beat me? Luffy held up his hat and said to Ace. Look, these are the friends I told you about. Ace greeted Nami and others politely, and also mentioned some of Luffy's shortcomings, asking them to forgive him. While they were chatting, several pirate ships gathered around them. Fire Fist Ace, Straw Hat Luffy. Don't even think of escaping from our grasp. It's the $1 million elder of Baroque Studio. Luffy stared. Why is it them again? I'll deal with it. With that said, Ace jumped off the boat, and Lorraine also stood up. You can't help but look at this Fire Fist. Let us see the strength of the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division. Zoro has a cold expression on his face. I saw Ace driving the boat towards the 5 ships quickly. When he was approaching, he jumped suddenly. The boat sank to the bottom of the sea and moved forward quickly. Ace passed over the heads of the 5 ships in the air and landed steadily again. On a small boat floating on the water. Fire Punch. A ball of fire rushed towards several ships. Then 5 ships were exploded one after another, and sank to the bottom of the sea in a mass of results. In the end, Ace played a cool role and pushed his hat. Everyone on the boat, except Lorraine, stared with wide eyes. So strong. It's amazing. He killed 5 ships with one punch. Lorraine also gave her own evaluation after reading. It shouldn't be a match for a general, but he's better than a lieutenant general. You're awesome, young man. After killing several ships, Ace drove the boat back to the Mary, and everyone held a party. Luffy finally had the opportunity to catch Lorraine for questioning. Hey, Lorraine, where have you been all these years? Me, I took Robin to look for historical texts in the first half of the Grand Line. It was a coincidence that I met you this time. Oh, that's it. Then do you want to come to our ship? I'll think about it. You've obviously promised me before. Really, I don't remember. Asshole, do you want to fight? Ha 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 ha. Lorraine stopped arguing with Luffy, turned around, drove to Ace, and clinked glasses with him. What? Drinking juice. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Aang, that's okay. I've often heard Luffy talk about you before. What did he say about me? He couldn't say bad things about me behind my back, right? Of course not, you can ask him for details, ha 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 ha. Forget it, I'm too lazy to ask, I'll just beat you up. But Ace, you still have to practice your hockey. Fruit abilities are good but they are limited after all. Ace was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that someone in the first half of the Grand Route actually knew how to do hockey. He even let him practice it. Let's talk about it later. Cheers. Seeing that Ace was not willing to talk about this topic, Lorraine didn't say much and clinked glasses with him. Suddenly his head came over from beside him. It was Luffy's. What are you talking about? What domineering attitude? Luffy's elusive appearance made both of them helpless. They looked at each other and Ace's lips curled up. Tell me, they will always know. Okay, Luffy, do you remember that smoke man? Remember, that guy is so annoying, I can't hit him every time. Speaking of this, Luffy looked troubled. Lorraine smiled slightly. You can beat him with your domineering spirit. Hearing this, not only Luffy, but also the others sat down obediently and looked at Lorraine with expressions of curiosity, especially Zoro. Ah, is that so? How can you be domineering? There are 3 types of hockey: Conqueror's hockey, armed hockey, and wisdom hockey. The armed color and the wisdom color can be cultivated, and Conqueror's hockey is innate. With the help of hockey, you can attack the body of the person with Logia ability, and you can also make yourself stronger. That's great. Conquerors doesn't know if I have 3 kinds of domineering power. Luffy looked yearning, and then asked. Can you do that, Lorraine? Meeting. Great. Teach me, teach me. I want to learn. Luffy immediately pestered Lorraine to learn, and Sanji next to him blew out a puff of smoke with a look of helplessness on his face. What an idiot. It takes time to practice. We still have to sail, so how can we have time to learn? And if you want to learn, at least take a look before making a decision. Well, that makes sense. Ha ha ha, even if you want to learn, you have to wait until you are free. But if you want to see it first, it's okay. Luffy and others' eyes lit up, and they immediately wanted Lorraine to show it off, but Lorraine said that he couldn't do it on the ship, so he would show it to them when they docked. This was a good opportunity to show off, and he wouldn't let it go. Several people agreed and immediately accelerated the speed of the boat. Then the boat quickly docked and arrived at the green city of Elmaru. Luffy pulled Lorraine and ran to the open space next to him. A group of spectators also joined in. Lorraine covered her eyes with a towel and said to Luffy, "Attack me as fast as you can." Okay, rubber gun. However, Lorraine twisted her waist to avoid it. How is that possible? I obviously didn't see it. That's right, my eyes are covered. Usopp exclaimed. Nami and others also widened their eyes, only Ace showed a meaningful smile. Although Luffy was different, he quickly returned to normal, and then attacked Lorraine again. They were all beaten by Lorraine one by one. Get out of the way. Lorraine's heart. Small sample. You must be scared. Hee hee. Rubber machine gun. Unwilling to admit defeat, Luffy launched his own special move. But he still didn't hit it. You're lying, right? This kind of attack can't hit even if you don't look at it. Usopp swallowed. He felt a little dry, and Zoro stared at the 2 people's movements solemnly. The others were already stunned. Sanji didn't realize it until his hand was burned by Sanji's smoke. At this time, Luffy had stopped attacking with a depressed look on his face, and Lorraine also took off his towel. How about it? The one just now was a domineering one. Is it strong enough? It's not just strong, it's simply too strong. I can't even hit you with my eyes covered. I'm really too weak. Luffy made a face. Don't be discouraged. I have been practicing for a long time before I succeeded in getting the bushy weapon color. Do you still want to see it? Lorraine smiled evilly, aiming at Zoro. Who told you to be ready to chop me with a knife as soon as you came up? After losing to Hawkeye, I'm afraid you will have to lose again. Are you going to let me come this time? It's such an honor to see the ability of a strong man. Zoro pulled out his knife and walked towards Lorraine, while also tying up his turban. Don't be so serious, just show it off. I don't think so. Zoro rushed towards Lorraine in one stride. Chang. How can it be? If everyone was surprised just now, they are terrified now. Because Lorraine blocked Zoro's knife with one finger. The most shocked person was Zoro himself. If he had been defeated by Hawkeye before, he could still accept it. After all, he was known as the world's greatest swordsman. He also had a fruit knife in his hand. But what about Lorraine? It's useless even with a knife. One finger pressed against his own knife. What a joke. I must be dazzled. Zoro's attack was actually blocked by a finger. Idiot, how can they all be dazzled at the same time? But maybe they are fruit users like Luffy and Ace. Ah, that's right. The corner of Lorraine's mouth tilted and she was too lazy to explain. Ace also showed a mysterious smile. How about it? Have you realized how powerful domineering is? Zoro gritted his teeth. He didn't want to believe that the gap between himself and a truly strong man was so big. Staring at the dark finger, he could feel the inexplicable aura flowing on it. There must be a limit to looking down on others. Withdrawing the held sword and straightening his mind, Zoro's eyes became sharp again. Seeing Zoro like this, Lorraine also admired it. There was a reason why he was recognized by Eagle Eye. Zoro regrouped and launched another attack. This time Zoro's sword skills were much more violent. But it was useless, Lorraine still blocked them all with one finger. Everyone was stunned to see it. At least I have to let you pull out that sword, otherwise it will be a disgrace to me as a swordsman. The attack became more and more violent, and Zoro also roared. Finally, he jumped back a step, and the three swords formed a strange shape. Lorraine saw that he was about to enlarge his attack, and slowly pulled out his soul control. Be careful, this sword is the soul of the Imperial Sword, one of the 12 skills of the Supreme Sword. That's really what you want. He rushed out as he spoke. The secret of 3 sword styles, 3,000 worlds. Lorraine. I'm too lazy to name it, so I'll break the big move with a. Chang. The scene fell silent for a while. How's it going? Did you hit it? I don't know, I can't see clearly. No, he shouldn't be able to beat Lorraine now. Ace was more considerate and went out of his way to explain it to them. Both sides slowly sheathed their knives, and Zoro took off his turban. He handed his knife to Lorraine. This time he was not injured, and Lorraine kept his hand. I lost. Lorraine, why do you throw a knife at a disagreement? I just want to show off. It doesn't have to be like this, we are not enemies. Let alone a duel. I just want to prove to you the existence of domineering power. Zoro is a little stubborn. I don't think so. Lorraine. You are Luffy's partner, and I am also his friend. There is no duel between us. Keep your pride to face the upcoming enemies. There are many strong people in the sea, and losing is no big deal. I have lost many times. But I ran away every time. So I am not a pure swordsman. Then we don't have to abide by the etiquette of swordsmen, right? If you want to learn about domineering, I will teach you slowly in the future. After all, I will probably be your partner in the future, ha ha ha. After Lorraine's quarrel, Zoro gritted his teeth and accepted this statement. But he said that one day he would surpass him. Lorraine agreed with the comparison. That's great. Lorraine is willing to teach us domineering, so that we can do whatever we want on the sea in the future. Luffy stepped in at the right time to express his opinion. Wait a minute, Luffy. That's not how the word misbehaving is used. Whatever, let's continue on our way. Or have another party. I happen to be hungry again. Nami punched Luffy on the head with one fist. What kind of banquet are you having? Didn't you just have dinner? Ha 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 ha. The group set off again amidst laughter and laughter. But not everyone was happy. Zoro looked worried, but in fact he was thinking about the battle just now. Thinking back to the inexplicable aura on Lorraine's hand, it seemed that he had caught something, but he seemed not to have caught it. Sanji on the side seemed unhappy when he saw him and came to his side. Hey, Green Algae Head, are you okay? Do you want to cry again like last time? It's so noisy. Cook, stay away from me. Be careful, I'll chop you. Well, it seems everything is fine. Get out of here. After a day's journey, a group of people gathered around a campfire in the evening and roasted the meat of unknown animals. Ace watched Luffy and his friends playing around. Lorraine was watching too. Ace is observing whether Luffy's friends are unreliable, Lorraine is just having fun, and the atmosphere of the Straw Hats is so happy. Luffy, who was deceived by the bird early the next morning, chased him out angrily, and then came back with a camel. There was also a big lizard chasing after him. The three main forces took action at the same time and killed the chasing lizards directly. The one behind was killed by Lorraine before Ace could take action. Zoro gritted his teeth as he watched. Sure enough, this guy's swordsmanship is very strong. We must defeat him. With two big lizards for breakfast, everyone had a full meal. Nami, Vivi and others were all shocked. What kind of material were these three made of? The three of them ate a whole big lizard. They all knew that Luffy could eat it, but they didn't expect that Ace and Lorraine could eat it too. After dinner, the group continued on the road. Nami and Vivi rode camels in front, and then successfully separated. After walking for a long time, a group of sand pirates appeared. Usopp saw the tied-up Nami and Vivi on the sand boat. Luffy rushed over with a rubber gun and broke the mast. But he didn't see Nami. He went to drink water when he was thirsty, and even chatted with the leader of the sand bandits, mainly about the camel and how to eat it. At this time, Ace was already playing with a lizard that imitated his movements. Luffy was going to help the sand pirates find a piece of wood for a mast, and then the sand pirates gave him a small sand boat, but Luffy couldn't play with it, and as soon as he pulled up the sail, it was blown away by a gust of wind, and then quickly pushed back again. I'm back. Don't waste your energy in a place like this. You idiot. Ha 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 ha. The companions cursed loudly in unison, and Lorraine couldn't help laughing when she saw this scene. Then Vivi carried the sand boat and followed Lasha and another Shaw away. Not long after Luffy and the others set off, a group of sand thieves attacked. The two waves of people were about to start fighting. As they were charging, a dung beetle pushed a huge ball of dung over the sand dunes towards the two waves of people. Boss, if we don't think of a way, we will be crushed to death by the dung ball. Give it to me. The leader of the sand pirates jumped out of the boat and resisted the dung ball, but he didn't hold it for a few seconds before he was run over by the dung ball. Ha 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 ha. Lorraine burst into tears laughing. Sure enough, those who can talk to Luffy are not normal people. Nami was furious when she heard Lorraine's voice. Luo, Lin, what's wrong? Lorraine wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and finally understood why Robin always smiled when looking at this group of people, because he had nothing else to do but laugh. It would be too embarrassing to join. You are still in the mood to laugh. Find a way quickly. I don't want to be crushed to death by a dung ball. Don't worry. If you need me to do such a small thing, then your partner is too unqualified. That's right. Zoro's voice came, and he took two knives from the sand pirate next to him, stepped on the side of the ship, and jumped out. With a few swipes, the dung ball was cut into many pieces. Sanji kicked away the dung balls that were still flying towards the sand boat, and then wiped his shoes on the side of the boat. Look, I said you don't need to take action. Nami turned her head and ignored him. Lorraine didn't care, she had been so rude since she was a child. After a long time, Luffy and the others came back with the wood, and the group continued on their way with the sand bandits. As they were approaching the town, they ran into Ace, who was riding a lizard, and came flying towards him. After understanding the situation, we continued to move towards the town. After testing the fake rebel army, a group of people ran away again. Lorraine looked helpless. He sighed. Forget it, just be happy. If it were him, he wouldn't care about this kind of thing. At this time, he was already thinking about running directly to the capital to wait for Luffy and his group, because it was too hot in the desert, and he hadn't seen baby Robin for 2 days. Yes, I miss her. This opportunity came very quickly. The group of people traveled for another half day and sat in a stone forest having a barbecue outdoors. Luffy ran away chasing a piece of meat to who knows where. After chasing the two children, Ace said that the reason why he came to Alabasta was to find a man named Scorpion because he heard that he defeated Blackbeard. Lorraine's eyes twitched. Although he had forgotten almost all the details of the plot over the past 20 years, he still remembered that Blackbeard had only lost to Magellan before the war. It should be false. From your description of the first half of the Grand Line, there should be no one who can defeat Blackbeard. Who knows, even if it's fake, I have to meet that man first. While talking, Lorraine looked to the other side. Ace then stood up and looked in the same direction as Lorraine. What's wrong? Someone is coming. 2 people and an ostrich. Huh, how did you know? Nami and others still didn't believe it, but it soon proved that they were right. It was Luffy and the man named Scorpion who came. Scorpion challenged Ace as soon as he came up, and Luffy also showed his head from behind him. He was so excited when he heard that Scorpion was going to challenge Ace. Then when they met, they were caught by the net they launched. Ha 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 ha. It was Lorraine who still laughed mercilessly, and he didn't want to laugh, it was so funny. Scorpion regrouped and launched another attack, but was still vulnerable. Then his 2 children rushed out and made a passionate confession. At the same time, Ace also understood that Blackbeard was not here, so he said goodbye to Luffy and others. Prepare to continue chasing Blackbeard. Lorraine also took this opportunity to say goodbye to Luffy and others. What, Lorraine, why are you leaving too? Aren't you going to stay and be our partner? Luffy pouted a little unhappy. Nami was also the same. Although she didn't talk to Lorraine much along the way, she still cared about Lorraine. The most important thing was that she felt much more at ease with Lorraine around. Ha ha ha, of course not, it's just that Robin is still in the royal capital Alabasta. I want to go back first. Besides, you are going to the royal capital eventually. We'll meet up then. Yeah, that's fine, then be careful on the road. Just wait until I go over and shoot Crocodile away. Luffy immediately became happy after hearing this and bared his big teeth to show that it was okay. Nami was still a little bit reluctant, but was too embarrassed to say it. Lorraine touched her head. Ah, I can't bear to part with you. But I won't be soft-hearted. After all, baby Robin is more important than my disobedient sister. Yo ho 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 ho. It's so noisy. Get out of here. Nami was so angry that she originally thought this guy would say some words of comfort to her, but she didn't expect him to be so virtuous that he just punched. Lorraine dodged and then moonwalked into the sky, and the 2 men disappeared in front of everyone. Brother Ming also ran there, and soon he ran from Dressrosa to Punk Hassad. So hot, so fast. Luffy didn't think anything of it, he just thought it was a cool way to leave. Zoro and Sanji lamented how fast Lorraine was. Okay, everyone is gone, it's time for us to continue on our way. Good. About 2 hours later, Lorraine arrived at the royal capital of Alabasta, which was not far away. However, he did not go to Robin first, but instead found a restaurant and ate a lot. In the past 2 days, Luffy and his group had not eaten anything for lunch except for the lizard meat in the morning. He was almost starving now. After having enough wine and food, I returned to the palace with my teeth in hand, but I didn't go through the gate. The 2 people from Lorraine deceived King Cobra and promised to help him quell the rebellion, so Cobra arranged for them to stay in a place specially for guests. In fact, it's not a lie, they are going to get on the ship after all. Rounding it off, Luffy's calmness is equivalent to their calmness, Nothing wrong. I'm back, baby Robin, did you miss me? Lorraine jumped in from the balcony and saw Robin reading a book on the sofa. She was about to pounce on him, but was dodged. Welcome back. Why did you come back so soon this time? Have you met Nami and the others? Of course, how can I not see you if I go out? Don't talk about it now, let me kiss you. Yada, you are covered in ashes. By the way, Nami must have grown into a big girl now. Robin stretched out a hand to hold Lorraine's head that was leaning forward crazily and continued to speak. Yes, she is still a great beauty, but her personality is still the same as when she was a child. She is fierce and has no manners at all. It's not because you often bully her. Robin directly pointed out the source of the problem, and Lorraine scratched her head a little embarrassedly, yes. Then the conversation changed. Where's Cobra? What should I say? Well, I have contacted him. He said that we are willing to help Alabasta overcome this difficulty. The historical text can be shown to us, but only he knows how to open the royal tomb. He is busy with other things during this time, so I just didn't go there yet. Oh, that's it. Let's go and ask tomorrow. Well, it's up to you. The matter was decided in this way. Lorraine looked around and found that there seemed to be nothing else, and then moved toward Robin. You go take a shower first. You're so dirty. Okay. He quickly ran to take a shower. After taking a shower, he didn't care about the broad daylight. He picked up Robin and rushed into the bedroom. Omit 10,000 words later. After talking to Robin about a $1 billion deal, Lorraine lay on the bed refreshed, and Robin slept soundly on his chest. His current physique is much stronger than that of the giants. Robin can't bear it. Feeling the soft touch coming from his chest, Lorraine is a little distraught. Robin has graduated from the D clan early and has crossed the 4 major races of EFGH. Come to the I clan. Lorraine was a feast for the eyes and mouth and couldn't put it down at the same time, but in the end she was still reluctant to disturb the sleeping Robin. He climbed up gently and kissed Robin on the forehead. He went to the balcony and took a look at the sky. The sun was setting in the west. Lorraine was about to make a love dinner for Robin. It had been a long time since he had cooked a big meal for Robin. Since there was everything in the palace, he might as well take this opportunity to cook a big meal for her. He remembered that Robin liked to eat sandwiches and cakes, and drank coffee. After asking for all the ingredients from the temporary butler, he started to get started. He planned to make the cake first, which took the most time. He could put the sandwiches and coffee aside, and cook the other meats he wanted to eat last. Boil the milk and sugar, beat the egg yolks and flour into a paste, then add the boiled milk and continue to cook until it becomes a paste. After it cools down, add the butter and stir like crazy. The cream is ready. The next step is to steam the cake. After working until night, Robin woke up in a daze and saw Lorraine still busy outside. Lorraine. She sat up and shouted softly, and with a swish, Lorraine appeared in front of her. She was not frightened. This kind of thing was too common. What's wrong, baby Robin? What are your orders? What are you busy with? Humph. Of course it's a love dinner. I've prepared a lot of good things. Get up quickly. You can eat it soon. Lorraine pinched Robin's cheek. It felt great. He has loved pinching since he was a child. Good. After hearing this, Robin immediately lifted the quilt and got up to get dressed. Lorraine almost drooled. The two of them were an old married couple. Robin had nothing to be embarrassed about, but Lorraine really couldn't control the alluring scenery. Stay. Baby Robin, do you want me to help you put it on? Hee. No, what bad things are you thinking about again? Robin showed a nice smile and directly rejected Luo Lao Seppi's proposal. Luo Lin sighed bitterly and went out to pour the meat in the pot. Robin smiled very gently. Ever since she was little, Lorraine would never force her to refuse her. She felt extremely lucky to have such a husband. Of course, Lorraine still understands when she wants to refuse but welcomes him back. As Lorraine brought the last dish to the table, Robin also came out after washing up, and lit 2 candles in a serious manner to prepare for a candlelight dinner. The two of them sat side by side, not facing each other like in the TV series. The main point of a candlelight dinner for an old couple is to be cozy. Sitting apart would be too cozy, and it's not like Luffy can sit in the same seat and eat the entire table. Lorraine first showed off the large cream cake she made, cut off a large piece and handed it to Robin. Baby Robin, try this cake I specially made first. Robin took it and took a small bite, his eyes lit up. Well, it's delicious. Lorraine, you should eat it too. Yeah, as expected of me. But don't eat too much, there is still a lot of food. The cake will be eaten as dessert later. I just want you to taste it now. Good. The two fed each other food from time to time, and the atmosphere was indescribably warm. Lorraine gradually lost herself in Robin's praises. Eating was secondary, and taking a bite of Robin from time to time was the main thing. After dinner, the two of them lay on the balcony and watched the stars. The stars here are more beautiful than I have ever seen before. Yeah, because it's a desert city. Lorraine, what are we going to do after we find all the historical documents? Of course we should go back to Kokoja village, then have a bunch of children and take care of ourselves in old age. Well, you can continue traveling around the world if you want. I will accompany you. Don't want a lot of them. I heard that giving birth is very hard. Yes, then you can name as many as you want. The next day, Lorraine was woken up by Cobra. Lorraine was playing the gate of opening in a daze. At this time, it was already 3 strokes in the day. Oh, King Cobra, what's the matter? Something bad has happened. The rebels are here. Mr. Lorraine, didn't you say you have a way to help us quell the rebellion? What should we do now? Before Cobra could speak, Adjutant Bell beside him spoke anxiously. Don't panic. How many people are there on the other side? There are at least 2 million rebels. They are heading towards Albana from 15 kilometers south. Hearing this, Lorraine curled up his lips. 2 million. Where did so many people come from? They were all just shouted out. Whether the entire Albana can accommodate 200,000 people is a problem, but 2 million. I know, the south, right. I'll guard the south, and you can do whatever you want with the other 4 gates. But, Mr. Lorraine, are you alone? Aang, I alone am enough. You go back. The soldiers at the south gate can withdraw. I will get there before the rebels attack the city. Okay, Mr. Lorraine, please. Bell wanted to say something more, but Cobra spoke directly and left with his guards. According to what Lorraine has learned in the past few days, 2 million is impossible. At most, there are 200,000 minus 300,000. If the strength of the 5 gates is divided, even if there are more in the south, the number will be 70,000 or 80,000 at most. They are all a group of cannon fodder, and he alone people are indeed enough. Luffy's hockey that he has practiced for 2 years can kill 50,000 people in an instant on Fishman Island. His hockey that Lorraine has practiced for more than 20 years, coupled with swordsmanship at the level of a great swordsman, isn't it easy to deal with them? Taking a step back, even if there are really 2 million, after being divided into 5 gates, each gate will only have 500,000. No matter how much cannon fodder there is, it will still be cannon fodder. He is still not afraid. In the face of absolute strength, sometimes quantity may not be useful. Baby Robin, I'm going out for a trip. I'll be back soon. Well, be careful. Robin also heard the conversation between Lorraine and the others. Although she was reassured about Lorraine's strength, she still had to give her the necessary advice. Well, don't worry. Come and give me a kiss to encourage me. Lorraine pouted and approached Robin. Robin did not refuse and pecked Lorraine on the lips. Lorraine looked unhappy. It's too perfunctory, it doesn't count. Come back and make up for it. As he said that, he picked up his own soul and jumped out of the window. I don't know when this guy got into the habit of not going through the door. The current residents on the street have been evacuated, or are hiding in their rooms and do not dare to come out. Now there are groups of soldiers hurriedly walking on the street. East, west, south, southeast, southwest. Guard all the city gates for me. We must not let those rebels step into the royal capital of Alba. Yes, Yaka was doing pre-war mobilization loudly. Lorraine glanced at it as he passed by, and strolled all the way to the south gate, but the king's army here did not withdraw. It seemed that Cobra also don't completely believe him. There was nothing he could do about this. At this time, a man who looked like a husband stepped forward. Hello, are you Mr. Lorraine? Aang, it's me. Is something wrong? No, I just want to confirm with you that Captain Bell has given instructions for us to cooperate with you in fighting. I know, I won't need you later, just watch. If you have a speaker, give me one. This is. The captain then turned and left. After a while, the king's army started to move, and only a soldier brought a deck chair. Lorraine looked at the moving king's army without comment. It was obvious that he was just talking about cooperating with him in the battle. Even if he had plans, he probably wouldn't listen to him. But he didn't care. He put the horn on his waist and walked to the front edge of the city gate and sat down. He looked at the flying dust a few kilometers away. Less than 5 minutes after Lorraine sat down, the rebels finally arrived not far from the south gate of the royal capital. Lorraine almost laughed when he saw it. Usopp can also lie to people. Although it looks like a large area of black money claiming to be 2 million, in fact it may be less than 400,000. Of course, there may be some who have not arrived yet. When the rebel army arrived not far outside the royal capital, they began to split up and attack the other gates. There were only about 100,000 people left at the south gate. When the rebel army completed the division of labor, the remaining 100,000 people headed south on the spot. Gate charges. Everyone prepares to defend. We must not let them step into the city gate. The king's army behind him also began to carry out the order to defend. Lorraine didn't bother to pay attention to the people behind him, and stood up and pulled out his soul. One sword style breaking through the sky. A stream of sword energy emitted from the blade, growing larger and larger in midair. When it was close to the ground, it was already over 1,000 meters long. At this time, the rebels also discovered the huge sword energy. They quickly stopped charging. Action. Boom. A huge cloud of dust rose up, and it took a full 2 minutes for it to dissipate. The sword energy struck no more than 20 meters away from the rebel army at the front, cutting out a huge ravine on the ground that was over 1,000 meters long, 2 meters wide, and unknown how many meters deep. Everyone on both sides was stunned. The king's army looked at Lorraine slashing out that sword energy. It seemed like there was a lump in his throat, and he made a ho-ho sound, and was speechless for a long time. The rebels didn't know what was going on and were confused. There were also swordsmen in the rebels, but it was hard to imagine how an attack of that level could be carried out. Just then Lorraine's voice came out. People on the other side, listen, you are surrounded by me. Putting down your weapons and surrendering is your only way out. Otherwise, the next attack will fall on you. Lorraine holds the trumpet in her left hand and holds the soul in her right hand. The picture has an indescribable weird feeling. The rebels also reacted, looking at the figure on the city wall. Did he make that attack just now? Okay, it seems so. How could someone do that? Is he a monster? HMPH. What are you afraid of? We have 2 million troops. We can kill him in one blow. Go ahead. There were also people on the rebel side who were disdainful, but then everyone agreed with his statement and began to rush forward again, but their eyes were fixed on Lorraine. Lorraine shrugged and sent out another slash. This time the rebels saw clearly that the incredible attack was really made by the person above. Danger. Stop it. Help. I don't want to die. The second slash struck at the same position as before, deepening the ravine a little more. The rebels in front wanted to stop, but those behind them had no time to stop, and then many rebels fell into the ditch. I hope he hasn't passed away. After the initial shock, the king's army recovered and gave out a huge cheer. Tai Kula, Mr. Lorraine, it's simply unimaginably powerful, yo-ho. Lorraine was a little upset by the huge cheers. She turned around and shouted angrily. It's so noisy. Shut up. The king's army shut up instantly. Lorraine nodded with satisfaction and turned back. As soon as he turned around, huge cheers erupted from behind, and Lorraine's face darkened. He jumped directly from the city wall. All the king's soldiers were startled and hurried forward to check. They were relieved after seeing Lorraine landing steadily. The rebel army also calmed down after experiencing panic. He jumped down. Don't be intimidated by his strength. There are hundreds of thousands of us here, and we can crush him to death. For our utopia, charge. Yes, for our utopia, defeat the tyrant Cobra. Let us liberate Alabasta. The rebels were furious and launched another charge without fear of death. Lorraine also heard these slogans and sneered. What a bunch of poor people, being manipulated by the Baroque studio. Looking at the rebels getting closer and closer, Lorraine's heart felt calm. Just when the rebels at the front jumped up and slashed at him with a knife, Lorraine narrowed his eyes. The powerful conqueror's domineering force quickly spread out and enveloped the nearly 100,000 rebel troops at the south gate. For a moment, it seemed that the world had lost its color and turned into black and white. The knife that struck Lorraine stopped half a meter in front of his head. Plop. As the first person fell to the ground, the people behind him also fell one after another like dominoes. In the end, only a few hundred people in the rebel army of about 100,000 were still standing. The people who were standing were not having a good time, with cold sweat on their faces. They could only stand with their weapons on the ground, and their legs were trembling. What happened? I almost lost consciousness. What did that guy do? I don't know, he must be a devil. Did he kill hundreds of thousands of us in an instant? The poor guy thought they had hundreds of thousands of people. This is what the authorities and fans are talking about. The king's troops on the city wall were also shocked. Their eyes widened and speechless, and they even forgot to breathe, but they knew that the south gate must be guarded. At this time, Lorraine's voice came again. Do you understand now? No matter how many of you there are, you are no match for me. The reason why you are still alive is because I don't want to kill you, so just stay here. There will be people as strong as me guarding the other doors, and you have no chance. If you dare to cross that ditch, I will kill you. After saying that, Lorraine didn't care what their reaction was, and went back to the city gate. This time, the king's army did not dare to cheer anymore. If they admired Lorraine before, they are afraid of him now. Finally, the king's army commander asked him tremblingly, "Mr. Lorraine, you just said that there are strong men like you in other sects. Is that true?" "Of course, it's a lie. Do you think that a strong man like me is just a cabbage? It's all over the street." The first half of the sentence made the captain look ecstatic, and the second half made him look disgusted. But he didn't dare to say anything. Lorraine ran back directly and gathered a total of more than 300,000 rebels. He killed 1/3 of the rebel army alone, which was enough. It was time to go back to Cobra to read the historical article. Anyway, Luffy and the others should be arriving soon. Let's just eat and watch the show next. At this time, the other gates have not been breached by the rebels, and the city is still relatively peaceful, but it will be hard to say after a while. After all, the number of the king's army is far less than that of the rebel army, and Kosha has gathered all the citizens of Alabasta who are capable of resisting. Lorraine strolled slowly on the street. Now a quiet group, the residents were hiding in their rooms and did not dare to come out, and the king's army was guarding every door. Lorraine was walking on the street. He was in a hurry and hadn't eaten breakfast yet. But now there are no gate of opening in the shops on the street, so he could only do it by himself. As for the south gate, before Lorraine arrived, Princess Vivi planned to stop Kusha from launching a rebellion. However, an undercover agent who fired in advance caused a lot of smoke and dust. The two successfully passed by each other. If not for Kalu's desperate protection, it would have been possible. He had been trampled to death by a camel a long time ago. Then Lorraine came. Kosha was originally among the rebels at the south gate, and he planned to attack from here. He was one of the people who didn't faint after Lorraine released conquerors. After going through the battle between heaven and man in his heart, he decided to continue his dream and fight for his ideal hometown. Then he took the remaining people to other gates. As for what Lorraine said about other gates, there are people like him, then you have to go see it to find out. The members of the Straw Hats also successfully entered Albana at this time, and were scattered in every corner fighting with the cadres of Baroque Studio. I don't know how long it took for Princess Vivi to get up from under Karu with difficulty, and was instantly stunned by the scene in front of her. What happened? Were they all killed? Princess Weiwei was stunned when she saw the rebel army fainting in front of her. After a random check, she breathed a sigh of relief and found that they were all still alive, but she had no time to care about them. Kalu was seriously injured. There are also many rebels in the other gates, and they have already entered the city. You have to cheer up quickly to stop Kosa. At this time, Usopp came on horseback, but Princess Vivi recognized him as Von Clay. Then the two of them staged a chase, and finally Vivi successfully entered the city. At this time, Lorraine was still shopping for $0 on the street. Hearing a sound in the distance behind him. What's going on? Carrying a small bag and eating while walking, I walked towards the place where the noise was coming. After turning a corner, I saw Princess Weiwei who had fallen to the ground and the dying duck Karu. Von Clay was dancing ballet behind him. The corners of Lorraine's mouth twitched. Should I say it or not, this guy is really eye-catching. He's so hard. His fists are so hard. If a good man doesn't do it, what kind of she-male will you be? With a whoosh, she arrived in front of Von Clay and kicked her in the stomach. Poor little Feng Zhang rolled her eyes and was kicked out. But Lorraine didn't hit her hard because he vaguely remembered this guy. It's good people coming. Hey, Princess Vivi, have you had breakfast? Princess Vivi saw it as early as Lorraine took action, and the expression of surprise quickly filled her entire face. Although it was a bit dirty, it should be said that the princess was indeed good-looking. Mr. Lorraine, thank you. Just then Sanji and the two running ducks came. Seeing Von Clay who had fainted on the ground and Lorraine next to Vivi, Sanji pounded the floor angrily. It's too late again. Even if he became Nami's brother when he was a child, now Princess Vivi has been saved by him. What the hell kind of luck does this guy have? Lorraine, Vivi, 3 ducks. That, Sanji. Leave me alone, my broken heart cannot be repaired. Is that so? I also want to say that I have other things to do and I have to leave for a while. Princess Vivi will be left to your protection from now on. Don't worry, leave it to me. In an instant, Sanji stood up, struck a handsome pose, and took a puff of cigarette. As expected of you, Sanji. Although his brain is normal, he is really as good as a boiling sheep when it comes to licking beautiful women. Lorraine waved his hand and left, not caring about what happened to them after that. He was going to deliver breakfast to baby Robin went. Von Clay, who was kicked away by Lorraine after he left, also woke up. What happened just now? I didn't see who did it at all. Sanji glanced at him. Are you the one who can transform into someone else at will? Von Clay. Who are you? Vivi, you go first. Don't you still have to stop the rebellion? Vivi nodded. Then I'll leave this place to you, Sanji. Then he ran away without looking back, and the two ducks took Karu away. Sanji looked at the man in front of him and became furious. Why is such a good ability not mine? The two talked to each other and then started fighting. Lorraine strolled all the way back to the palace. He also saw a lot of rebel troops on the way. He couldn't help but wonder, are these king's troops just for food? I just finished fighting at the south gate and came in. But he didn't care about it. He only had to take a symbolic action to deceive Cobra to quell the rebellion. If he took action again, he would have to pay more. Robin baby, I'm back. Welcome home. You haven't eaten yet. I brought it for you. Lorraine held up the small bag he brought back, which was full of all kinds of food he bought for 0 yuan. After Robin finished breakfast, Lorraine took her all the way up the wall to find Cobra. Door? What door? Real masters never use doors. When the two of them arrived at Cobra, they found that Crocodile was also there, and had already beaten Cobra and nailed him to the wall. Princess Vivi and Adjutant Yaka were also there, and then the two of them got into a fight. Prepare to watch the excitement for a while. Let go of my father. Vivi shouted angrily, and Lao Sha lit the cigar in his mouth in a hurry, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. I have spent so much effort to get to where I am today. Why do you want me to let go of you with just one sentence? Do people nowadays talk without thinking? Father. Cobra raised his head with difficulty and looked at Princess Vivi with eyes full of guilt. I'm sorry, Vivi, I made your hard work go to waste. Lao Sha didn't seem to want to see the two people showing their affection as father and daughter, so he interrupted directly. Hey, father and daughter I haven't seen for a long time, but I don't have time to see you crying, Miss Wednesday. Vivi roared. Don't call me that name. Well, I can promise you this, but I'd better tell you first. I don't intend to let you continue to live. After all, if the kingdom is destroyed, the royal family should also die together. But before that, I have to ask the current king something. That is my ultimate goal. Crocodile came to Cobra, who was nailed to the wall. Where is Pluton? Cobra's originally dull expression suddenly changed drastically, and he opened his eyes wide and questioned Crocodile. How do you fool know about Pluton? Lorraine and Robin, who were squatting on the top, had been looking at each other for a while. Robin asked Lorraine in a low voice. Aren't we going down? Wait. Let me watch for a while. Robin was a little strange but didn't ask much, just listened to him. Crocodile at the bottom explained the power of Pluton, and showed his ambitions after getting Pluton. He was completely unaware of the two people above him. I don't know where you heard that name, but I don't know where it is, or even if it's in this country. I see, I don't think you are telling lies. I am also prepared for this, and I wouldn't be too surprised even if it doesn't exist. At the same time, in the square outside the palace, a group of soldiers were trying their best to rush in to rescue Cobra. But the door was blessed by Crocodile. Logia's ability could not rush in at all. Lao Sha also noticed the situation outside and continued to speak. According to my plan, the rebels will arrive at that square in a while and start fighting with your people, but I have already arranged for people to carry out a powerful bombing over there in half an hour, and everyone will be dead by then. Looking at it from here, it should be very spectacular. At that time, the royal family will also be destroyed. As a national hero, I will naturally become the new king. Continue to realize my ambitions. Ha 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 ha. As he said this, Lao Sha let out his trademark laugh, and the others gritted their teeth, wishing to bite him to death. Lorraine and the two people above felt their scalps numb when they heard it. It was so cruel. Lao Sha was indeed a hero, with brains and means. But he was not very lucky. Okay, the chat is over, Cobra. One last question for you. Where is the historical article? Cobra gritted his teeth and was ready to die without telling him, but he didn't know what he thought of, and he agreed with a curl of his lips. Princess Vivi and Gaga on the side were a little unbelievable. Crocodile laughed. As expected of a wise monarch, he is much more knowledgeable than ordinary people. Just then Yaka drew out his long sword. Sorry, Princess Vivi, I just can't bear it anymore. At this time, Lao Sha also turned his head and found Yaka, who was about to attack him. His eyes instantly became sharp and his body began to gradually become elemental. Yaka rushed forward with a lunge and his body changed into the form of a jackal. Ningya, however, it was useless and passed directly through Crocodile's body. It's useless. Do you want to die for this country? You are so stupid. The courage to die is not enough. Crocodile never stopped taunting him. This guy was indeed a bit irritating, especially the target of the taunt, Yaka, who was even more furious. Without saying a word, he launched another attack on Crocodile. Crocodile only used one move to injure Yaka. Shalon. Crocodile activated one of his fruit abilities, preparing to end Yaka's life. Gaka, Vivi exclaimed. Boom, a burst of dust flew up. Crocodile was a little surprised, because he knew that Shalon exploded after being attacked. I just said that this guy's fruit ability is very poor, and it will cause sandstorms at every turn. Baby Robin, I tell you that you should use more skin care products when you go back later, otherwise it will be very harmful to your skin. A loud sound came, and Crocodile gritted his teeth. He had heard this sound before. It was the fool who kicked him. Others had expressions of surprise. Mr. Lorraine. Vivi and the other three shouted in unison, and the dust gradually dispersed, revealing Lorraine and Robin standing in front of Yaka. Portgas D. Lorraine, why are you here? Are you going to stop me? No, don't get me wrong, I'm just here to see the fun. I'm looking for King Cobra, by the way. He promised to take us to see the historical article. Oh, is that so? Then when we can work together and find the historical article, we can continue our previous cooperation. Crocodile's words frightened the three of Vivi, especially Vivi. She had seen Lorraine's power before. If such people cooperated with Crocodile, then there would really be no hope for this country. Just as she was about to speak, Lorraine interrupted directly as if she knew what she was going to ask. Don't talk nonsense. We have never cooperated with a thief like you. We wanted to see if you had any historical documents before, so we found you in the name of cooperation. Even if you have, we will read it. I'm not going to tell you either. Now we only need to save King Cobra and go directly to see you. You are no longer useful and you are still cooperating. What a waste. Crocodile was so angry that he almost choked at Lorraine's words. The people next to him felt very happy when they saw Crocodile deflated. At this time, Lorraine continued to speak. Princess Vivi has a pretty good relationship with Nami. Although she is not cute at all, she calls me big brother. You can't touch her friends. In short, it's nothing for you to do here, you can leave. As he spoke, he slapped himself in front of his eyes with a touching gesture. Asshole, Sha Lan. Lorraine calmly drew out the knife and chopped it down at will. Sha Lan dissipated. Crocodile saw this and his lower body turned into sand and flew towards Lorraine. Careful, Mr. Lorraine. Our attack will not work. Calm down. Lorraine slashed a sword energy directly at Lao Sha. Unlike what others imagined, Crocodile actually dodged in a hurry. You must know that he had never dodged previous attacks. Lorraine, who missed the hit, did not relax and jumped up to Crocodile's side. Crocodile reacted and hooked directly towards Lorraine with the hook of his left hand. Chang, bump. The hook was blocked by Lorraine and he was given a kick at the same time. This guy relied too much on his fruit ability and his physical skills were as bad as shit. It hit Vivi with a loud bang. Vivi and the other three sighed. So strong. Crocodile did not faint after being hit by Lorraine, but endured the severe pain and got up. At the same time, he also knew in his heart that he was no match for Lorraine. Looking at Princess Vivi right in front of me, I suddenly felt angry and jealous. I stretched out my hook directly towards Princess Vivi. Vivi, Princess Vivi, Cobra and Gakar shouted at the same time. Vivi looked horrified, and Lorraine turned cold. The big boss originally planned to leave it to Luffy, but now he may break the promise. He has a way to stop it, that is, he may kill Crocodile directly. He rushed to Crocodile at extreme speed, and with Lorraine's confused expression, an arm grew out of Crocodile's neck. It was white, tender, and quite beautiful. Snapped. A big dick was thrown on Lao Sha's face. He was knocked upside down. Lorraine stopped and looked at Robin. Robin crossed his arms and gave him a bright smile. Lorraine almost couldn't bear it. Become Sanji on the spot. Mom, I saw a fairy. Then he kicked Crocodile out of the palace with a kick. He couldn't recover from this kick for half an hour. That's it, let's call it a day. Lorraine clapped her hands, walked back to Cobra and put him down from the wall. Vivi and Yaka also came to Cobra. King Cobra, can you take us to see the historical article now? Of course, but I have some things to explain. While Princess Vivi and the king and others were discussing the next thing, Kosha also panted and came to the palace. When he saw Lorraine, he was a little excited. He pulled out the knife and tried his best. Is it you, the guy who killed 500,000 of us at the South Gate? Hearing this, Robin was surprised. 500,000 people. Lorraine killed so many people. She was not doubting whether Lorraine had this ability, but was surprised how Lorraine could kill so many people, even though he had only hunted Marine before. Killed some of them. Lorraine's face darkened. Hey, don't talk nonsense. I just let them sleep for a while. At this time Vivi also stood up and explained for Lorraine. It's true, the rebels just fainted. I can prove it. Ko Sha was stunned. He was in a hurry to fight and did not carefully check whether the fainted rebels were dead. Then Vivi communicated with Kosha and Cobra for a long time. After knowing everything, Kosha decided to surrender, and immediately said that he was going to let everyone know that the square was about to explode and let them evacuate quickly. She was stopped by Vivi. She was afraid that if the news spread, it would cause panic, and a war would be inevitable due to suspicion between the armies of both sides. The final decision was for Vivi and Kosha to first persuade the rebels to surrender, and then go to the square to stop the explosion. This way they would not cause panic and the war could be avoided. The division of labor was clear. As long as the rebellion succeeded, the rebellion would stop and the country would peace will be restored. Cobra, on the other hand, took Lorraine and the two to read the historical article. He, the king, was injured and could not help, so he could only take Lorraine and the two to read the historical article. Soon everyone left the palace gate and went to do what they should do. But quelling the rebellion was not as simple as they thought, because there were bad people among the masses. Both armies had Crocodile's undercover agents. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to start a rebellion based on Kusha's relationship with the royal family. At this time, Crocodile, who was kicked out by Lorraine, also woke up and slowly stood up from the pit. This is the importance of finishing the last hit. Just when Vivi and Kosha were about to convince the rebels, the undercover asked Kosha to eat some peanuts. Kosha fell to the ground, and Crocodile also used his ability to blow up wind and sand to block the sight of both parties. The staff of Baroque Studio took the opportunity to shoot and kill the rebels. The rebels who did not know the truth directly fought back, and the battle broke out. Princess Vivi was sitting on the wall of the palace, crying helplessly. At this time, Lao Sha came to her side. The villain's classic taunt started. Vivi also understood at this time that even if the war had broken out, the casualties could still be reduced as long as the explosion was prevented, but she had no chance. Crocodile grabbed her by the neck, taunted her and threw her off the tower. Crocodile, Luffy, Straw Hat. In Princess Vivi's despair, Luffy carried a large jar of water on his back and flew to the palace on Bell at this time. He saw Vivi falling and rescued her. Crocodile gritted his teeth. Watching Luffy fall from the sky and squeeze out a few words through his teeth, the rest of the Straw Hats also gathered below the palace. Luffy said that Crocodile was left to him to solve, because he had already lost to him once before, and he would not lose again this time. Let Vivi and her friends end everything that is happening outside. The friends also believed in Luffy unconditionally and immediately went to look for the location of the bombardment. Luffy jumped onto the palace tower and punched Crocodile with his fist. As soon as Crocodile showed a disdainful smile, he was punched hard in the face, and his whole body flew out and fell to the ground. You can't turn into sand as long as you encounter water, Crocodile. Stand up and keep fighting. Facing Luffy's provocation, he first let out a low laugh, and then his laughter gradually became arrogant. You want to defeat me? Of course, I'm just here to knock you away. You can't turn into sand anyway. Well, it's true that your observation skills are excellent, but even so, there is still an irreparable gap between us. Lousy as Shichibukai. So what, I still have Yabukai. As he spoke, he fired a rubber pistol, but Crocodile dodged it and grabbed his arm, sucking all the water out of his hand. Luffy was so frightened that he quickly took a drink of water before he recovered. Luffy relied on his clever ideas to gain the upper hand at first, but this was like a huge insult to Crocodile. After being sent flying by Luffy's heavy rubber rockets, Crocodile knocked down a building. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and turned everything around him into sand. Luffy barely managed to grab the edge of the tower and did not fall into the sea of sand. However, Crocodile grabbed his neck and Luffy spat at him several times without hitting him. Crocodile no longer held back, and directly sucked him into a mummy. He threw Luffy off the tower, mocked him a few times as usual, and after identifying the direction, he rushed towards the tomb of the royal family. Even now, he is still interested in this article of history. I never forget it. It doesn't matter whether I can beat him or not, he is quite stubborn. The mummy Luffy was lying on the ground, and the large globs of water he had spit out just happened to fall back on him, and he was instantly resurrected with full health. I have to admire the power of the protagonist's halo. Ah, what a danger. I thought I was dead. Crocodile disappeared. He ran over there. Luffy stood up and chased over there. This guy seemed to be the toughest. At this time, Lorraine, Robin, and Cobra had arrived at the burial hall of the tomb of the royal family. I've been here before. I couldn't find it. Cobra. I knew it. Ah, of course Mr. Lorraine, of course such a historical document will not be placed outside. Only kings of all ages know its location. The ones in other places are just randomly placed. Cobra. I don't want to talk to you. Robin covered his mouth and snickered. Lorraine was usually quite irritating when chatting with others. Mr. Lorraine, my hand is injured now. Please turn the statue over there counterclockwise. Oh well. As the statue rotated, a basement entrance appeared in front of the three people. Several people walked down slowly. The historical text is deep underground. Let's go down. Lorraine took the lead and left immediately. Before I met you, I thought no one in the world could understand history, but I didn't expect that the two people who made the whole world talk about it 20 years ago would actually appear in front of me. Cobra said as he walked. He already knew the names of Lorraine and the two. There are many things you didn't expect. Yes, even I still don't understand a lot of things. The three of them came to the bottom of the funeral hall. Lorraine looked around. It looked like a place for sacrifices, and there was no historical text at all. The historical text is behind that door. Crunchy. With a toothache-inducing sound, the door was opened, and a historical article appeared in front of the three of them. It's really here. Robin showed a happy expression, picked up Lorraine, kissed her, then walked forward and started reading this historical article. Lorraine took a sip of fragrance. Cobra silently took 2 steps to the side. Is there anything you want to see up there? Why are you asking me? Baby Robin is the scholar, and I can't understand. Cobra. I shouldn't have asked. Soon Robin finished reading the historical article and turned to ask Cobra. Is there nothing else? Are these the secrets of this country? Isn't there anything you want to see? There is nothing we can do about it. This is the only historical article in our kingdom. If there are others, I will definitely take you to see them. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I just want to know the real history. Let's go. Okay. Lorraine was staring intently at the reliefs on the wall. In his eyes, the reliefs were more beautiful than the tadpole text. When Robin said he wanted to leave, he immediately agreed. Wait a moment. Cobra seemed to have an opinion. What's wrong? You should at least be considerate to me, old man. I was injured and bled a lot, and I walked so much. I should rest more. Lorraine looked at Robin, who nodded in agreement. There was nothing else to do when he went back now anyway. Okay, let's rest for a while. King Cobra, you need to exercise more. The queen is not even like this. Cobra. Veins popped up on his forehead and he didn't say anything. Robin pursed his lips and pulled Lorraine, telling him to stop talking, in case he got angry. Lorraine glanced outside during the break, and he felt something. The breath of a beast. Sure enough, When the three of them had rested for about 10 minutes, there was a sound of footsteps outside, and when they looked up, it was Crocodile who came. It's indeed a state secret. If you don't know the agency, it's really impossible to find it. Crocodile. Cobra looked at Crocodile in disbelief as he walked in slowly. Lorraine also glanced at it, already expecting it. You still dare to come? Are you really not afraid of death? What are you afraid of? There is no conflict of interest between us. There is no reason to take action. After all, in the past 20 years, you have not even killed a few Marines who were chasing you. Crocodile walked to the history article and stared at the tadpole article above. Is this a historical article? I really can't understand it. In fact, Crocodile had already arrived for a while. The purpose of coming here was just to try his luck and see if the three of them would tell them where Pluton was, but he showed up without telling them. Well, forget it. This country will fall into my hands sooner or later anyway. I can find Pluton even without relying on historical documents. Lorraine looked at him like he was strolling in his back garden and almost couldn't help but chop him. I advise you to restrain yourself. If you are so arrogant, I might actually take action. Ha 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 ha, you won't tell me anything recorded in history anyway. There is no point in staying here. In a few minutes, this country will belong to me. As for you, Cobra, although I can't kill you now but in the end you will only be a lost dog and will never be the king of this country again. Ha 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 ha. It was the villain's classic taunt again. Lorraine was tired of hearing it. Could you please change it? After saying that, he turned and walked outside. At the same time, Luffy also came here along the entrance of the basement. As soon as Crocodile walked out of the door of the history room, he met Luffy who came through the wall. I'm catching up with you. Crocodile. Straw Hat. It's you again. Why can you still stand up? How many times do you have to be killed by me before you give up? I will definitely beat you away. Take back what you took away. The Lorraine people inside also heard the voices of two people. They walked out of the room where the historical documents were stored one after another. Hey, Luffy, Aang, Lorraine, why are you here? Wait for me. I will tell you after I defeat this crocodile. Luffy was a little surprised to see Lorraine again, but he still focused on Crocodile in front of him. Do you need help? I was afraid you wouldn't want to, but I couldn't bear to do anything to him before. This is the best. This is my battle, just watch from the sidelines. Don't take action. Oh, come on. Lorraine agreed and pulled Robin to the side. Luffy muttered something to Crocodile before rushing towards him. No matter how excited you are. If you don't need that person's help and don't bring water. It's just a fantasy to beat me. Bang. With Crocodile's confident expression, Luffy's big feet were printed directly on his 43-yard face, and then he flew out and hit a wall. What's going on? You can hit me without water. Just when Crocodile was stunned, Luffy rushed forward and punched him in the face with his fist. He flew backwards and hit the same wall again. Hey. From the rainforest to the palace to this underground palace, the people who survived after being sent to hell twice by me actually dared to refuse help from others and challenge me. As he spoke, he slowly removed the outer metal shell from the hook on his left hand, revealing the poisonous hook inside. Then let's make a good end. This time you won't have another chance to live. Luffy also took a stance and was ready. The two of them were going back and forth, and of course Crocodile was beaten most of the time. Apart from his hook occasionally grazing Luffy, he never touched Luffy at all. Look, baby Robin, now you know the importance of physical skills. Old Shayna, you idiot, can't beat Luffy. I have such good intentions and you don't want to learn. I don't want to teach other people who want to learn. Lorraine watched the fight between the two and took the opportunity to go crazy on CPU Robin, with a small expression that showed a little grievance, but Robin did not accept this at all. Yada. That's so rude. I still have you. You are so powerful and I just need you to protect me. When Lorraine heard this, her invisible tail straightened up. It felt so good to be relied on by her wife. If you don't want to learn, don't learn. Robin's reverse CPU was successful. On the other side, Lao Sha has been unable to hit Luffy, and the poison will not kill him for a while. He seems to be a little anxious. This country probably doesn't have what you want. What's the point of giving up your life for irrelevant people? How can there be idiots like you in the world? Luffy was so poisoned that he was dizzy. But in terms of talking nonsense, Who did Wong Luffy conquer? You know what the heck? Vivi says she doesn't want anyone to die, but she always wants to give up her own life to save others. She is my partner, and we don't want her to die. As long as she doesn't give up on this country, we won't stop fighting. It doesn't matter if you die. Even if you die, there is nothing you can do about it. Lao Sha was a little stunned when he heard what he said. He couldn't understand it. In his eyes, partners are existences that can be abandoned at any time, and Cobra's eyes widened. In the end, Luffy was so poisoned that he lay on the ground in a daze. Lao Sha began to proudly show off his plan again, saying that even if the bombardment was prevented, it would be useless, the bomb would still explode. Everyone would still die. How despicable. Crocodile. Huh, I thought you would praise me for my thoughtfulness. Isn't the so-called war about considering the worst-case scenario? I have prepared for the worst from the beginning. Lorraine, are you really not going to do anything? He looks so angry. Now even Robin thinks this guy is too much. No need. Luffy hasn't lost yet, he won't be proud for long. Lorraine also wants to take action, but Luffy has not lost his fighting power yet. If he takes action, this little brother will definitely be angry. However, after waiting for a long time, the explosion Crocodile expected did not come. Bell on the ground sacrificed himself to bring the bomb into the sky. You can't defeat me. I want to be a one-piece man. Luffy struggled to his feet and roared. Ha ha ha, you are really naive. As long as you have a little understanding of this sea, you will not say this easily. Crocodile also rushed towards Luffy, and after one move, Crocodile's poisonous hook was interrupted. No matter how much I know, I still want to be one piece. Another 2 punches from Bang Bang. Why do you have to stand up, you little brat who came out of nowhere? Go to hell. Who do you think Lousy is? Crocodile protruded a dagger from his broken hook and stabbed Luffy. Luffy lowered his head to avoid and kicked him into the sky. Go to hell. Sandstorm. The entire underground palace was completely destroyed. Lorraine was holding Robin in her arms and dodging nimbly. Luffy looked at Crocodile on the ceiling, took a deep breath and jumped into the air to launch his ultimate move. Rubber machine gun. The force was so great that the entire underground shook, the rocks kept breaking, and the buildings on the ground were also shaking. In the end, the ceiling of the entire basement was penetrated, and Crocodile was knocked into the sky and fainted. The King's army and the rebel army on the ground were still fighting in the dust, but as Crocodile fainted, his fruit power also disappeared. It started to rain in the sky. The rain dispersed the sand and dust on the ground. The 2 armies that were still fighting slowly felt the dripping rain and stopped fighting. The square also became quiet. Please don't continue this meaningless fight. Princess Vivi's voice spread to every corner of the square. At this moment, both the rebel army and the King's army heard Vivi's voice. It's Princess Vivi's voice. Princess Vivi, didn't she already run away? How could it be? Everyone was surprised, looking for the direction from which the sound came, and finally looked at the figure on the clock tower. At the same time, Crocodile, who was punched into the sky by Luffy, also fell down and fell into the crowd. The huge noise was particularly prominent in the square at this moment, and everyone followed the sound. Huh, it's Mr. Crocodile. Why is Mr. Crocodile here? What happened? A group of people gathered around Crocodile who fainted and asked questions. You idiots, you even call him Mr. Crocodile. Let me tell you what good things he has done. The mummified Usopp was furious when he heard their conversation. He dragged his bloated body and walked angrily over there, but was grabbed by Sanji. Hey, wait, it's better to leave this matter to Vivi. Hearing this, Usopp also calmed down, and the group looked up at the same time, only to see Princess Vivi with tears in her eyes. From this moment on, rain like this will fall on every inch of this country normally. The devil has been defeated. This country's nightmare is over. Sanji and others below smiled, which was recognition of their partners. As a princess of a country, Vivi is stronger than any other princess. In the underground temple, Luffy was lying on his back and smiling happily. Because he defeated Crocodile and fulfilled the expectations of his friends. Lorraine squatted next to him. Hey, let me tell you, how can you still laugh when you are hurt like this? Aang, I can't die anyway, I'll leave it to you next. He. Then he tilted his head and fell asleep. Lorraine poked him and there was no response, then pulled his cheek and stretched it. Looks like he's really dizzy. Robin pinched his ears helplessly. You're still in the mood to play after being injured so badly. Come on up. Wrong, wrong. Come up now. Lorraine had a flattering expression on his face, which made Cobra sneer. To be honest, he really wasn't worried. Luffy's vitality was not even comparable to that of Luffy, and he basically wouldn't have died if he hadn't been dismembered on the spot. On the ground. The nightmare is over. Are you kidding me? That's right, how can we say it's over? We saw the King's army attacking Narohara with our own eyes. How do you explain what the King's army did on this land? Yes, Mr. Kosha was almost killed by you. How should you account for those who fell in this war? The rebel army's anger, which had subsided slightly because of the rain, was once again ignited, and they once again raised their weapons and aimed at the King's army. King's troops, put down your weapons and don't resist. Yaka's voice came, and all eyes focused on it again. Ah, what's going on? There are rebels. You should also put down your weapons. Cough, cough, cough. An old man with wild hair came to the center of the square carrying a child. It's the perverted uncle from Whiskey Hill. Team leader. The visitor was none other than Ikaram, the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's escort team. She did not respond to the calls of her subordinates, but looked at the little boy in her arms. Hey, can you still speak? He was a little boy who was attacked by the King's army in Narohara. At this time, other people also noticed the little boy in his arms and revealed the identity of the little boy. The little boy in his arms raised his head with difficulty and slowly squeezed out a few words from his throat. No, there was someone else who attacked me. I saw with my own eyes that it was Mr. 2 from Baroque Studio who turned into a king. That's right, this war, including everything that happened in this country, was planned from the beginning. Kosha also opened his mouth to explain. Just when Kosha was explaining the evil deeds of Baroque Studio to everyone, Lorraine had already carried Luffy and Cobra back to the ground. Baby Robin can't do this kind of rough work. Princess Vivi had also run down from the bell tower at this time. When she saw that Nami and others had left, she quickly ran after her. On the other side, Nami and others discovered that the truth of the matter had begun to surface and quietly slipped away. Luffy didn't know what happened to him, so they had to go find it. Then they met Lorraine and the others who were walking in the other direction. Encounter by chance. That's Lorraine. Zoro, who has sharp eyes, was the first to see Lorraine and others walking in the distance. Hey, it's you. I brought Luffy back to you, he said and gently placed Luffy on the side of the road. Zoro was about to say something when a figure jumped out from him. He punched Lorraine. Asshole, why don't you come and help us while you are here? Do you know what kind of suffering I have gone through? You are obviously so strong. Why don't you take action? Lorraine spoke while dodging Nami's fist. Hey, why do you attack as soon as you come up? You're still so unlovable. Although I don't know what's going on, please stop now. Things are not what you think. Cobra saw Nami's crazy attack on Lorraine and couldn't help but stop him. He knew that the two parties knew each other, but there might be a misunderstanding. After hearing this, Nami actually stopped. It wasn't that she didn't want to hit her, but she was really tired. She turned around and threw herself into Robin's arms and started crying, while accusing Lorraine of her crimes. Sister Robin, I miss you so much after not seeing you for 10 years. Uncle Lorraine is too much. He didn't even bring you back to see me. You bullied me when we met 2 days ago. You won't come to help me today. I feel so hurt. Woo. Lorraine had a dark look on her face, and Robin gently patted Nami on the back. Yeah, it's all his fault. When you recover and hit him, I won't stop you. When Sanji saw Nami throwing herself into the arms of such a gentle beauty like Robin, Sanji's eyes, which had turned into heart-shaped hearts, brightened even more. He was about to move forward, but Lorraine pushed him back. Cobra coughed and continued to speak. You should be the pirates who sent Vivi back to each other. Thank you for everything you have done for this country. Although I don't know what your relationship is with Mr. Lorraine, in fact Mr. Lorraine has also helped us a lot. Father, everyone is here. Vivi also chased after her from a distance. Sanji's eyes bulged when she heard this. Father, are you Vivi-chan's father? You are the king. All eyes then turned to Cobra. Ah, yes. Although I don't know what your relationship is with Mr. Lorraine, he has also experienced battles that you can't imagine. Huh, how is that possible? This guy doesn't look injured at all. Nami raised her head from Robin's arms and said, well, that's it. The number of rebels who originally re-entered Albana was far more than this number. It was Mr. Lorraine who blocked 100,000 rebels at the South Gate by himself. He wanted to kill him in Crocodile. It was he who blocked Crocodile when Vivi was there. So please don't misunderstand him. Real or fake, how is it possible? 100,000 people. Nami had an expression of disbelief on her face, and her eyes lost all anxiety. Is it really possible for people to do this kind of thing? It's true. Kosha and I were at the South Gate at that time. I don't know who did it, but later Kosha said it was Mr. Lorraine. He saw it with his own eyes. Vivi also stood up and proved it to Lorraine, and only then did a group of people believe this fact. Is that so? You are indeed very strong. You are worthy of being Luffy's friend. Friends of monsters should also be monsters. I am becoming more and more interested in surpassing you. Zoro found a corner and sat down, showing a cold smile. Nami felt a little embarrassed that she had misunderstood, but she didn't dare to speak, looking coy. Seeing her like this, Lorraine couldn't help but want to tease her, covering her chest with a painful expression. That's right, that's 100,000 people. Although I'm okay on the surface, I've actually suffered serious internal injuries and may be about to die. Hey, are you about to die? Doctor, come on, doctor. Oh, I am the doctor. Chopper looked horrified and wanted to show him on the spot. Nami was also a little scared, tears welling up in his eyes. Did he really suffer serious internal injuries after blocking 100,000 people? Only Robin rolled his eyes in a good way, and then an arm grew on Lorraine's shoulder and pinched his ears. No nonsense. I was wrong, Robin. I'm fine, I lied to you. After hearing this, Nami, who was originally full of worry, immediately turned into a violent state. The rest of the people also had black lines on their faces. When I get better, I will definitely give you internal injuries. Okay, you all have suffered a lot of injuries now. Come back with me and bandage them. Cobra suggested that everyone take care of the wounds first, but no one agreed. Compared to this, you'd better go to the square quickly. Yes, this country has finally regained its vitality. It wouldn't be perfect without the speeches delivered by the king and princess, right? But everyone, Sanji lit a cigarette. Nothing to worry about. We are pirates and we don't want to have anything to do with any country. Chopper, I'm hungry. I want to eat. Nami, I'm so tired, I want to go back and take a nap first. Looking at everyone, Princess Vivi smiled and nodded, and she and Cobra turned around and walked towards the square. After the two figures completely disappeared around the corner, the group could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. Lorraine quickly stepped forward to check. It's okay, I'm just tired. It's not a big problem. Let's move them to a place without rain first. If the wound is soaked in water, it will be troublesome. Yeah, you risk your life for your companion's wishes, and you won't let Princess Weiwei worry even when you are exhausted. Nami's compatriots are very trustworthy. Yeah, I think so too. Hehehehe. The other side. After Kosha's explanation, everyone in the square understood that the culprit of all this was Crocodile. Of course, some people did not want to believe it, but these people also believed it with the arrival of Dasky. Because she brought news that Marine had just seized a Baroque studio ship, which was full of dancing fans. Then he publicly announced in the name of Marine headquarters that he would be stripped of his title of 7 Warlords of the Sea, and all members of Crocodile and his studio would be arrested. Kosha was seriously injured and felt full of remorse. Vivi stood beside him and didn't know how to comfort him. Cobra stood up. You should regret it or want to make up for it if you know you have done something wrong. No matter what, the war has happened and is over. What has happened cannot be changed. Now that the war is over, end it all and live a good life. Everyone was shocked by Cobra's speech. They all knew that Cobra's words meant that he had forgiven them. The king's mind is beyond our reach. Yaka sighed as he wiped the tears from his eyes. On the other side, Lorraine had moved Luffy and others to a place where there was no rain, and was looking outside. The rain is so heavy. I don't know when it will stop. Yes, after all, it has not rained for 3 years. It is normal for it to rain for a longer time. While taking shelter from the rain, Dusky passed by with a group of Marines. When he saw the sleeping Luffy and others, Marine immediately said that he would take them back. Before Dusky could say anything, Lorraine spoke. No, I won't let you take Luffy with them. Don't worry, we won't do anything, but we are definitely not afraid of your strength. I will definitely defeat you next time I see you. I will snatch the famous sword from your hand. Dusky also said that she would not take action, but she would not let Lorraine and the others go next time. As a woman who carries a famous sword illustration with her, she had long recognized Lorraine's supreme sharp knife and was thinking about it. Lorraine shrugged and said as long as you are happy, and after saying harsh words, Dusky left with Marine. I don't know how long it took, but the rain stopped. Lorraine was still thinking about where to take Luffy and others. He couldn't move so many people. I was having a headache, but someone came from the palace and took Luffy, Lorraine and others to the palace. They said they didn't see Luffy and others when they returned to the palace, so they sent someone out to look for them, but it turned out that they were still where they were. The group slept for a whole day, but Luffy slept for 3 days before waking up. As soon as he woke up, he saw his friends having a fight. Lorraine and Robin were also there, and they were feeding each other breakfast. Luffy happened to be hungry too. He stretched out his hand and took a sandwich from Lorraine's table. Lorraine's eyes widened and he was next to Luffy with a swish sound and a chestnut hit him on the head. It hurts. Lorraine, why did you hit me? Lorraine. You have the nerve to ask. If you want to take meat, you dare to take baby Robin's favorite sandwich. Who asked you to steal my food? Hey Luffy, you mean it hurts? Aren't you rubber? Why does it hurt? I don't know, Lorraine's fist hurts just as much as Grandpa's. Bang, was hurt again. I told you he is domineering. It hurts, it hurts. That's nonsense, you obviously never said that. Didn't you say that? Then I wrongly blamed you. Ha 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 ha. Robin laughed like a silver bell on the side. At this time, Zoro also came back from outside. Chopper immediately jumped in front of him. Did you go to training again? Didn't I tell you not to move around now? That's my business. Zoro replied with a cold expression, and then walked straight towards Lorraine. I felt the power you showed me, and I used it to cut through steel. It's just that I can't control that power as I want now. So I want to ask you to teach me. Zoro said and bowed deeply. Lorraine smiled at Zoro's request. Didn't I already tell you that I will teach you when I have time? Why are you so urgent? Is it for your own ambition or for something else? Lorraine's words attracted the attention of other people in the room. Facing so many looks, Zoro did not panic and spoke his thoughts frankly. All of them. If I hadn't felt the new power this time, I wouldn't have been able to defeat the guy who could turn into steel. If I couldn't control that power at will, I wouldn't have been able to become stronger. How could this be worthy of the title? This is the crew of One Piece. Okay, I'm very ambitious. As I said, I will teach you when I have time. But be mentally prepared. It is very hard to practice domineering. It may be life-threatening. I wish I could have it. How can I get powerful power without paying a price? Zoro grinned. No matter how hard he trained, he could persevere. He was afraid that the training intensity was not strong enough. Luffy also expressed that he wanted to learn together. Anyway, he was interested in dangerous things. The people next to them saw the two playing riddles for a long time, and now they finally understood that what they were talking about was domineering. When they heard that their lives would be in danger, both Usopp and Chopper showed frightened expressions. Will he die? It's too scary. Otherwise we don't have to learn it. Anyway, if Luffy, Zoro and others know how, they can protect us enough. That's right. The two of them sang together, obviously not wanting to learn. Robin, is this true? Nami asked Robin with a cry-like expression. In her opinion, Robin, who had been with Lorraine since childhood, must also know. Yeah, it's true. I almost died countless times when I was learning. This was half true and half false. Robin didn't want to learn it at first, but later he couldn't stand Lorraine and started practicing every day. The armed color is better, but the hearing color is worse. Everything in the world has its own unique aura, and any object will cause a change in the aura before making the next move. In addition to what you can feel innately, if you want to practice the basic hegemony of knowledge and knowledge, you must carefully feel the changes in these auras and make predictions in advance. This process cannot be seen by looking. On the contrary, the eyes will only become a distraction. This requires beginners to cover their eyes, and then let another person carry out sneak attacks from different directions until the practitioner can feel the changes in the breath and predict to avoid it. Robin was talking about the sneak attack. Lorraine must be reluctant to hit Robin, and would stop every time when he was about to hit him. Of course it would have been more dangerous if Lorraine had not stopped, so Robin said there was nothing wrong with almost dying countless times, but it only scared Nami, Usopp and Chopper. Lorraine has known Robin's evil thoughts for so many years and cooperated with her to scare them. How can you get powerful power without paying a price? You all have to learn. It's not okay to ask others to save you every time. Don't worry, I won't let you die easily. No, don't. I won't learn. I'm still young and so cute. I don't want to die yet. Me too. The three people lying on the ground looked very decadent, as if they were about to die. Ha ha ha, it's fun. Luffy looked at the three of them and laughed heartlessly, earning unanimous condemnation from the three of them. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a man who looked like Ikaram came in pushing a cart of fruit. I heard that Mr. Captain is awake and the banquet is still being prepared. We need to wait a little longer. Yo, Uncle Curly Hair, you are still alive. Luffy greeted him warmly, while Zoro had a horrified expression on his face. You really have a special hobby. That's not it. This is Miss Durakoda, Ikaram's wife, and also the head chef in the palace. Vivi saw that the two had misunderstood and quickly explained it to her. Princess Vivi and my husband are really grateful for your care. Are you kidding me? There must be a limit to the appearance of husband and wife. Are these really not the same person? Zoro turned around and complained with black lines on his head, and then saw the guard pushing a cart of fruits to Luffy's side. Lorraine quickly touched a few and returned to Robin. I heard from the princess that you guys are very good at eating, so let's eat some fruit to fill your stomach first. As soon as Dilicoda finished speaking, Luffy showed an expression of realization. Okay, I get it now. Then Luffy opened his mouth wide and swallowed all the fruit in one bite, but his stomach didn't change at all. Lorraine was stunned. Can anyone really eat so much in one bite? Although he has a large appetite, he can't digest it so fast, unless I pay it back with my life. Zoro-Sanji. Hey, are you doing any tricks? Luffy didn't care at all about his friend's complaints, but continued to ask Dilicoda. Auntie, when will dinner be served? I need to eat for 3 days. Zoro slashed Luffy's neck with a knife. You just ate a whole car. Ha ha ha, it is really delicious. But please eat it with an open belly. I have been a chef in the palace for 30 years and I will never lose. ... The banquet started quickly, because everyone ate in a hurry because Luffy was there, otherwise the food would probably be taken away by him in the next moment. Luffy sat in the middle and ate so much that his cheeks turned into balls. He kept grabbing food from the plates of his friends, sometimes grabbing Zoro's meat and sometimes picking up Usopp's lobster. Only Lorraine and Robin were here. He can't get it. He refused to admit it when he was caught, and was punched by Nami because he sprayed rice particles while eating. Of course, the friends were not completely helpless against him. Usopp's chili sauce was so spicy that they burst into flames on the spot, and everyone burst into laughter. Even Princess Vivi laughed heartily. The appearance of a group of people eating was so shameless that the guards were shocked. Because even their princess was like this. In the end, the guards themselves laughed heartily. Robin was the most aristocratic person on the whole table, very elegant. As for Lorraine, his food was not much better than Luffy's. ... After dinner, everyone rested for a while and then went to the bathhouse to take a bath together. Chopper and the others didn't stop playing around in the bathhouse, so Luffy was rare for a serious moment. Hey, Lorraine, come be my partner. Well, that's not possible. What should I do with baby Robin? I don't want to be separated from her. Of course we are together too. Are you an idiot? Lorraine, how do you have the confidence to say this? But I feel very happy. Luffy has a very strong personality. Why don't we cooperate and sail with you, but we won't go to the Mary. In return, I will teach you domineering. Even though I don't understand what it is, let's go sailing together. I agreed. Ha 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 ha. At this time, Sanji quietly touched Ikarim and asked him, "Hey, where is the women's bathroom?" Hearing this, Ikarim's expression instantly became fierce. "Are you an idiot? How could I tell you? Her Royal Highness is still over there. Right next to this wall." Cobra pointed to a wall next to him. "Your Majesty the King." Sanji, Usopp and others praised Cobra and walked towards the wall, ready to lie down on the wall. Even Cobra himself went there. What a beast. Zoro was the only one taking a bath quietly. Lorraine's eyes widened. Forget about others. Baby Robin is still next door. Boom bang bang bang. Ah, it hurts. Who? So many stars. A group of people were knocked dizzy by Lorraine's blows one by one. Peeping is ungentlemanly. Lorraine stood by the wall and said to a few people, and then he lay down on it himself. "You didn't let us see why you got down on it. Are you a gentleman like this?" Sanji was already angry because he couldn't see the beautiful woman bathing, but he was even more angry when Lorraine got on top of her. "I never said I was a gentleman. My wife is over there, let me see what's going on. How can it be repaired? Do you want to fight? Calm down, Sanji. You can't beat him. Be careful, he beats us up too. You don't want to be targeted when you practice domineering in the future." Usopp and Chopper quickly stopped him and tried to persuade him with nice words, but they finally stopped him. In the women's bathroom, Robin or a towel was sitting by the sink. Vivi and Nami were rubbing each other's backs. They heard the movement next door and looked over there, and then saw Lorraine lying on the wall. "Mr. Lorraine, what are you doing?" Vivi's face turned red, Nami's fist hardened, and Robin showed a kind smile. "Then what? Don't get me wrong. Those guys tried to take a peek just now, but I pushed them back." Nami was wrapped in a bath towel and gritted her teeth and said to Lorraine, "Then you climbed up and took a peek. Sister Robin, please beat him." "Okay." Robin held his chin with one hand and waved his other small hand, and arms grew on Lorraine's shoulders and then directly grabbed his ears. "Oh, it hurts. Baby Robin, I know I was wrong." Robin showed no mercy this time. He peeked at other girls in front of her. How could she let him go so easily? With a bang, Lorraine fell back, rubbing her ears with a distressed expression on her face. Sanji and the others were very happy to see Lorraine deflated. "Ah ha ha ha, you guys have been taught a lesson. It's so satisfying." "That's right." However, Lorraine's next words made him explode on the spot, making him want to tear him apart. "Hey, even though her ears are hurting, Nami has really grown up. She has a really good figure." "Yes, Princess Vivi has a good figure too." "Nah, you, forget it. Believe it or not, I will kick you until you lose your memory." Usopp and Chopper quickly stopped him with tears in their eyes. "Sanji, don't be impulsive, Lorraine will beat us all up." "Lorraine, baby, I can't cure you." In fact, 2 of the 3 people just now had their backs to him and were all wrapped in bath towels. He didn't see any of them that he shouldn't have looked at. They were all angry with Sanji. "Thanks." Cobra thanked the Straw Hats seriously and kowtowed. "As a king, it's not appropriate to give such a grand gift. No, majesty exists in clothing. In this bathroom, at this moment I am just an ordinary person who grew up in Alabasta. Thank you for everything you have done for this country." Ha 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 ha. Luffy bared his teeth and smiled. In the room at night, the group decided to leave Alabasta and go to sea tonight. But Princess Vivi looked very unhappy. On the other side, Ikarim has obtained the wanted poster for the Straw Hats. Roronoa Zoro has a bounty of 60 million belly, and Monkey D. Luffy has a bounty of 100 million belly. This bounty is too fast. Something is wrong. Yeah, that's normal. After all, they defeated a Shichibukai. Ikarim immediately put away the reward and walked towards the room where the Straw Hats were. When he arrived, he found that only Princess Vivi was sitting by the window with her legs in her arms, looking cold and lonely. "What's wrong, Ikarim, are you so panicked?" "Your Highness, where are Luffy and the others?" "Already gone. After all, they are pirates. They can't stay in one place for too long, right?" On the other side, Luffy and others were riding a camel in the desert under the moonlight. Luffy was still eating meat while riding the camel. Chopper immediately noticed that Nami was in a bad mood. "Nami, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell?" "Huh, Do you want me to share a piece of meat with you? Every time I eat the meat, it gets better quickly. After he asked this question, others also noticed that Luffy was simple-minded and sharing a piece of meat was already the true love among true love, but Nami still remained silent. Only Sanji, as the #1 pirate licker who knows women best, pointed out the problem straight to the point. Nami, are you thinking about Vivi? I can understand your mood, but no matter how much you think about it, there is nothing you can do. You still have to cheer up. Yeah. Others also tried to persuade her, and finally Nami spoke. I give up. After all, it's for Vivi. I don't want 1 billion Baileys. Everyone fell down. Of course I can't have it. You're doing it for money. Don't say such things that will cause confusion. Usopp fell. Huh, what's wrong with you? What are you arguing about? Hey, Usopp fell. Chopper shouted again. Don't worry about him. It's not because of you. Ha 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 ha. ... The next morning, Luffy and his group had already taken over the Golden Mary from Von Clay. Originally, the Mary had been discovered by Marine. It was he who drove the Mary away and handed it over to Luffy and the others, because after he in his mind, Luffy and the others were here as friends. Lorraine, fortunately, I didn't kill him at that time. I just remembered that he was a good person. At this time, the Mary was being attacked by Marine. It was the fleet of Captain Tina from the Marine headquarters. Usopp hit one of the warships with one shot, creating a gap in the siege formation, but he himself was stunned. I was stunned, but immediately reacted and started bragging. When Von Clay saw the gap, he told the Straw Hats to escape from that direction. At this time, Tina was already surrounding them on her own warship. But Luffy and others refused, because they had made an appointment with Princess Vivi when they left yesterday. They would wait for Vivi at the Eastport at 12 noon today. Regardless of whether she came or not, they would not leave until after 12 o'clock. After listening to Luffy and others' explanation, Xiao Feng burst into tears. He was so moved that he risked his life to welcome his friends. Then he sacrificed himself and used his fruit power to turn the crew into Luffy. The look of waiting for someone attracted Marine. I have to say that he is indeed the most loyal man in One Piece. Chapter 31. Luffy and others watched Von Clay being surrounded by Marines on the ship, and couldn't help but feel sad. Hey, Lorraine, you are very strong. You must have a way, right? Can you help him? Yes, just this once. Help him, please. Lorraine might not pay attention to others, but Luffy was shaken when he came with Nami. They were both people he had known for a long time. In his eyes, they were brothers and sisters. When he faced the two pairs of boolings, he burst into tears. He couldn't stand his big eyes immediately. Luffy is okay, Nami is still very cute. Lorraine originally planned not to take action unless it was a life or death crisis after boarding the ship, but since he was helping others, it would be no problem, but he had to make a stipulation not to take action often, otherwise how tiring would he be? He got on the ship just to be lazy while looking for historical papers. Because some historical papers were in the hands of the 4 emperors, and Luffy was given a part-time job as a vacation. Okay, just this once. I won't take action in your own battles in the future. Of course, we don't want your help. You just need to help Xiao Feng. Well, that's pretty much it. Lorraine disappeared from the ship with a whoosh, and when she reappeared, she was already on Von Clay's ship. He stretched out his hand towards Hilao Tina. What? I don't want to do anything. Can we discuss it? Pretend not to see and let them go. Tina's face was solemn. Portgas D. Lorraine, why are you here? As a senior colonel of Marine headquarters, Tina has also heard of Lorraine. It is said that she is stronger than the lieutenant general, but she doesn't know exactly how strong she is. Now that she has seen her, she can't just sit idly by. As you can see, I will become a pirate in the future. I see. Then you are also the target of Tina's arrest. Can't we not do it? Tina can't do it. Lorraine. As the most beautiful woman in Marine, Tina seems to be full of her liquors on the ship, so, shave. In an instant, Lorraine's knife was already on Tina's neck. Don't move, Colonel Tina, a boatload of licking dogs exclaimed, and Tina herself was stunned, a little unbelievable. Her strength is also one of the best among Marine colonels, and she was actually restrained by Lorraine in an instant. Tina is so humiliated. Leave Tina alone. Catch him quickly. Colonel Tina, didn't you hear what Tina said? Stop shouting. As long as you are still in my hands, they dare not move. Although this kind of drama is very touching, I don't want to watch it, Gia Gia Gia. Tina gritted her teeth and felt huge humiliation. She never thought that one day she would become a hostage. Rarely encountering this situation, Lorraine thought about getting addicted to the big villain. Von Clay and his crew on the Swan ship had long been dumbfounded. This guy had given such a troublesome black prison to Tina as soon as he came up. Caught it. It's so strong. Hey, why don't you run away quickly? Von Clay and others reacted and quickly moved away from the warship. Lorraine-chan, what should you do? Xiao Feng shed tears with a look of reluctance on his face, and his eye-catching outfit made Lorraine feel chills. She answered him bravely. None of them are my opponents, don't worry. Ah, this is so touching. Lorraine-chan. Lorraine couldn't bear it anymore. Get out. The veins that popped up on Von Kralalen's forehead slowly subsided as he watched him go away. If he didn't leave, Lorraine himself wanted to chop him. It's useless. Even if he leaves, Straw Hat Boy's ship hasn't left yet, so you still have to go back. Unless you kill Tina, otherwise Tina will definitely take you back. Oh, you reminded me. Colonel Tina. When he heard what he said, the surrounding Marines suddenly became nervous. Originally, Luo Lin planned to let her go and go back directly, but when she said this, Luo felt that the trouble had to be dealt with at once. Conqueror's domineering force was released instantly, and then all the Marines on the surrounding warships fainted collectively. The people who were still standing, including Tina, couldn't even make up a table. Conqueror's dominance. Tina can't understand it. There are so many things you don't understand. Lorraine replied smoothly, struck her on the back of the neck with a hand knife, knocked her unconscious, and returned to the melee. It's amazing, Lorraine. It was solved so quickly. Those Marines didn't even dare to move and let Xiao Feng leave. Usopp was the first to come up and praise him. He could see clearly with his binoculars. Lorraine caught the female general of Marine as soon as he went up. It's a trivial matter. Just catch the thief first and catch the king first. But, aren't we the pirates? Luffy looked thoughtful. Everyone. This idiot. Usopp didn't bother to worry about him and continued to ask him. But how did those Marines fall just now? Yeah. Everyone also saw this scene and were very curious. Lorraine. Actually, there is a kind of poison in my body. I can control it to emit in the air, and all those Marines were poisoned to death by me. Robin rolled his eyes. This guy is lying again. How can she know if others don't know? She knows every hair on Lorraine's body. But Chopper, Usopp, Luffy and the other three are convinced. Their eyes are shining. Sigwy, are you a monster? Well, yes, I almost poisoned the entire country before. How scary. Wait, will we be poisoned if we are so close to you? Maybe he's been poisoned. Nani, Chopper, please detoxify me. I'm about to die. Be quiet, we are leaving for Eastport. The two of them were in a frenzy, and then Nami punched him to the ground. The others didn't believe it at all, and they knew it was a lie just by looking at him like this. Only those three fools would believe it. 12 o'clock noon. This is Tamils, right? Why hasn't Vivi come yet? Luffy lay on the side of the ship looking a little bored. She is the princess of a country, so it is normal not to come. You should have heard the voice on the radio. I don't believe it. It's just that the voice looks more like hers. Let's go. It's past 12 o'clock. If you wanted to come, you would have arrived already. We still have to find Lorraine's boat. At this moment, Usopp also came down from upstairs and shouted to everyone. Marine is chasing her again. That woman is chasing her again. Lorraine, didn't you kill her just now? Why should I kill someone? She's a beauty after all. I mean, killing Marine should be troublesome. Thinking that baby Robin was still there, Lorraine immediately changed his tune, otherwise his ears would suffer. But now that Marine has chased him, it's time for the group to leave. Luffy's mood was a little low. He thought very seriously of his friends. As soon as the boat turned around, Vivi's voice came from the shore. Hey guys. Oh haha, it's Vivi. Turn around quickly. Marine is almost here, pick up Vivi and run away. Several people started to move excitedly. Sanji was the fastest and had already started to move the helm. I'm here to say goodbye. The sound sounded again, causing Luffy and others to stop what they were doing. Although I really want to go on adventures with you, I still love this country very much. So I can't go with you. That's it. Luffy smiled. But if one day we can meet again, can you still regard me as your partner? Vivi burst into tears and looked hopefully at the golden Merly in the distance. Luffy was about to shout, of course. But before he could say it out, Nami covered his mouth. Idiot, what are you trying to say? Marine has noticed Vivi. Do you want a princess of a country to be related to a pirate? This is how we say goodbye. No response was received. Vivi's expression on the shore became more and more aggrieved, but she suddenly saw Luffy and others raising their left hands. There was a there, which was the sign of the promised partner. His face instantly glowed again, and he also raised his left hand, and Karu next to him also raised his wings. Lorraine, take a picture of a world-famous painting. Every time like this, some dead memories would start to attack him, and he would recall a famous scene again. Luffy, Lorraine, what are you doing? Come together. Lorraine, I'm busy, and I don't have a fork in my hand. Just say goodbye. Huh, what are you talking about? Do you want to fight? Sanji rolled up his sleeves and walked forward, but Chopper quickly stopped him because Marine was about to catch up. Sanji, calm down. Go to the helm quickly, Marine will catch up soon. Then under the baptism of gunfire, the Melee slowly left the port of Tamalisk, but Marine was still chasing after it. The people on the ship also hurriedly responded. In the end, Luffy threw back the iron gun fired by Marine and hit the warship, successfully escaping pursuit. On the other side, Von Clay had also escaped, but in his panic, he failed to choose the right direction and encountered Smoker's warship. If it was Luffy and their warship Smoker, they might have let him go this time, but he happened to be from Baroque Studio, and the unlucky guy was caught anyway. After Luffy and others escaped Marine's pursuit, they headed towards where Lorraine parked his ship. Except for Zoro, Lorraine and Robin, everyone else was lying weakly under the railing on the second floor. What's wrong with you? You're listless. Zoro was a little strange. He was fine just now. Luffy and the others looked at me and I looked at you. Finally, they looked like they were about to cry and shouted in unison. So lonely. Zoro. Lorraine. PFF'd. I'm not laughing. Don't show such an expression. You couldn't bear to bring her here by force. Chopper. Ah, barbarian. Nami. What a shame. Sanji. Green algae head. Luffy. Free sword style. Wait a minute, Luffy. Santo Ryu is not for swearing. Usopp originally wanted to curse, but he corrected Luffy's mistake first. Luffy. Four-blade style. Even if there is more, it's not for swearing. You can call him a stinky natto. Luffy turned around and smiled. Don't worry, although it's a pity that Vivi didn't go on the adventure with us, we still have new partners Lorraine and Robin. These guys are very strong. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were focused on Lorraine, who was currently resting on Robin's lap, enjoying the wonderful afternoon time. While Robin was reading a book, Sanji gritted his teeth at this scene. Huh, what are you looking at me for? I'm telling you that I will fight back from the strong. Even if you are in danger, I will not take action. We are going here for the sake of history. This guy, Sister Robin, don't you care? Nami's fist hardened immediately. Robin put down the book and smiled. He would follow their ship from now on. Except for Nami, it was the first time for everyone else to meet him, so he had to introduce himself to some extent. Well, Lorraine has always been like this, don't worry. We will be companions from now on. Let's introduce ourselves a little bit. My name is Nicole Robin and I am an archaeologist. Lorraine will be my husband in the future. We grew up together and he has been protecting me all these years. Otherwise, I might have been captured and killed by Marine. Got it. We were put on a bounty by the world government when we were very young, so we went to the East China Sea to hide, where we met Nami and the others, and there was nothing special about the rest. Robin said as he gently touched Lorraine's face, his eyes almost tightening. Lorraine, oops, it's the feeling of heartbeat. Although it has been moving for a long time. It doesn't matter if it moves again and again. ... In the evening, the group finally arrived at the coast where the Devil docked. Lorraine picked up Robin and jumped onto his ship. Hurry up, this is still the coast of Alabasta. Marine might be here anytime, so pack your things and leave here. Huh, why do you need to pack your things? Why don't you just drive the ship away? What, aren't you going to be in the same boat as us? No, we have too many things that can't be accommodated on the Melee. And didn't I say yesterday that we won't go on the Melee? Really, I forgot, I still think. There's a lot of meat on the boat. That's no problem. Okay, let's go. Bang, Nami punched him out. Although this is the case, it would be very troublesome for me to have two ships if I am the only navigator. And I am the only female crew member, so the room will not be crowded. Uncle Lorraine doesn't need to worry about him. It's better to have one ship. There are also a lot of treasures. There is also a famous sword, a photo of the mermaid lady. Lorraine counted the things on the boat bit by bit with her fingers. Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper. Bring it, you must bring it. Okay, the whole army was wiped out. After successfully convincing all members, the Straw Hats successfully turned into two ships. Lorraine took out a huge iron chain to connect the two boats, then lay down on the beach chair and put on a pair of sunglasses. Someone has pulled the boat, and someone has blocked the danger. You don't have to control the rudder. You and Robin just need to lie down all the way to every island. Isn't this wonderful? Robin looked helpless at his laziness. You said you were looking for partners just to use them as tools to pull the boat for you. And you are so lazy. She learned the word, tool man, from Lorraine. Lorraine's eyes widened and she quickly stood up and covered her mouth. Baby Robin, you can't talk nonsense. Am I like that kind of person? Robin, you don't look like that, but you do. Looking at Robin's suspicious eyes, Lorraine began to lie earnestly. Look, when we are sailing by ourselves, there is always one person at the helm. We don't even have time to accompany you to take a good look at the sea scenery. Moreover, the devil is full of memories of our life together. You can't bear to throw it away like this. Quote. Also, there are only male and female crew cabins on the Melee. If we don't live in our own devil, we will sleep separately. Do you want to sleep separately with me? I don't want to either. So, everything else is secondary, the main thing is I don't want to be separated from you. Oh, then I know. Robin is a very smart person. No one else can fool her, only Lorraine can. Lorraine, who had successfully deceived Robin, lay down on the beach chair more peacefully. He took out sunglasses from somewhere and put them on. Feeling that they were not comfortable enough, he reached out and took Robin into his arms. Feeling comfortable. In front of me, Sanji from the Melee was lying on the deck, pounding the floor. How can it be repaired? Why isn't that person me? Okay, I've heard you say this many times, let's go quickly. In the evening, everyone stopped the boat and held a banquet on the sea. Cheers to Lorraine as our partner. Lorraine finished a glass of juice in one gulp and started feeding Robin. Zoro approached Lorraine holding a glass of wine. Lorraine, now you have time to teach us how to be domineering. Zoro doesn't care much about other things, but he can't resist becoming stronger and famous swords. Lorraine, didn't you see that baby Robin and I were making love to each other? You young man are so blind, you are dead. You are really impatient. Of course, I don't want to waste even a moment on becoming stronger. Let's talk tomorrow. Let's drink today. What you drank was obviously juice. Don't care. Ha ha ha. ... The next morning, the two ships came to a pineapple-like island. There were also many pineapple-like fruits on the island. After drawing lots, Chopper stayed on the ship to look after the house, while the others were responsible for collecting ingredients. As for Lorraine and Robin, Nami had no idea that they would be able to work, and did not prepare their signatures at all. In fact, they were not awake yet. When Lorraine felt refreshed and stretched out at the gate of opening, she saw Chopper singing a big show on the observation deck of the Melee. Hey, Chopper, what are you doing? Chopper was frightened by Lorraine and fell down from the top, making a clanging sound. He finally got up and told Lorraine about the situation before going back to the room to do his own thing. Lorraine looked left and right, picked up a stick like a baseball bat, jumped off the boat and walked towards the forest. Lorraine, what are you doing? I'll help them practice their domineering spirit. After saying that, Lorraine happily ran into the forest with a stick in hand. Robin slapped his forehead with one hand. You don't look like you are going to teach them at all. You look more like a gangster looking for trouble. Lorraine sneaked into the forest and ran directly towards the busiest place. For no other reason than Luffy must be over there. Then he saw Luffy climbing on the tree and yelling at the monkey. The monkey made a move and Luffy immediately responded with the same move. It was a direct and barrier-free communication, which can be called a large-scale family recognition scene. Lorraine silently gave him a thumbs up. You were really good. He touched Luffy's back with a weird gesture that would make passers-by beat him up. He rushed out with a whoosh and put a stick on Luffy's head. Luffy was having fun with the monkey when he felt his eyes moving wildly, and then everything went black and he was stuck in a crack in the stone. It took me a long time to pull myself out. I sat on the ground looking confused. It hurts, it hurts. What's going on? Why did I fly here? I seemed to be playing with a monkey just now, and then. Hey Luffy. Lorraine, why are you here? A familiar voice came, and Luffy looked up and saw that it was Lorraine carrying a wooden stick. By the way, did you see how I flew over just now? I saw it, I hit it. So it's you. Yes, this is a way to practice domineering. In the future, I will carry out sneak attacks on you from time to time until you can dodge. Oh, that's right, let me think about it. Luffy poked his temple with one finger, showing an expression of thinking hard, and his face turned red. Oh. Suga, so you are helping me practice. Luffy punched his palm. Lorraine, do you want to listen to what you are saying? After holding it in for a long time, I thought you had some experience, and finally figured it out. This child is useless, let the dragon give birth to another one. He took a deep breath to calm down a little. Yes, that's it. Do you want to learn? Of course, I'll get on when you're ready. After half an hour of muffled noise, the monkeys were so frightened that they disappeared. Lorraine left the monkey's territory with a relieved look. Luffy lay on the ground with a bruised nose and swollen face, thrashing incessantly, and even one of his teeth was missing. On the other side, Nami and Sanji are surveying the island. The hearts in Sanji's eyes have never returned to normal, and even his eyebrows have become the shape of a heart. Lorraine quietly touched behind the two people and used the same method to knock the loving-eyed Sanji off the cliff with a stick. When he fell below, he frightened several birds. Well, this is a disaster. I probably won't be able to climb up for a while. This position is not very good. Next time, I'll hide. Nami, what are you doing? As soon as Lorraine lowered her head to avoid a fist, she turned around and saw Nami baring her shark teeth, her eyes glowing red and roaring at herself. Luo, Lin, you'd better give me an explanation. We are busy drawing pictures, why did you beat Sanji to the bottom? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just helping them practice. I'll pay attention next time. Just wait here for him to come up, I'll leave first. Don't let me see you again today. Seeing Nami's irritable look, Lorraine decided to avoid the confrontation and go find Zoro first. Lorraine still remembered that this kid ruined the sweet interaction between him and baby Robin, so he held a grudge. He had to take good care of him. At this time, Zoro was still buried in the pile of pineapples and had no idea what kind of miserable treatment he would suffer today. Night. Next to the beach, everyone was sitting around the campfire. Except for Sanji and Nami, everyone who had been to the forest was bruised and swollen. Even Usopp was no exception. After this battle, Usopp and Chopper's fear of Lorraine increased. Deepened a lot. When Luffy and others came back, they almost scared Nami to death. He thought they had been stepped on by a gorilla, but when he thought about Sanji's situation today, he realized that it was Lorraine's fault. Today's training was quite fruitful. From now on I will carry out sneak attacks on you from time to time. This is domineering training. Lorraine is very satisfied with today's beating process and feels extremely comfortable. She eats, sleeps and beats Luffy. She should keep it up. Of course, there are other ways to teach, that is, like Rayleigh taught Luffy, first teach the theory of hockey and then start teaching from the basics. This is the best way to learn the basics. But Lorraine doesn't want to spend too much time teaching. He also wants to enjoy sweet time with baby Robin. He can slowly understand it by beating them every day, but it will be slower. Kaido, I don't really agree with you. The opinion of what? We are the only ones being beaten. What kind of training is this? That's right, my face still hurts. I have a disease that will kill me as long as I practice domineering. Lorraine spreads her hands. Quote, this is how you practice domineering. Who told you not to do it? You have to carefully feel the flow of the surrounding aura when I take action, as well as the domineering energy attached to my stick. One day you will be able to avoid it. If you don't believe me, ask Robin, baby. The eyes of several people asking for help turned to Robin, who was drinking coffee at the side, and then she gave the answer without looking up. Well, although it's a little different, it's true. It's really possible to die. Hey, it's so scary. I'm just the ship's doctor. I just need to be responsible for treating injuries. I don't want to learn. Chopper was the easiest to deceive. He jumped up and hugged Nami's thigh with tears in his eyes. Nami was relatively calm. I won't learn either. Luffy and the others can just learn. If they know how, they can protect us enough. Oh, by the way, you said it's a little different. What's the difference? Well, I haven't been injured. Lorraine will stop every time when he's about to hit. Everyone. Lorraine. Robin baby, you hurt me. Nah, knee, you beast. Chowdu sack. Then why do you say you almost die every time? Nami was not very angry. She was not beaten today, so she caught an important point and asked Robin quickly. If you get hit, won't it hurt like hell? Everyone. Lorraine's clever little mind started to spin crazily. He was not afraid that a few people would burst out and hit him, but even if they all hit him together, they wouldn't be able to beat him. Instead, I was thinking about how to fool them so that I could continue to beat them. Beating someone with a wooden stick felt like a clam. Ahem. Although it is true, but baby Robin is a girl, you are different, and that happened when you were a child. Aren't you still afraid of pain when you are so old? And in this case, the training effect will be much smaller. I taught Robin more than 10 years before she learned it. Can you wait more than 10 years? Or do you want to be compared with girls? Quote. After saying that, he winked at Robin crazily. Robin did not try to discredit him this time, and nodded to indicate that it was like this. In fact, like Belmere, he learned it in almost 3 years. How can I be compared to a girl? Stop looking down on people, you. Come on, I'm not afraid at all. The 3 main players were all excited. Only Usopp huddled in the corner and whispered with tears in his eyes, calm down. You will really get beaten if you do this. Lorraine turned her head away. The 3 of them together can't come up with the same idea. Fight with me. Only Robin noticed his smug expression, covered his mouth and snickered, and was speechless. His little bad taste was satisfied. It was revenge for the punishment he had forced him to learn domineering. Now Lorraine, you have to satisfy him. As for Luffy and others, it's a blessing but a loss. Amy tofu. The next few days will be quite boring. Of course, the boring people do not include Lorraine. With this beauty in his arms, he beats up Luffy and others every day. Life can't be too good. In the middle, Lorraine and the others never got off the ship, but Luffy and the others landed on an island after passing through a fog. They didn't know why they went there, and they didn't come back until evening. After a night's rest, we set out again. Now the 2 ships have arrived at a place called Lulugia Island. The last time they stopped, the 2 ships almost collided with each other. However, Lorraine's quick eyes and quick hands stepped between the 2 ships and forcibly avoided the fate of the collision. This time, Lorraine was well prepared. He ran to the Mary, picked up Luffy, and put him between the 2 ships. Luffy looked at the approaching demon with a horrified look on his face. He struggled frantically but couldn't break free from Lorraine. Control. Rubber balloon. The demon hit Luffy, who turned into a balloon and bounced back. Ha, it's so dangerous. How can we repair it? Lorraine, what are you doing? Luffy let out a sigh of relief and turned around to accuse Lorraine loudly. Lorraine, Captain is so useful. Ignoring Luffy's condemnation, Robin laughed out loud. You can't think of such a damaging method. After parking the boat, Lorraine and the 2 saw a market here and went out for a while. They bought some beautiful clothes for Robin and replenished the food on the boat before returning to the boat. Lorraine was sunbathing when he heard Luffy and others coming back noisily, but he didn't pay much attention, just thinking that everyone had finished shopping and was getting ready to leave. Then the melee began to move in another direction, and finally sailed into a colorful mist. The changes in the surrounding environment aroused Lorraine's alert, and she immediately sat up from the beach chair and came to the melee. Robin was also here at this time. Well, Lorraine, you are finally willing to give up. You are a lazy pig who just lies down whenever you have time. Lorraine's expression froze when she heard Robin's words. Was it a complaint from her daughter-in-law? She pretended not to hear it. Where is this? What a strange place. Before Robin could speak, an old man next to him spoke. Eps consod. Huh, what 78 thing? Robin tugged on his ear. Over the years, she had become familiar with Lorraine's strange vocabulary, but she still explained it to him. Unexpectedly, Lorraine ran back and lay down again after hearing this. He died this time. The memory didn't attack him, so it probably wasn't an important plot point. However, he didn't lie down for long before Robin grabbed his ears and forced him to get up. What are you doing, baby Robin? You can definitely go out later. Wouldn't it be nice to lie down and fish with me? Robin was a little helpless. This guy was good at everything. Even if he was lazy, raising his hand would make him go to the execution ground. Even if this is the case, don't lie down all the time, let's think of a solution together. Okay, I will listen to whatever Robin baby says. But I really couldn't find any way out from the colorful mist, I kept spinning in circles. Luffy was running around all over the map and had already disappeared, taking a little kid with him. Lorraine also took the opportunity to fix it. A lot of jewelry was moved to the devil. At this time, Nami outside was preparing to let Chopper hold one end of the rope while she went in to look for Luffy and the others. In the end, she also successfully found the merry ship. Lorraine, I just said I would go out. After saying that, I gave Robin a wink, and Robin turned away and ignored him. After understanding the situation with everyone, they said that Luffy must be fine and that everyone should just go out first. The Straw Hats all have blind confidence in Luffy. But just when everyone was about to go out, a pirate named Ian kidnapped a little kid and threatened Nami to hand over the life-saving rope to him. Of course, Nami would not listen to him, saying that the life and death of a strange kid was none of her business. But another little girl named Isoka took out a dagger and put it on Nami's neck. Please do as he says, I don't want to lose my partner again. Lorraine. At a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, the little girl was slapped away with a big bang. Where did the little brat come from? It's so annoying. Hey, who is that? If you want to kill him quickly. After you kill him, go and die. Thank you. Lorraine picked her nostrils with a look of impatience, which shocked everyone. Because he didn't remember this part, he must have gone out like this in his imagination. He had long been unhappy with this little girl. Why should he listen to her? He only cares about the safety of those around him, especially Robin. He feels that he would be better off if he can't figure out the situation like this. Lorraine, that's too much. She actually beats a child. Yeah, right, he looks like a villain and picks his nose. He's not allowed to sleep in the bed tonight. Lorraine, aren't you also planning to take action? I just can't help it anymore. I have to bear the blame. And strictly speaking, this little girl is over 50 years old. He doesn't care about the rest, because what's the point of picking your nose and not being allowed to sleep in bed? This punishment is too harsh. Baby Robin, you have changed, you were not like this before. Aren't you also planning to hand it over to him? Yes, but we won't do anything to children. Humph, that's too much. Scum. Finally Nami made the final decision. Lorraine. Damn, little girl, do you want to be beaten? Robin baby. Lorraine looked at Robin aggrievedly. Robin almost couldn't hold back his laughter and resisted turning his head away from him. Oops, Lorraine instantly went into emo, and ran back to the devil with her head hanging down. She lay down on the beach chair in a posture as if she had been shot and died of hatred. Hey, don't ignore my existence, you fool. Ian, who was holding the kid hostage at the side, got very angry when he saw the interaction between several people. It was so disrespectful to him. Be careful of him getting angry. A roar attracted the attention of several people again. Oh, so what? Zoro crossed his arms over his chest and looked at him calmly. When Zoro asked Ian, his paws became numb. For a moment, he raised his gun to kill. Since it's so difficult to make a choice, let me help you. Zoro draws out Wado Ichiman and uses the 36 troubled winds in one move. Hey, are you kidding me? Do you really not care about this child's life or death? Ian was so panicked that he jumped into the sea and ran away, leaving the little kid behind. In fact, Zoro's knife was slashed at an angle. It would not have hit him at all, but he was still almost frightened. We are pirates. No matter how young they are still pirates. There is no reason to let them go just because of their age. Moreover, they just threatened my companions with knives, right? Now that I have chosen when you become a pirate, you have to be prepared to die at any time. Zoro had a cool expression, and Nami slapped him on the head, looking very happy. Well done, Zoro. Lorraine's whole body was covered with black lines and she was already jabbering. If he beats me, he will do a good job, but if I beat him, he will be a scumbag. As long as you are happy. Destroy it quickly. After solving the pirate Ian, Nami tied the lifeline to the head of the melee and steered the melee outside. Not long after, he successfully left the range of the colorful mist. Usopp kindly brought a few kids with him. Zoro and others didn't care about him, but they suddenly disappeared not long after they left the range of the colorful mist. When the melee got a little closer to the coast, they saw that Chopper was lying on the ground convulsing with heat, and his hair was bald in patches on the left and right. Sanji is still fighting tenaciously, but his body is also covered with traces of the electric shock. Sanji, Chopper, that fool. Nami gritted his teeth, and Zoro immediately picked up his knife and rushed out. Hold on, you cook. It would be so embarrassing if you lose to a guy like this. 3 Blades Tornado. As soon as Zoro went up, he fired his ultimate move and swept all the surrounding soldiers into the sky. Mayor Whitten saw the Mary coming out of the colorful mist and didn't care about the soldiers being brutally tortured by Zoro and Sanji being crazily electrocuted by his grandson Lake. Ask Nami directly how things are going inside. There's nothing inside. It's a silent place with no one around. In fact, there is a lot of sunken treasure inside. Nami can't take it all and he doesn't want to get it cheap, so he won't talk about it. Usopp was thinking, does this guy want to go in and get those treasures? But if there is no rescue rope, he will not be able to come back. Very good. Tell him the truth, and then cut off the rope he left on the shore while he went in to hunt for treasure. Who asked him to hurt Chopper like this? Let's treat it as his punishment. The great Usopp, the captain's plan was perfect. Ah ha ha, ha 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 ha. Usopp, who was so lustful in his heart, couldn't help but laugh slowly, and his smile gradually became abnormal. He laughed for half a minute before stopping, and then he realized that everyone around him was looking at him like an idiot, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Ahem. The situation inside is very complicated. There are countless sunken ships and countless treasures of all kinds. And each one can be said to be a rare treasure. Usopp. Huh, what's wrong Nami? Bang, Nami punched his head with his fist, creating a big smoking bag. What do you tell him to do? He will take all the treasures. All. Don't worry Nami, he can't take it away. My great Captain Usopp said so. Seeing how confident he was, Nami was stunned. This was the first time Usopp had made such a steadfast promise. Mayor Whitten, who was opposite, also nodded with satisfaction after hearing the conversation between the two. It's been 50 years, exactly 50 years, and my dream can finally come true. Put down the Rainbow Tower for me. Whitten gave an order and the bottom of the Rainbow Tower seemed to explode. After a huge roar, the Rainbow Tower fell to the sea without damage. The tower body made of steel stretched out section by section, directly piercing into the colorful mist. This scene stunned Nami and others. Usopp felt like there was a lump of phlegm stuck in his throat when he saw this scene. The development of things was beyond his expectation. The great Captain Usopp's plan failed. Usopp, look at the good thing you did. He will take away all the treasures. I want to come back to get it again in the future. Nami was so angry that he punched her twice again, and then sat on the ground in a duck-sitting position, with black threads hanging all over her body. At this time, Zoro and Sanji were still fighting his grandson and the soldiers. Whitten said hello and retreated with the remaining people. Even Lake, who was still playing electrotherapy with Zoro, left Zoro behind and prepared to escape. Don't run away, you fool. I'm going to kill you. Zoro has a lot of burnt black spots on his body. When he sees Rake preparing to run away, why can he agree? This guy has been using electricity to shock him for so long and wants to just run away. The knife in his hand didn't agree. Another knife struck at Rake. At this time, except for the soldier lying on the ground, everyone else had been taken away by his grandfather. Seeing that he couldn't get rid of Zoro for a while, Rake was not anxious, and ran away. Since you are seeking death, I will play with you again. I am. Ah. Zoro slashed Lake with one knife. He himself was surprised why he was not shocked this time, and then Robin's voice came over. Since it's electricity, just unplug it, right? Why do you keep being electrified without unplugging it or cutting the wire? Goddess Robin expressed her confusion. Zoro heard this and looked behind Lake. Sure enough, the armor was plugged into a socket with wires. At this time, Robin had used his power to pull it out. Zoro, with a dark face and no words, he walked towards Lake step by step. At this time, Lake had no means of attack except that his armor was still there, so he could only keep retreating. Don't come here. I was forced by my grandfather to, please let me go. Yidaliuhe Lion Singe. Laugh. Zoro appeared behind Lake and slowly put away his knife. Lake's armor was split open, blood spurted out, and a wound extending from his left shoulder to his right lower abdomen appeared on his body, and he fell to the ground in despair. As Witten and others left, the entire coast became quiet. Sanji and Chopper took a moment to get up and board the boat. Huh, did you leave Luffy in there? Well, Nami said that Luffy must be alive and will be fine, so we came out first. Sanji originally wanted to say something, but then he thought about it and didn't worry about anything else. What a shame, you lecherous Kappa. You were knocked down by that kind of thing. Nani, what are you talking about, you disgusting green algae head? Do you want to fight? If it weren't for Miss Robin's help, you would have been electrocuted into pig head meat. I won. You lost. Damn it. Shiro. Chang. You two. Give me. Be quiet. The two started fighting on the spot, and then Nami punched each one. Sanji's loving eyes. Hi. Angry Nami-san is so cute. Nami let out a long sigh. She didn't know what would happen if the ship was gone. It was so difficult for her. Okay everyone, Luffy hasn't come back yet, so if you have nothing to do now, just wait on the boat. Oh, everyone sat down casually, and Robin jumped back on the devil. She remembered that Lorraine seemed to be still in emo. She needed to be comforted a little, and she walked gently to Lorraine and squatted down. At this time, Lorraine's posture has not changed, she is still lying face down on the beach chair. Lorraine, I reached out and poked it gently, but there was no movement. I checked carefully and found that this guy was actually asleep. Robin. Lorraine just grabbed her ears and shook her a few times before she woke up. Huh, who picked on me? Believe it or not, I will catch you and spank you. What caught his eye was Robin's flawless face with a kind smile. Lorraine, why is baby Robin smiling so scary? He must be having a hard time. Please sleep a little longer. Robin wiped his saliva and turned over to go back to sleep. Seeing this guy escaping from reality, Robin smiled even more. The little hand holding his ear slowly exerted force, even using domineering force. Ouch. It hurts, it hurts. It's not getting up, it's not getting up. Baby Robin, let go now, your ears are going to fall off. What did you just say? Am I scary? Lorraine's serious face. I was just talking about a lovely beauty calling me, but I didn't hear her. She's not even human. Hee. That's pretty much it. Robin didn't intend to embarrass him. He showed a real smile and lay down next to Lorraine. The thought of comforting him had been abandoned in Windmill Village. The two of them had not been lying down for 18 minutes when a series of explosions were heard. The two of them sat up from the beach chairs and looked around and found that the rainbow tower that had fallen down and extended into the colorful mist had exploded. They didn't know what happened. Lorraine only took one look and then lay down again. Robin reached out and pushed him. You don't care. Why do you care about this? It must be Luffy. He can deal with it on his own. If he can't deal with this, then he will die here. Robin thought about it and it was right, so he also lay down together. Too much porridge and juice, laziness is contagious. The melee was not so calm. When the explosion came, they looked neatly over there. This explosion, it exploded from inside the mist. Aha, it must be Luffy. Let's go. Let's go. Left full rudder. The Mary slowly turned around and headed towards the Rainbow Tower on the left. Although I didn't know the specific situation, we were at sea. Luffy was an Esper and might need help. Soon we reached the side of the water where the Rainbow Tower was originally lying, but we saw nothing except some debris. Look, the colorful fog is disappearing. Chopper noticed with his sharp eyes that the colorful fog was now very light. Hearing this, everyone had anxious looks on their faces, except Lorraine. That idiot can't really get out, can he? I will definitely beat him up this time when he comes back. He knows how to play around all day long. Nami clenched his fists and was furious. If Luffy hadn't jumped around, the group of people would have left Lugia Island by now. The more he thought about it, the more angry he got and punched the side of the ship with his fist. In the end, the colorful fog disappeared, and everyone sat on the deck dejectedly. Usopp was immediately ready to pack up his things and run away. At this time, Lorraine also came over. Seeing Usopp preparing the branch house on the spot, he thought to himself, "Are you Zubaji? You want to go back to Galaozwang whenever something happens." Nami had tears in her eyes when she saw Lorraine coming. "Lorraine, Luffy, don't panic, trust your captain." But what the hell, no matter if he comes back or not, it's useless for you to cry." As she said this, Lorraine suddenly took out her camera and pointed it at Nami. "Oh, Nami is crying. This is not easy to see. Take a photo of it and take it back to Belmere to see." "Nami, I'm so sad. Can you please stop doing such boring things? Go to hell, just punch me. Hey, I'm hiding. I can't fight, I can't fight. Hehehehe." Nami was so angry that she was smoking, but there was nothing she could do to him. However, after such a commotion, everyone's originally depressed mood improved a lot. Sanji also secretly found Lorraine and said, "Brother-in-law, can you give me a copy of the photo? After all, Nami-san is also very cute when she cries." Regarding his request, Lorraine said this. "How could I do this? I watched Nami grow up. She is better than a biological sister. You have to pay more." Then the two people made an ulterior deal. Not long after the two people completed the transaction, a swirling mass of colorful mist suddenly appeared on the top of the highest mountain on Lugia Island, accompanied by lightning. There seems to be some kind of suction in the mist, sucking up all kinds of sand and rocks directly below, and some things fall out from it. "Ah, down right arrow, woo up right arrow, oh." A voice that sounded like Tarzan came, and everyone looked over subconsciously, but only saw a small black dot. "What is that? It's too far away to see clearly." As the little black dot got closer, everyone saw clearly that it was Luffy. They just didn't know why he flew out of that place. "Ah, it's Luffy. Great, Luffy is back. That idiot, the landing point is not here, he will fall into the sea. Go and pick him up quickly." Zoro cursed first and then called Nami anxiously to turn around and prepare to pick him up. At this time, Luffy also saw the Mary. "Yo, brothers, you are here. Ah, here you are. Do you know how worried we are about you?" Nami complained slightly. "Ah, sorry, I'll be back soon, rubber rocket launcher." Luffy, who was still flying in the air, exerted his strength, and an outstretched hand directly touched the side of the ship. Zoro's eyes widened when he saw this action. He knew what would happen next. "Hey, stop." Boom. Luffy went through two and knocked Zoro Sanji into the main mast of the Mary. Then the main mast broke, and the broken mast hit the stunned chopper. Blowing wave Q. Zoro Sanji was hit so hard that he foamed at the mouth, and it took him a long time to recover. When he woke up, he saw Usopp grabbing Luffy's collar. "I'm telling you, you guy, you destroyed the melee like this again. Be careful, I'll beat you up." "Sorry." Luffy's apology was not sincere at all. Zoro gritted his teeth and his voice trembled. "One day I'm going to kill this fool." "I think so too, so I'd better give him a beating first." After saying that, Sanji walked towards Luffy. Zoro rarely had the same opinion as Sanji. Usopp saw the two men approaching in a menacing manner. He quickly stepped aside knowingly. After a while of chickens and dogs jumping over each other, Luffy held a pig's head on his head and repaired the mask that he had damaged under Usopp's supervision. Lorraine grinned. Photograph it. This will all be black history from now on." The melee is now in a state of disrepair. From the outside, it looks like all kinds of patches. From the ship, it's even worse. After all, the ship's main mast has been repaired several times, so it's really not much better. Except for the keel, all the places that could be replaced have been replaced, some of them several times, so Lorraine was not willing to go to the Mary because she might miss the mark and fall from the deck into the cabin. Although his demon has been sailing for 10 years, there is really not much damage. Even if Lorraine was damaged, he spent a huge sum of money to repair it like new. Not everyone is like Luffy, a reckless man. Same. That's it. You damn pirates. Luffy, who was repairing the mast, raised his head and looked over strangely. No, it's those Marines who have been chasing us. What should I do? The mast hasn't been repaired yet. It's all Luffy's fault. Are you going to fight? Zoro was the calmest, his hand already on the handle of the knife. Unexpectedly, the warship did not fire at them, but turned around to capture the original mayor of Widden, who was a pirate before. Huh, what's going on? You didn't attack us. Who knows? Let's repair the ship first. What if they attack us later? Let's help together. Even if he didn't attack the Mary, Zoro felt that he couldn't relax and joined in the action of repairing the mast. If Luffy was left to repair it alone, he might not be able to repair it tomorrow. Lorraine didn't really care, he was already lying down anyway. Luffy and others didn't know what happened on the shore, but before the ship was repaired, Dr. Hanso came over with the Marines, and behind him was the tied-up Widden descendant 3rd generation. No, Marine is calling. While others were repairing the ship, Chopper's legs turned into a phantom and he shouted and hid behind Zoro, only hiding his face. The few people who were still repairing the ship stopped what they were doing and got together when they heard Chopper's shout. As expected, he's still here. There's no reason for Marine to let the pirates go. Damn it, the boat isn't repaired yet. Then we can only fight. Zoro pulled out his sword, Sanji lit up a cigarette, Luffy also had a fighting spirit on his face and clapped his hands. Yoshi, brothers, get ready. Then he rushed out immediately. Wait a moment. Luffy braked suddenly, and then he fell flat on his face with a thud. He held his hat and raised his head. What's wrong? At this time Hansuo said. We are not here to fight. This is Rabani, this is Isoka. They will not take action. The group of people's eyes bulged out of their sockets, and their jaws hit the ground. Nani, that explosion turned you into an uncle. And you became a Marine. Surprise was written all over Luffy's face. Idiot, something must have happened. They were still on the boat when they came out, but they disappeared after they came out. Is that so? Nami slapped his forehead with one hand. It's so embarrassing to have such a captain. At this time, Rabani opposite also said. Yes, the explosion at that time sent you out, and I also came out, but the place we went out was Lulugia Island 50 years ago. When I woke up, Isoka and the others were beside me. So that's it, have you traveled through time? As a scholar, Robin was also very interested in these things, so he took out a small notebook and took notes like crazy. Then what are you doing here? Oh, I forgot if you didn't tell me, I'm here to arrest you. Everyone, still want to fight? Then come on. Usopp and Nami were already scared and hid on the demon ship, because the current Mary ship was too weak. They were afraid of falling into the sea if there was a fight. Lorraine was lying comfortably with Robin in her arms when she saw the two reindeer rushing to the beach chairs where she and Robin were sitting and getting up. I said, what are you doing? I just kissed Robin baby a few times and you guys are coming to watch. Shish, stop talking. Luffy and the others are about to fight Marine. We are here to protect you and Robin-san. Lorraine, are you three sure? Sure enough, it's safest to hide behind Lorraine. I'm not afraid at all. Nami, Usopp, Chopper, don't say what's on your mind. The three main forces on the other side have already assumed fighting postures, and Rabani continues to speak. We carry the Marine flag of justice, and of course we cannot let go of pirates with bounties on their heads. Suga, then let's have a fight. As he spoke, he was about to rush out, but Rabani changed his tune. But now we have to escort Widden and his gang to the prison, and we can't spare any manpower, so we can only rescue Marine. We just don't know whether the rescue will arrive tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. What if the Straw Hat Pirates take this opportunity to escape? How can it be repaired? Rabani grabbed his hair and looked annoyed. Isoka. Exist. Let's set out quickly to send Witten and his gang to prison and then come back to hunt down the Luffy pirates. I hope they won't take this opportunity to escape. Ah, Isoka was a little stunned. What are you still doing? Let's go quickly. Yes. Then Luffy and the other two watched as Rabani grabbed their hair and cursed all the way away. This is okay. This guy is as stupid as Luffy. It's so fun. Ha 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 ha. 2 or 3 people lowered their guard and went back to the ship to continue repairing the mast. Rabani had already headed to the prison with Witten's grandson, 3rd generation. The next day, the melee was slowly moving forward in the sea, and suddenly debris began to fall from the sky. In Lorraine's disbelieving eyes, a ship that was more than 10 times larger than the melee or the devil fell from the sky. Looking at Luffy and the others, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and the dead memories suddenly began to attack him. The ship fell from the sky. It's an empty island. The corners of Lorraine's mouth began to curl back. It's finally here. He. No, it should be Gia. Robin, who was reading and drinking coffee next to him, rolled his eyes when he heard his intrusive laughter. He didn't know what bad thing this guy wanted to do again. But she wouldn't ask, since Lorraine wouldn't do anything bad to her anyway, but she was very interested in the fallen ship. The style of that ship was an older one. Robin ran over, so Lorraine was naturally not happy to be alone, but when he saw Robin preparing to open the coffin for an autopsy, he was not happy. How can baby Robin do this? Her white and tender little hands can only be used to touch herself except for daily life. How can she touch other dirty things? He doesn't allow it. Under his strong request, Lorraine finally completed the DIY of the skull. Not to mention, when he restored the skull, he felt like he was trying to build a Gundam. Nami, Chopper, Usopp and the weak trio stayed far away. Seeing Lorraine getting more and more excited, his teeth chattered in fear. Sure enough, these two are worthy of being the sons of the devil and the guardians of the devil. They have the same interests and hobbies. Nonsense. It's obvious that only Lorraine is a pervert, and Sister Robin is here for research. It's all so scary. In the end, through Lorraine's random splicing and Robin's professional analysis, a bunch of useful information was obtained. Even the age of the ship, the age and health condition of the deceased were clearly stated. Everyone was shocked by Robin. Of profound knowledge. Lorraine is also with Yorong, did you see it? My wife. Help. Come on Luffy, climb up quickly. There was a panicked voice, and Nami turned around to see Luffy struggling wildly in the water, with Usopp cheering him up on the side, not saving him even though he was not an Esper. He probably wanted to drown him and become the captain. Zoro jumped off the boat and swam towards Luffy. After finally rescuing him, he even took out a map with excitement on his face. It was the map of Sky Island. Luffy quarreled with Nami over being able to go to Sky Island, and then was violently suppressed. But how can I put it, after all, Luffy is still the captain, and Nami still dotes on him even though he is fierce. Then he said that only a map was not enough, and that the ship's logbook and recorded information were also needed. Without hesitation, Luffy and the other two went to salvage it wearing the diving suits made by Usopp. It should be said that Usopp may not be good at other things, but his hands-on ability is definitely top-notch. Whether it's Nami's weather stick, repairing the Mary, or the current diving suit, everything he makes is very reliable. It's being salvaged. A monkey boat, or a boatload of monkeys, came by with people beating gongs, drums and whistling. I checked the look and saw that it was someone who looked like Luffy. But they were so noisy that before they could get close to Lorraine, a flying slash split their boat into 2 pieces. Didn't you see that I was fishing? Did you have the eyesight? Nami Usopp Chopper. I must be dreaming. It turned out to be a dream. That's okay. This is the first time they have seen Lorraine use swordsmanship, because Lorraine has never really taken any action either in Alabasta or when he usually beats people up. Lorraine, who only knows how to block Zoro's 3 knives with one hand, must be better than everyone else. Strong, but they don't know exactly how strong it is. But this time it was different. This time he really used the sword. Showing a power they had never imagined, he held the fishing rod in his left hand and the soul in his right hand and gently swung the sword. It looked like they had split a ship several times larger than the melee into 2 pieces without even taking it seriously. The cut was extremely smooth. They subconsciously thought they were dreaming. Nani, my ship. What a fool. Boss, help. But the cry for help in their ears told them that this was not a dream. It's not a dream. The three people shouted in unison with their eyes wide open, and mechanically turned their heads to look at Lorraine. And Lorraine stabbed the god on the deck with a slash. This scene happened to be seen by Usopp. His eyes almost jumped out of their sockets just after they were retracted. Lorraine, you are so. Before I finished speaking, I didn't know what I thought of, so I quickly shut up. Ah, what's wrong? Gulu, no, it's okay. I just want to say that your knife is very precious. It would be bad if it gets corroded by seawater. Do you want me to put it away for you? Ha, ah ha ha. Oh, that's okay, thanks. No, it should be. Usopp wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his forehead. If he had been so outspoken just now, he might have been split in half by now. As expected of the great Captain Usopp, I am simply too smart. After comforting myself, I carefully pulled out the matama stuck on the deck and put it back into the scabbard. Good weight. Usopp felt that the weight of the soul was outrageous, and at this time, the group of people who had been hacked off the ship also swam to the merry side. Hey, did you see who attacked our ship just now? Huh, damn it, monkey. Usopp couldn't help but complain when he saw the face of the visitor. As a result, the person opposite him not only wasn't angry, but also had an embarrassed expression on his face. Oh, do I look like that? Ha ha ha, I'm not complimenting you. Wait a minute, even if you praise me, I won't be happy. I'm asking you, have you seen it? No, I didn't see it. Although Usopp wanted to scold Lorraine, it didn't mean that he would betray his teammates. After hearing this, the ape didn't pursue it further and just believed Usopp's lies. Can we go up there? It's too far away from the island. No, Nami refused before Usopp could say anything. What about the other one? I can exchange it for my treasure. Really? No. Nami's eyes lit up at first, and then he shook his head wildly to refuse. After hearing this, the orangutan did not continue to ask. He just held his chest and followed the waves, but his little brothers were not happy anymore. Boss, it's not an option to keep soaking like this. How about we seize the boat? Baga, only the sunken ship belongs to me. Although this ship is very broken. But I will never take action against a living ship. Oh, I understand. Brothers, sink the ship. Just dig a hole and let the ship sink. Then the ship belongs to us. It can still be used after repairing it. I didn't mean that. Come back. The orangutan shouted anxiously, but the boys were unmoved at all. They dived directly into the water and prepared to dig the boat. Suffer it. Oh no, if the melee sinks, I will definitely be drowned. What to do? Find a way quickly. The three Nami panicked, but Robin and Lorraine didn't react at all. After a long time, they didn't notice anything strange about the melee and gradually calmed down. When I poked my head out, I saw that all the boys were floating motionless on the sea like dead fish. Only the orangutan was awake. What happened? Misaka, did Lorraine poison him? Hearing this, the corners of Lorraine's mouth twitched. As expected of you, I really believe it. Yes, it was poisoned, and you were also poisoned. Nani, antidote me quickly. I don't want to die. Just go have a bowl of lemon juice. So simple. Usopp and Chopper rushed into the kitchen immediately. Nami was a little smarter. Lorraine, are you lying? What kind of poison should be treated with lemon juice? Yes, I lied to them. Robin, PFF'd ha ha ha. Nami. Just as they were about to ask something, Luffy and the three of them surfaced together with an oversized turtle. Luffy was holding a permanent record pointer with Jaya written on it. As soon as the three people climbed onto the boat and took off their diving suits, the whole sky suddenly turned black. Everyone is still wondering, because it is not the time to get dark now. Then I noticed that the big turtle's eyes were wide open, looking forward with fear. Looking along his line of sight, everyone was so frightened that their faces were livid, and they felt like they had something stuck in their throats. In the distance, I saw a few huge black shadows standing in the direction of the melee, getting bigger and bigger as they got closer. The melee was only as big as the turtle's eye, and the huge black shadow was much bigger than the turtle. Even Robin was no exception. He subconsciously leaned over to Lorraine and hugged his arms tightly. Lorraine moved her arms. Hiss, this feeling. Robin didn't care about Lorraine's crookedness, and Lorraine didn't care about the huge black shadow either, because he had been attacked by dead memories. It was just the shadow of an ordinary person cast from the Sky Island, and he was not afraid at all. Yes, there is a monster. The screams resounded throughout the world, and even Meili's expression became frightened, but no one noticed. Then the Meili completed 0-100 acceleration in a few seconds, the oars almost broke, and it rushed out with a whoosh. I don't know how long I sprinted, but suddenly a bright light appeared in front of me, and the Meili rushed out of the darkness. Only then did everyone let out a sigh of relief. It's great to have survived. What it is, I don't know, but it must be a monster. As expected of the Grand Line, anything can happen. Sanji's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper looked in agreement. Nami sat on the deck, his tone full of surprises, and even Zoro wiped the cold sweat from his head. The only exception was Lorraine. This guy held Robin with a satisfied look on his face. This was the first time Robin had shown such an expression since he grew up. He was so soft and cute. Lorraine said. It smells so good and so soft, hehehehe. It was safe now and Robin didn't raise her head, because the way Lorraine held her and comforted her made her miss it, just like when she was a child. Others couldn't help but be surprised when they saw Lorraine's wretched look. Only Sanji looked at Robin with envy and loving eyes. Miss Robin who is scared is so beautiful. Lorraine has a black face. If she hadn't been holding baby Robin, she would have given this fool 2 big pockets. I don't care if you covet Nami, not baby Robin. I secretly decided to beat him harder next time. Oh no, give this guy more training. The one who got beaten the hardest during this period was no longer Zoro, but Sanji. Who made him think about being courteous to baby Robin every day. Lorraine, aren't you afraid? Such a big monster. Nami asked him strangely. Lorraine's face improved a little and she said. What's there to be afraid of? That's a monster, it's so huge. It's already dark. It's just a shadow. Have you never seen a mirage? And have you seen the real thing? Everyone was stunned when Lorraine asked. They really didn't see the real body, but the black shadow stood tall and had weapons in its hands, which really frightened them. When Lorraine asked. Well, it seems not. That's it, just a shadow can scare you like this, okay. It's embarrassing, oh. Everyone looked embarrassed, damn it. He's pretending to do it again. Robin nestled in Lorraine's arms and gently poked his chest, signaling to stop talking. It's shameful. Because she was also very frightened. Lorraine immediately understood. Baby Robin was embarrassed and couldn't tease her anymore, otherwise she wouldn't have a bed to sleep at night. Ahem, okay. In fact, strong courage comes from your own strong strength. The reason why you are still afraid is because your strength is not strong enough. Is that so? Of course. Think about it, if you had the best combat power in the world, would you still be afraid of those monsters just now? Probably not. No, definitely not. Then it's over. Since your strength can't bring you great courage, I decided to increase your training volume in the next period of time. Lorraine had a serious expression on her face, as if that was really what happened. Really? Why do I feel like you just want to beat me? Luffy had a rare moment of wit, but was immediately interrupted by Zoro. Are you an idiot? You already have to train, why do you need to find excuses? Zoro had absolutely no resistance in his mind about becoming stronger, and he immediately thought that Lorraine had no bad intentions. Yeah, that makes sense. After Zoro said that, Luffy felt that there was nothing wrong with him, so he stopped thinking about it. Lorraine, you're sensible. There's no need to bother trying to fool me anymore, it's you, Zoro. After more than half an hour, Lorraine and Robin finally had enough hugs, and Robin felt a little embarrassed and ran back to the devil to lock himself up. I didn't dare to see anyone when I entered the room. Lorraine stood up and stretched her body, showing a smirk. Nami and Usopp were focused on sailing and didn't notice. Zoro was sleeping, Luffy was sitting on Mary's head, and Sanji was in the kitchen. When the idle Chopper looked at Lorraine, he felt a strong malice, which made his whole dear hair almost explode. His animal instinct made him slowly retreat into the room, but he still left a crack in the door to peek outside. Sure enough, Lorraine stretched his body and pulled out a wooden baseball bat from the corner. His whole body turned into an afterimage, and he heard a pinging sound accompanied by the screams of Luffy, Zoro, Sanji and the other three. 2 seconds later, 3 people were lying on the ground with their butts raised to the sky and their heads on the ground. Luffy and Zoro each had a big bag on their head, and Sanji had 4 or 5. They were smoking. This burst of movement made Usopp and Nami look over subconsciously, and even Robin came out to take a look, and found that the 3 people had been beaten and then went back to do their own things. I'm used to it. Too cruel. Chopper, who was hiding in the room, was too frightened to say anything loudly. It hurts. How can it be repaired? Lorraine, you attacked again. Yes, it's so despicable. Zoro said nothing, but his face was also dark. Are you despicable? The enemy will not wait until you are ready before taking action. There is nothing wrong with this, and they cannot refute it. You have been training for more than a week. Let's test your results today. Now blindfold me and sit tight. After hearing this, the 3 of them also blindfolded themselves obediently and sat side by side on the deck. At first, they had some objections to Lorraine beating them up. But in the past 2 days, the 3 of them can already feel a trace of breath. They just feel the breath. They cannot accurately capture the changes in breath, but it is enough to dispel their doubts. Lorraine carried a wooden stick and walked around behind the 3 of them, which made the 3 of them panic and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Bang bang bang. Not surprisingly, 3 people were hit on the head again. A bag. Lorraine almost couldn't help laughing. Ahem. This can't work. You can't escape even after a week. You are the worst class 1 have ever led. You must increase the intensity of training. Then a new round of beatings began. In fact, it's false. Anyone who can feel the breath in the first week is already a very good talent. Robin is smart enough, and he can't avoid it at this time. Listening to the screams coming from behind, Nami sighed. Forget it, let's go ahead and make trouble. I calmed down and looked forward again, and suddenly a small island came into view. I didn't care what they were doing. Hey, everyone, be quiet. We're almost reaching the island. Hearing this, everyone stopped and moved forward at the same time. The pig heads of Luffy and the 3 of them almost scared her. She subconsciously punched out, knocking the closest Sanji to the ground. Don't get so close to me, it's scary. Miss Nami is so charming when she's angry. Now that he has seen the island, Lorraine's training has temporarily stopped. He can't go to the island and keep beating them. As the melee slowly approached, Nami discovered something was wrong. Why do all the ships docked at the port seem to be pirate ships? Impossible. How dare a pirate ship park in the port with such arrogance? Are you kidding me? However, when the melee approached, the truth gave them a slap in the face. All the pirate ships parked in the port were really pirate ships. Seeing so many pirate ships parked in the port, the melee also stopped here. Then Luffy and Zoro went to the Demon Valley town to inquire about the information about Sky Island. The 2 of them walked forward calmly with pig heads on their heads. Nami looked uneasy looking at them and followed them directly. Lorraine was not idle either. She was dragged by Robin to go shopping, and then she became a walking humanoid shelf. She didn't stop until she entered a pub. Shopping is really strenuous work. It's more tiring than fighting with people. Lorraine sighed after drinking down the glass of juice handed over by the boss. Robin smiled and said that's it, buy it next time. Then he asked the tavern owner about the news about Sky Island. The tavern suddenly became silent, and then suddenly burst into loud laughter. PFF, what is she talking about? Sky Island, ha 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 ha. Does anyone still believe this now? It's so stupid. Bai Chong is so beautiful, but it's a pity that he is a fool. A drunk man chews food and complains to the people around him, and the people next to him also respond to him. Appeared on Lorraine's forehead, and he came to the man's side with a whoosh and took action quickly. With a pop, Yu-hoon cut the neck of the man who said he was stupid, then put it on his neck and cut his skin, and could cut off the main artery if he moved even an inch. Is it funny? Laugh again and I'll listen. Plop. After Lorraine said this, the man next to him slowly fell to the ground, blood flowing all over the ground. The person who was still smiling seemed to have been strangled by the neck, and the sound of needle drops could be heard in the tavern. It's not like fights have never happened on this island, but this is the first time I've seen someone with such a fast attack speed. Even with Belangai, I knew that this guy was not easy to mess with. I'm not. Roll. Okay, get out of here. This person didn't curse, maybe because he didn't have time to say it, but at least he saved his life. After a commotion, only the tavern owner and Lorraine were left in the tavern. Girl, don't you care about your companions? Then I won't be able to do business. In the past, no one would be killed even in a fight. Robin seemed not to notice, and continued to ask her boss about Kongdao. Lorraine was helping her out, how could she accuse Lorraine in turn? What a waste. The boss probably wouldn't care if she looked like this, so he sighed and told everything he knew. Then Robin took Lorraine out of the tavern to go back, and then Lorraine suddenly remembered something. Oh, baby Robin, I remembered something. You should go back first. I will catch up later. With that said, she handed the clothes to Robin. Robin rolled her eyes. She suspected that this guy wanted to be lazy. But she didn't care and went back first. Lorraine wandered around for a long time and found a fruit stall and bought a lot of fruit. It was much heavier than the clothes just now. It was not just for laziness. This is of great use. On the other side, Luffy, Zoro and Blackbeard were beaten by the hyena Bellamy after their fateful encounter. The pig's head became more obvious. At this time, Nami was carrying them back to the street. As a result, they met Blackbeard again. Nami threw the two people on the ground, and they got up and dusted themselves off. Luffy, Zoro, are you okay? It's okay, compared to that guy it's like scratching an itch. That's right. Hearing this, Nami sighed, worrying about these two idiots for nothing. The guy they were talking about must be Lorraine. Only Lorraine often beats them recently. After replying to Nami, both of them looked at Blackbeard. Blackbeard didn't care about them and continued to talk to himself. People's dreams will never end. Right, the people around him laughed and laughed, but Blackbeard didn't care at all. It is not a happy thing to endure stupid people. Just let stupid people continue to laugh. If you want to stand on the top, you will always encounter unreasonable provocations. It is impossible to respond to them every time. Right, Zia ha 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 ha. Let's go. Zoro was the first to turn around and walk back. Nami called Luffy several times before he turned around and followed. When Blackbeard saw them leaving, he apologized to them, put away his cherry pie and walked in the other direction. When both parties disappeared at the end of the road, Lorraine slowly walked over here and stood at the place where they were talking just now and looked around. Through conversations with people around me, I found out that they had already met each other. Hey, I didn't watch this famous scene. I missed 100 million. He slapped his forehead in annoyance and was about to leave when he heard ridicule coming from the tavern behind him, talking about what he had just done in the tavern on the next street. His face turned black and he kicked the door of the tavern open, then walked in with a swagger. At this time, you could hear a needle drop in the tavern, and Bellamy the hyena and his gang stared at the people walking in from outside. What's wrong with the people asking about Kongdao? I didn't hear it clearly outside. Please tell me again. He put the fruit on the table, picked a chair and sat on it, and put his feet directly on the table. Puff. Ha 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 ha. So funny. Here comes another idiot. Before Bellamy, who was sitting at the bar, spoke, the people next to him started to laugh. Lorraine didn't say anything, and she didn't look angry. After laughing for a while, Bellamy, who was sitting on the bar, took a sip of wine and walked towards Lorraine with an extremely arrogant expression. I said people who fantasize about the existence of empty islands are so stupid. People like you are an eyesore. You idiots who can only daydream. That woman in the next street also. Boom. Before he finished speaking, he flew out and collapsed the wall of the tavern. Lorraine, who was originally sitting, had already appeared where Bellamy had been. The sudden change made the others stunned. They rubbed their eyes and looked again, but it was still the same. Is it fake? Bellamy, who had a bounty of 55 million Baileys, was beaten away. We've already killed people today, it doesn't matter if we have a few more. I'm not like Luffy or the others. I just want to be in a good mood. Lorraine's emotionless voice came, and another bang was heard, and Bellamy, who flew out after collapsing the wall, flew back again. As soon as he struggled to stand up from the outside, he was kicked back again, knocking several tables away. You guys don't even have dreams, but you still have the nerve to mock those who chase their dreams all day long. You actually think you are so powerful with a mere tens of millions in bounty? I have seen a lot of trash, and this is the first time I have seen such ignorant trash like you. Lorraine slowly walked in from the hole. Bellamy had fear in his eyes and wanted to struggle to get up, but the severe pain all over his body made every movement difficult. This was when Lorraine restrained her strength, otherwise she would have killed him with one kick. He walked up to Bellamy and stepped on his chest. His ribs cracked and he didn't know how many were broken. I have no interest in killing you, a piece of trash like you, but why are you calling me Robin? Is it ridiculous to ask Sky Island? Bellamy was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, couldn't exert any strength, and even though he screamed for a long time, he didn't even fart. Lorraine suddenly felt so bored. There was no pleasure in torturing this kind of garbage, so she just killed him for pleasure. He pulled out the knife and cut his throat directly, and the remaining 7 or 8 people were not spared either. You must have scolded yourself and Robin just now, just slap them all. After killing Bellamy's group, Lorraine felt much more relaxed. After looking at the sky, it seemed that it had been quite a while before she was ready to go back. Lorraine carried her fruit and walked out of the tavern. The onlookers dispersed in horror. From the moment Lorraine broke into the tavern, many melon-eating people began to poke their heads outside the gate to watch. When Lorraine kicked Bellamy out of the tavern, there were even more people watching. Half the street ran over and witnessed Lorraine kill a group of people with a knife in his hand. At this time, everyone was shocked when they saw Lorraine coming out. They were afraid that Lorraine would kill them if she was unhappy. They didn't speak slowly until they watched Lorraine leave the tavern. Is that guy just now a monster? That's the hyena Bellamy and his gang. Just one person. And it's so easy. Shut up now, I don't want to kill you. What if he comes back suddenly? Loguetown is a paradise for pirates. It is normal for a few people to die. Soon everyone dispersed and did their own thing. Lorraine left for a while when a thunderous sound came from her stomach. I'm hungry. Shopping with baby Robin is indeed a laborious job. Let's go back after eating. Bring some more to baby Robin. They should be fine with it. After finding a random restaurant and asking the boss to serve a bunch of food, Lorraine sat down and started to feast. The food was quite vigorous, and the boss was secretly speechless. While eating, Lorraine remembered something important. He chewed a few mouthfuls of food and then pulled the fruit he had placed next to him. Since there are many types of fruits, the top ones are fruits that are easy to be bumped and damaged, such as strawberries, mangoes and bananas. What comes into view when you open the package is a unique strawberry, which is not much bigger than other strawberries. It is yellow in color and covered with spiral patterns. It is obvious that this is a devil fruit. The moment he saw the fruit, Lorraine was overjoyed. He would kill Bellamy today not only to vent his anger but also to do an experiment. He vaguely remembered that after the Esper died, his ability would not disappear, but would regenerate a devil fruit with the same ability nearby. Hey, the needle won't poke. Then he put the devil fruit in his pocket and continued to eat happily. After killing the restaurant owner's 50 rice bowls, Lorraine burped, gritted her teeth with satisfaction and walked out. After briefly identifying the direction, she headed towards the place where the boat was parked. Humming a light song, they strolled all the way back to the port. Nami and others were waiting for Lorraine to come back, and were furious when they saw him strolling over slowly carrying 2 packages. Luo, Lin, Gaha, you guy, do you know how long everyone has been waiting for you? Where did you go? Didn't you go out with Sister Robin? She's already back. Nami's chest kept rising and falling, the 2 eyes trembled, and Sanji's nose almost started to bleed. Miss Nami is so charming when she's angry. Oh, I'm going to buy some fruit and have a meal on the way. Lorraine told the truth. You actually have the nerve to say such things so calmly. I really want to beat you to death. Don't be angry, this is for you. Lorraine took out the devil fruit from her pocket and threw it towards Nami. The big strawberry flew to Nami's chest and bounced up, before she caught it. What is this? A strawberry. The shape and color are so weird. Nami looked at the strawberry in his hand, a little confused. No way. You've been out at sea for so long, and you've met so many people with abilities. Have you never seen a devil fruit? No, wait, you said this is a devil fruit. Nami was surprised for a moment, looking like she was begging for knowledge. The people next to her heard her exclamation and came over to see what the devil fruit looked like. Although there are people with abilities in the team, they either ate them accidentally and forgot what they looked like, or they have only seen people with abilities but not the actual devil fruit, so they are very curious. Oh, except for Luffy, he was angry with Shanks when he ate the fruit. He remembered it very clearly, but it didn't stop him from being curious. Is this a devil fruit? It's so ugly. As expected of a devil fruit, that pattern looks weird. Nami's focus was different. She pulled Lorraine's clothes and asked, "Where did you come from? I heard devil fruits are very valuable. Picked up on the roadside. In terms of value, each one is worth at least 100 million belly." Red bean paste. Nami's eyes transformed directly into Bailey's shape. Of course it's true. Why did I lie to you? Nah. Brother Lorraine, have you eaten enough? Did you have fun? Do you want Sanji to cook you some more food? Or go out to play for a while? Don't worry, I will let them wait for you. If Sister Robin is angry, just leave it to me. Lorraine, I still like your unruly look just now, please recover. Ah, no need, I'm going to find baby Robin. Okay brother Lorraine, go quickly. Nami has a flattering expression and looks like a good girl. Lorraine rolled her eyes and ran back to find Robin. She jumped onto the devil and rushed to Robin's side. She took out the food she had packed to share with her like a treasure. Nami also turned around after seeing Lorraine return and prepared for everyone to set sail. After Robin came back, he had already given clues about the empty island. He needed to find a dreamer named Mont Blanc Kulakai first. As soon as he turned around, he realized that Luffy and the others were staring at him, or to be precise, staring at the devil fruit in his hand. He quickly stuffed the devil fruit the size of a baby's fist into his chest. What are you doing? No one is allowed to take advantage of this fruit. Do you hear me? Set sail for me now. Tisk, how stingy. What did you say? No. Nothing to say. ... As a talented navigator, Nami still has a lot of say in navigation. Except for the next destination, which is decided by Luffy every time, everything else is obeyed by her. More than half an hour later, everyone came to the other side of Gaia Island and saw a castle. However, after boarding the castle, I found that it was only painted on one side of the wooden board. The house on the other side was not to say small, but at least it was quite different from that wooden board. At this time, two orangutan-like people were sitting on the ground looking at the people lying on the ground with worried faces. One of them was the orangutan he had encountered before. Hey, what's wrong with you? Doctor, is there a doctor on your ship? Our eldest brother seems to be sick. Seeing a boat approaching, the two apes seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and frantically called for help from Luffy and others. Nani, is there a patient? Doctor. Oh, I am the doctor. When Chopper heard that there was a patient, he immediately became nervous. After searching around and finding out that he was the doctor, he rushed out with his small medicine box and started to save people. After Chopper's diagnosis, the cause was quickly discovered, which was diving disease caused by long-term diving and insufficient decompression, and targeted treatment was given. Luffy was chatting happily with the two apes outside, and burst out laughing from time to time. It was a blessing to find his relatives. Zoro found a place to fall asleep. Luffy was chatting happily. Chopper rush out and shout, "Luffy, that uncle is awake." After hearing this, everyone crowded into the room, except the two apes, because they always crowded at the door at the same time. Because of the life-saving grace, although Mont Blanc Kulakai was a little embarrassed to speak, he still explained everything he knew to everyone, and gave Nami a logbook of the great liar Nolando from 400 years ago. Nami read out the important contents, and the logbook also mentioned the Sky Island incident. After hearing this, Luffy seemed very happy and danced with Usopp Chopper. After all, this is a logbook written by a real person, and it is quite credible to a certain extent. But let's not forget that what is in the logbook is just the speculation of the big talker Nolando. Even if the existence of the Sky Island is confirmed, he still doesn't know how to get up there. After all, it is an island in the sky. Facing Luffy and others who were scolding, Mont Blanc Kulakai smiled slightly and shared with everyone what he had discovered and seen on the island over the years, as well as his guesses. Usopp also encountered doubts in the process, but he was not angry. He was very happy and relieved to meet a group of fools chasing dreams on Gaia Island, where dreams would be ridiculed, and he was willing to spare no effort to help Lu fly and wait for others to realize their dreams. Because he was also such a fool, Usopp also sincerely apologized in the end. Mont Blanc Kulakai happily accepted his apology and invited Luffy and his friends to have a banquet at his house that night. Luffy and others naturally had no objection. Soon it was evening. Luffy and others were having a banquet. Lorraine and Robin were not there because he had already finished the food for 50 people in the afternoon and brought a big bag for Robin. The two of them were not hungry, so they didn't go to the banquet. At this time, Lorraine was talking to Robin on the devil about a big project worth hundreds of millions. As the saying goes, it is light and slow to twist and lift, pouring red candles and sailing at night, and fish and water go to wushin together. Zhaoying, ahem, this is the situation. I don't know how long it took, but Lorraine was lying on the bed with Robin in his arms, who was sleeping like a kitten. He was thinking that he would probably go to the Sky Island next, and the thunder fruit that he had been thinking about for a long time was finally obtained. It's just this stupid system. It's been 10 years since it was upgraded and it hasn't been upgraded yet. It's such a crappy thing. If I couldn't still read the panel, I might have forgotten that I even had such a system. Speaking of this, Lorraine took another look at his own panel. Host, Portgas D. Lorraine, age, 30. Swordsmanship, Great Sword Master level. Dominance, High-level Weapon color, High-level Knowledge color, High-level Conqueror's color. Taijutsu, Marine 6 forms complete. In the past 10 years, during the first few years when the system was upgraded, Lorraine has worked hard to practice, and has cultivated the remaining 2 types of domineering to advanced levels. Liu Ying knows it, and can foresee the future. Conqueror's Entanglement also went to Rayleigh to learn it. From then on, Lorraine became a salty fish, because it didn't matter whether he practiced or not, there was no change. After eating Robin completely and wiping it clean, he got even worse. Originally, he practiced every now and then, but now he does it every day. The time was spent thinking about how to bully Robin. Beast. Except for fighting, you don't necessarily swing your sword once every 10 days and a half. If these skills weren't rewarded by the system, I'm afraid that if nothing else is said, my swordsmanship would have to at least return to the swordsman level. With his current strength, if he faces a general or one of the 4 emperors, not only will he win, but at least he won't lose. If he has another fruit ability, he will definitely win. I don't know when this silly system will be upgraded. Alas, and after the upgrade, what use will I need from you? Lorraine couldn't help but think of this, and then sighed. Chirp, what's going on? Just when Lorraine was thinking wildly, she suddenly heard a strange cry. The sound was rough, as if she had exerted enough energy to lower her voice and then resonated through the chest. Are you here to cause trouble? Lorraine couldn't help but think, and then she was shocked. Hiss, could it be that someone was eavesdropping when I was so shy just now? No. I didn't even notice anything when I saw. Forget it. Let's go take a look. No matter what you dare to peek at, I want you to look good. Lorraine thought for a while and decided to get up and take a look. What if there was some way to eavesdrop that she didn't know about? Silence. Silence must be silenced. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand from the white rabbit, kissed Robin on the forehead, put on his clothes and went out aggressively with a knife. At this time, the moon and stars were sparse outside, and Luffy's barbell-like laughter could be heard from time to time in the house next to him. He just glanced at it and ignored it. Standing on the deck, the color instantly spreads out and covers most of the island. If it were in the middle of the island, it would probably cover the entire island. The moment Lorraine saw and heard the color, Usopp in the room next to him shivered, but he didn't care, thinking it was the cold weather. Lorraine didn't find anything unusual after seeing and hearing the color covering half of the island. Is it an illusion? No, it's definitely not an illusion. It may be farther. Go and have a look in the forest. With that said, he walked into the forest. I don't know how long he walked, but the sights and sounds almost covered the entire island. Lorraine didn't find anything. Strange, why not? Lorraine calmed down and prepared to go back. He didn't want to go any further. Since there was no one around, it might be some other monster, maybe one from the bottom of the sea. But at this moment, chirp, this time the sound was very close. Lorraine. Too cunning, I just put away my domineering attitude and came here. I'm going to challenge you today. I have to find you. Fortunately, he was close. Even though he had put away his sense of observation, he still felt it. He identified the direction and rushed towards that direction quickly. 1 minute later. Chirp, Lorraine, what is this horse riding? There used to be a bird perched on a tree trunk. It was extremely ugly. It looked a bit like the helmeted hornbill on Earth in its previous life. Only it had no neck. The head is almost as big as the body. There are 2 ridges on the top of the head, and the back of the head looks like a fish tail, with a strange shape like a cut wooden board. Chirp, 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 chirp. The bird was stared at by Lorraine and it chirped again, which was so unpleasant. Forget it, no matter who you are, I'm here just for you today. I'll catch you first. Take it back and ask Baby Robin if he recognizes you. Then stew it to replenish Baby Robin. Lorraine jumped up and grabbed the bird directly. The bird was also alert, and when it saw Lorraine jump, it was ready to fly away. But it couldn't be faster than Lorraine. Lorraine even knew where it was going. In one round, it was caught in Lorraine's hand and struggled wildly. Lorraine slapped its big head with a big fan, and it was quiet now. After the strange bird calmed down, Lorraine was ready to go back, and then after looking around, he found that he couldn't seem to tell where it came from. Don't get me wrong, he's not a wanderlust. He was confused mainly because the forest was so dark that even the moonlight was blocked by the tall trees, and everything looked the same. Where are you from? Lorraine scratched his head and was a little confused, but it didn't bother him. He jumped directly to the top of the tree and looked through the moonlight. He quickly figured out the direction. He jumped off the tree and walked towards the seaside. As a normal person, I really don't understand how Zoro got lost like that. It's such an embarrassment. While walking, Lorraine hummed the most dazzling ethnic style engraved in her DNA, which could be heard far away in this silent forest. Suddenly there was a loud noise from ahead. Why are they here in the forest? Isn't there a party? The voice came from Luffy and others, and his iconic laughter was easily identifiable. They had already learned from Mont Blanc Kulakai that if they wanted to accurately find the upwelling current, they must have a Nanan bird to guide them. Well, Lorraine was going to take this one back to make soup, but Lorraine didn't know it, he had forgotten it. Now he became more playful and wanted to scare Luffy and the others, but what he didn't know was that Robin was also inside. If he were willing to use his sense of perception, he would know how miserable it is. He jumped up to a tree and started to crawl among the branches. After a while, Luffy and others came over noisily. Robin followed Nami, but it was too dark for Lorraine to see clearly. Usopp and Chopper shivered as they followed the team, their eyes darting wildly and suspiciously. It was really embarrassing for them to ask them to come to such a dark forest at night. I haven't eaten anyone for a long time, and finally someone is here to die. Gia Gia Gia. A low and hoarse sound, like a pound of sand stuck in the throat, rang in everyone's ears. It was difficult for Lorraine to make such a sound, and her throat hurt. Yeah, there's a monster. Chopper Usopp screamed and rolled his eyes and fell straight to the ground. A small ghost floated out of the 2 people's mouths, and they kept muttering things like how scary it is for monsters to eat people. Not peaceful at all. Nami-san, don't be afraid, I will definitely protect you. Zoro and Sanji directly put into fighting postures, with cold sweat streaming down their faces. Nami burst into tears and straddled Luffy's neck with a whoosh of tears, praying. Let's go back. There are monsters in the forest. Even if we find them, we may not be able to go to the Sky Island. Even Robin was very nervous, and there was a rare cold sweat on his face, except for one person, and that was Luffy. He didn't care at all that Nami was crying and begging on him, instead he looked happy. It's so funny, ha 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 ha. This must be an incredible bird. As he spoke, he pulled Nami to find the source of the sound. Nami was pulled forward by him and couldn't help but move forward. Hey, are you listening to me? Lorraine in the dark almost laughed out loud when she heard what was going on below, and pinched her throat again. You can eat them after removing their heads. I want to hang their internal organs on the wall. Then he changed to a sharper voice after speaking. Yes, let's start with that little girl, hehehehe. After hearing this, Nami burst into tears. She clenched her fists and beat Luffy crazily. She bared her teeth and roared at Luffy. Hey, I'm not looking for any guides anymore, take me out of here quickly. I'm so cute, so I don't want to be eaten by monsters. After hearing this, Sanji didn't care about being jealous of Luffy, and quickly walked behind Luffy with his back to him. Zoro did the same, and the three of them surrounded Nami. Robin on the other side looked strange. Nami, who had been sleeping well, woke her up and said she was looking for a guide bird. She also asked her where Lorraine was. Of course Robin didn't know where Lorraine had gone. So I followed them to the forest with the mentality of searching together. Although she was very nervous when she heard the voice for the first time, it felt familiar inexplicably. When she heard it again, her expression became even weirder. Combined with Lorraine's absence, she had a guess in her mind. She closed her eyes slightly and saw that her domineering energy was quietly exuding. Her domineering energy was not as strong as Lorraine's, but it was still no problem to explore the surrounding area for dozens of meters. Then she suddenly froze, and appeared clearly on her forehead. Six-wheel flower. Lorraine was suppressing laughter on the branch of a tree when 6 hands suddenly grew on his body. 2 of them held his hands, 2 of them grabbed his ears, and the remaining 2 were already on his ribs. It's about squeaking him like crazy. Lorraine was shocked at first. Hiss, baby Robin is here too. No, it's going to happen. Just as he was about to struggle to break away, he remembered that the hand that had grown out was the same as Robin's. If Robin was injured, he would feel pain and bleed, so he couldn't bear it. Just as soon as his thoughts changed, the 6 little hands on his body began to exert force, and Lorraine lost his last chance to escape. Ha 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 ha, it hurts, it hurts. Ha ha ha, I'm wrong, I know I'm wrong. Everyone, what's the situation? Then, amid a burst of ha 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 and shouts of pain and begging for mercy, a figure hit the ground with a bang, and kept twisting, like a big maggot. Even though Lorraine had fallen to the ground, Robin did not stop his righteous little hand, just making him feel pain and happiness. Nami and others had forgotten their fear at this time, and stepped forward to find that this was actually Lorraine. Lorraine, why are you here? What are you doing? He was scaring you just now. Robin ruthlessly exposed the good deeds Lorraine had done, and Nami and others, who were still surprised, suddenly changed their expressions as if they wanted to eat people. Luffy looked disappointed. There were no monsters. Not happy. Nani, I want to chop him to death. Did you know that scaring people can scare them to death? With red eyes, Nami looked at Lorraine on the ground, who was laughing and shouting in pain, grabbing his collar and roaring at him. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry. Ha ha ha, I was wrong. How many people became even more angry when they saw him like this, and didn't even feel like apologizing at all. Nami punched Lorraine in the eye with a fist on the spot. Upon seeing this, Robin quickly revoked the fruit's ability. She had never hit Lorraine. At most, she just pulled her ears. How could she let others hit her? Not to mention that Nami was just the girl next door, not even her own sister. Lorraine's collar was still being grabbed by Nami, so she couldn't dodge, so she went straight to the iron block. Boom! A bag. Nami screamed and tears flew out of her eyes, but it hurt her to death. You can't blame me, it was you who wanted to hit me. It's not cute at all. Beast, how dare you hurt my beloved Miss Nami? Cruel. Zoro didn't react at all. Sanji's eyes widened and he flew up with a kick. Then, Lorraine slashed his head with a knife to suppress him. Sister Robin. Nami looked at Robin with tears in her eyes, and Robin smiled. I've just punished Lorraine. Look how badly he fell. It was obviously for Lorraine. Lorraine was happy when he heard this, and then he transformed into a husky and came to Robin like a treasure. Baby Robin is still kind to me. It's not in vain that I caught this strange bird and prepared to replenish it for you. As he spoke, he also raised the Nan Nan Mi bird in his hand. He was so blind that he didn't notice it just now. Now that Lorraine specifically said it, everyone also noticed the bird in his hand. It was so creaked just now that they didn't let it go, which is also difficult for him. You won't know it until you look at it, but you will be shocked at first glance. Isn't this exactly the same as the totem in Uncle Lizzie's house? Everyone except Luffy. Guide bird. Luffy. Who? Incredible bird. Lorraine. What the hell? Seeing Lorraine's confused face, everyone hurriedly explained, fearing that if someone didn't notice, he would actually kill the bird and give it to Robin to recuperate. It took Lorraine a long time to figure out what this thing was, and then in his mind a flash of inspiration. Roar! It seems like something like this is happening. The bird even mocked Zoro for not knowing the way. Tisk tisk tisk, not even as good as a bird. You deserve it. After knowing the great use of this bird, Lorraine temporarily shelved the idea of using it to make soup, at least until she got the empty island. Everyone had no intention of pursuing Lorraine's prank now. After finding Nan and Miantiao, they had nothing else to do, so they carried Chopper, who was scared to death, back home. Early the next morning, Lorraine woke up from the sofa and stretched out. As for why it wasn't the bed, she was so skinny last night that she still wanted to sleep in the bed. After pushing the gate of opening, I saw that except for him and Robin, everyone else got up early. Lorraine, you finally woke up. We are about to leave, you are so lazy. Lorraine, Luffy, do you deserve a beating? He glared at Luffy fiercely and turned his attention elsewhere. At this time, the melee had been reinforced by 2 apes, a comb was added to the sheep's head, wings were added to both sides of the hull, and all damaged areas were repaired. The performance was better than that of Usopp. I don't know how many times. The 2 brothers are indeed professionals in salvage, and their expertise in ship repair is quite matched Bushy. The Devil didn't do much repairs, it just added a wing, which was added last night. After checking the time, it was almost 7 o'clock in the morning. Everyone was ready to set off, and the 2 brothers, the man-ape and the ape, escorted the group. Lorraine still felt a little embarrassed. After all, she cut off someone else's boat, so she didn't even go to the party. Fortunately, they didn't know it. Out of conscience, Lorraine left some money for them, enough for them to buy a new boat. Although they have bought a bigger one. Tsuruyama United Group, are you confident in helping the Luffy pirates find the rising current? Mont Blanc Kulik stood on the shore and shouted. Of course, we are professionals. Sail, set sail. ... The 4 ships were sailing slowly on the sea. Luffy tied Nan and Matori to the Mary with a rope to prevent it from flying away. Through Chopper's translation, it was discovered that this guy actually planned to lure everyone to the north, but ended up carrying him. I can't control my instinct, and I will panic if I don't face south. Let Luffy laugh a lot, it was probably close to 10 o'clock in the morning. Judy Cloud detected in the southwest. Yoshi, Tsurushan United Group, go to the sea to detect the direction of the sea currents. Good. Following the orders given by the 2 apes, 2 crew members jumped off the 2 escort ships. The green ape started to cry and howl with the microphone. Lorraine held down his restless hand, rationally telling him that if he cut it off, he would not be able to get to the empty island. After a while the diver orangutan surfaced. Report, confirmation of reflected sound wave. There is a large current surging under the sea surface in the shadow of the jet cloud. It's right in front of us. Report, large Poseidon species sighted at 9 o'clock. Report, the opposite current was found at the 10 o'clock direction, which may form a huge whirlpool. The man-ape perked up after hearing this. That's it, the place where the rising current breaks out. Everyone turns the helm and furls the sails. Head towards the 10 o'clock direction. We want to go into the whirlpool. Hearing this, Nami and others were frightened. Nani, you want to go into the whirlpool? We will be shattered to pieces. That's right, this was originally a disaster. You should have been prepared for it a long time ago. As the ship gets closer and closer to the intersection of the 2 ocean currents, the wind and waves become larger and larger, and the whirlpool has begun to take shape. Kaka, 2 flying claws flew out from the gorilla ship and clung to the sides of the Malian devil. Follow the vortex and you will reach the center of the vortex. There will be an upwelling current. It will take you to the empty island. The whirlpool is getting bigger and bigger. The Melee and the Devil have successfully entered the scope of the whirlpool. The grappling hook of the Aruyama United Group has also been released. They can only be sent here. If they go deeper, they will be swept away by the whirlpool. Guys, you can only rely on yourself from now on. Okay, thank you very much. Luffy also waved goodbye with excitement on his face. Others were a little nervous. It was different from before. This time, only Usopp was scared to death, while Chopper was a little excited. On the Demon, Robin looked at the Maelstrom and the Poseidon struggling in the whirlpool and couldn't help hugging Lorraine tightly. He also knew that this was not the time to joke, because this matter was really dangerous, and it was different from a mirage. This is the first time I have seen such a big whirlpool. If the boat is shattered, we will drown. Don't be afraid, be good. I'm here. There were two people on the merry ship next to them with dead expressions, namely Nami and Usopp. They tried to persuade Luffy frantically, but the guy got even more excited. Chopper. See Gui. What a powerful whirlpool. No matter what, it was too late to regret now. The speed of the two ships was getting faster and faster, and they re-entered the whirlpool with a whoosh, and then fell safely to the sea, and the whirlpool disappeared. Everyone, what's going on? Where's the whirlpool? Gone. No, an undersea explosion is coming. Nami is indeed a genius navigator, and he saw the problem in just 1 second, right then. Stop, lousy. You. Then everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw several people standing on a raft. Luffy recognized him at a glance as the Blackbeard he had met in Demon Valley Town before. Ziahahaha, I finally caught up with you, Straw Hat Luffy. Lousy is here to take your 100 million heads. Luffy. Ah, who? Me. 100 million. When? You really don't know, your latest reward is worth 100 million belly. And Pirate Hunter Zoro, your head is worth 60 million. Usopp confirmed again and again and told the two that it was indeed the case. Lorraine also stretched out his head and took a look. Oh, isn't this Blackbeard? Why are you here? Yo, teach. Hearing this, Blackbeard glanced over there, and his expression froze slightly at this glance. Portgas D. Lorraine, why are you here? Ah, to make a long story short, I want to go to Sky Island too. I see, my father often misses you and wants you to be his son. No interest, but you shouldn't be able to call me daddy now. Ziahaha, you know everything. Then do you want to be my partner? Not interested in. That's such a pity. I'm here to get Straw Hat Boy's head today. But since you're here, I can let him go first. Now is not the time to fight with you. Oh, you don't have to worry about me. Ziahahaha, forget it. Brothers, return. Just when Blackbeard was commanding the return voyage, the sea surface suddenly swelled, as if some monster was about to break out of the water. It's coming. Everyone, hurry up and hold on to the hull. Boom. A huge rising current broke through the water, and the huge impact broke the chains connecting the Melly and the Devil, and Blackbeard's raft shattered with the sound. Lorraine took the first step and hugged Robin tightly and grabbed the side of the ship. Robin also used his ability to firmly fasten the two people to the hull. The two ships are rising continuously on the current, but according to common sense, the ship is going up according to the current, but because of the weight of the ship itself, it is not enough to ride the current up to the empty island. Because he had opened his eyesight since the sea surface first started to rise, and through his eyesight, he felt that the bow of the ship had tilted up a little, and it would not be long before it would break away from the current and fall to pieces. Lorraine had never expected this situation beforehand. He was also a little anxious at the moment, trying hard to wake up the dead memories in his mind. The wind was blowing loudly, and suddenly an idea flashed in Lorraine's mind, and he had an idea. Robin, hold on tight, baby. I'll go to the mast. Ah, what are you going to do? I'll lower the sail. Careful. Although Robin was strange, he chose to believe Lorraine. There must be a reason for him to do so. Using moonwalk, I stepped onto the observation deck in 2 steps, slashed down on the left and right, and the sail was lowered directly. With a hula, the Devil's rising speed reached another level. Lorraine breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he remembered, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. After opening the sails, Lorraine did not leave. Instead, he controlled the sails and tried to keep the ship in the dual acceleration of sea currents and updrafts. Shortly after Lorraine opened the sails, Sanji also discovered that the bow of the ship began to tilt up. Set sail immediately. Nami made a quick decision because she knew that there was an updraft in the sea currents. As long as she opened the sails, she could ride on the updrafts and reach the island. Sure enough, the moment the Meili's sails were opened, the Meili, whose already tilted bow might fall at any time, broke away from the sea current and flew vertically upwards on the updraft. Yeah, it's flying. Let's rush to the Sky Island in one go. Luffy cheered, feeling extremely excited. On the other side, Lorraine's demon had already rushed into the interior of JD Cloud. Both of them felt a little tight in their chests. After all, This was an altitude of 7,000 meters, and the air was much thinner than on the ground. Robin was relatively more severe and even had some asthma. Lorraine had a strong constitution and didn't have much discomfort other than feeling tightness in her chest. Lorraine put her arms around Robin and let her lean against him, which would make her more comfortable, but the downside was that Lorraine could no longer control herself. Robin was wearing a white shirt, which was now completely wet after being baptized by sea currents and cumulus clouds. It fit her snow-white skin, and the lace she specially selected inside was clearly visible. It's just that Robin is feeling uncomfortable at the moment and has no intention of paying attention to this. After a while, Robin got used to it a little, and then slowly moved to the side of the ship. Is this an empty island? It's amazing that ships can actually sail on it. No, the pointer is still pointing up. It shouldn't be there yet. Lorraine took out a permanent record pointer and handed it to Robin, looking at Robin with a sly look. It looked very interesting like this. Robin glanced at the record pointer. Really, it seems that this is just the middle layer of the jet cloud, and the sky island is still above it. Where are Nami and the others? I don't know. When the current broke out, the iron chain connecting the two ships broke. Is that so? I hope they didn't fall. If they fell from such a height, they would probably be smashed into pieces. No, they must be fine. Well, I hope so. Then he noticed Lorraine's mischievous eyes, and when he followed his gaze and saw himself, he couldn't help but feel helpless, and at the same time he felt a little happy. No matter how long it has been, Lorraine has never changed towards herself, no matter in any aspect, hee. There were only two people around, so Robin was not shy at all. He even thrust out his chest towards Lorraine, and almost hit Lorraine with the ball. There were even more embarrassing things, but this was not the case. Lorraine felt a stream of heat rushing straight to Tian Ling Gai. Hiss, I couldn't stand it anymore. She quickly looked away and continued to look at it until her clothes were dry. It's okay to stay like this all the time. You can sail here. Let's take a walk and try it. Lorraine looked around and found that everything was the same, except for one place that was slightly different. The clouds there were hanging down like a sky curtain. She immediately headed in that direction. We also encountered jelly-like clouds in the middle, and it took us several minutes to get out of the way. Lorraine said, if baby Robin hadn't urged me, I could have played there for a day. After exiting the jelly cloud, a huge door stood in front of the two of them, with Heaven's Gate written on it, which translates to the Gate of Heaven. Lorraine, if I hadn't known that this was an empty island, I would have thought I was dead even if I was riding a horse. In fact, Robin thought so too. So we are already dead. When did it happen? Well, I'm probably not dead. I didn't close my eyes the whole time. Really, me too, Tsunami and the others are already dead. Robin looked thoughtful. Lorraine, no, my baby, what are you thinking about every day? No more quibbles, just be happy, baby Robin. Controlling the demon to enter the Gate of Heaven, an old woman walked out of a small door next to the door and frantically took photos of the two of them in Lorraine. Lorraine and the two also discovered her existence, and no one said anything. They were not Luffy's group. In the end, the old woman spoke. I am Amazon, the supervisor of the Gate of Heaven. Are you here to fight or travel? Lorraine, travel to Sky Island. Lorraine mentioned traveling without even thinking, saying that coming to war would most likely be asking for trouble. It doesn't matter which one it is. If you want to go to the upper level, please pay the entrance fee to the Kingdom of Heaven. It's 1 billion IK per person. 2 people. Is this old woman looking for trouble? Which attraction dares to charge 1 billion for admission tickets? I have been ripping off others for so many years, and no one has ever dared to rip off me. No money, but I still have to go in. What will happen? Lorraine looked cold and put her hand on the handle of the knife. Robin didn't stop her when she saw this, because she also thought it was outrageous. Although she didn't know what currency IK was, 1 billion was definitely not a small amount. Just as Lorraine was about to take action, the Amazon opposite spoke. Actually, you can go in even if you don't pay. Lorraine. What a psycho. I almost took the knife away. Okay, let's go in. Yes, just confirm, both of you are going to enter the Kingdom of Heaven, right? That's right. Are you annoyed, old lady? Ah, okay. This is Baihai's unique express shrimp. If you ride on it, you can reach the kingdom of God all the way. A red prawn emerged from under the devil, held the wings on both sides of the devil, and rushed towards the cloud waterfall. Just after Lorraine and the two left, Amazon took out a strange-looking shell. This is Amazon, the supervisor of the gate of heaven. I am here to report to the Almighty God and all the priests. 2 illegal intruders have invaded the kingdom of God. Please give them divine sanctions. It's just that Lorraine and the two didn't know all this. They were rushing along the waterfall to the entrance of the kingdom of God. After sending the boat into the gate of the kingdom of God, the express shrimp jumped into the cloud waterfall again. And after they successfully entered the kingdom of God, Luffy and his group also arrived at this gate, and were also extorted for entry fees of 1 billion IK per person. Of course, they had no money, so they were also reported as wanted by the old woman. After rushing into the gate of the kingdom of God, the demon also lost power. It hit the clouds with a bang and bounced twice. After steadying himself, Lorraine looked intently. I saw buildings scattered among the clouds and mist. The style is similar to that of some maritime countries. There are also huge vines and cloud roads connecting the islands. There are also green trees and red flowers in the middle. It really feels like paradise. Lorraine couldn't help but be stunned, and so was Robin. Then Lorraine became excited. He finally came to the empty island that he had longed for. In excitement, she picked up Robin and spun her around several times, and then kissed her hard. Although Robin didn't know why he was so excited, she felt quite happy that Lorraine was happy. At this time, the devil has not yet docked, and he cannot easily disembark for fun. Lorraine is not worried at all as to whether he can stand on board. Let's not talk about boats. After all, they are things in the sea, but those buildings can never fool people. Slowly the devil docked, but Lorraine was in trouble. Why the hell is this anchor anchored? There should be no bottom in this damn place. With the mentality of giving it a try, Lorraine dropped the anchor. Unexpectedly, it did not fall. It even bounced a little. Lorraine was stunned for a moment and jumped in. The anchor bounced up, so there must be no problem. I landed safely with a chirp sound. I tried my feet and it felt like stepping on a yoga ball. Then I suddenly realized, there are jelly-like clouds below. After rubbing it for a few times, it felt very interesting, so I started to have fun on the water, and laughed like a barbell. Robin went to change clothes when the boat docked. Although he was already dry, it was very uncomfortable to wear because of the sea water. Lorraine's skin was rough and fleshy and she couldn't feel it. As soon as I went out, I saw Lorraine rolling around underneath with a melting expression on her face. I haven't seen you so happy for a long time. Lorraine's character is calm and a little funny. When he is fine, he is more serious than anyone else, but once something fun touches his heart, he is no different than a wild ass that has escaped the rains. Luffy was in that state every day. Wow, baby Robin is so beautiful. Lorraine's eyes lit up when she saw Robin in cool clothes, and he came to her again with a whoosh. Baby Robin, you are wrong. I am happy every day with you, but I am even happier today. Yeah, me too. Let's go down and play. But, aren't you looking for Luffy and the others? It's okay, just ignore them. After playing for a while, Lorraine's interest faded a little, and her eyes rolled around. Hey, baby Robin, do you think we are in the clouds? Strictly speaking, it counts. Then should we do something more meaningful in the cloud? Lorraine showed a funny face and followed the temptation with malicious intentions. What? Robin was originally wondering what was more meaningful, but he understood instantly when he saw Lorraine's expression. Her pretty face turned red, then darkened. Closing parenthesis. Lorraine took a look and said, "Oh, I'm going to suffer." Robin pinched his ears and pulled them hard to both sides. Hi, wrong. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Lorraine's ears had been stretched twice as long, but he didn't want to give up yet. He shouted that he would try it again tomorrow. Robin couldn't do anything to him. This guy was shameless, so he let go of his ears with a grunt. The two quarreled for a while and then calmed down and started thinking about what to do next. Lorraine is here to Enel, and Robin is here to find the historical article. Lorraine also recalled something from the past few days, and the historical article should be on the other half of Gaia Island. As for Enel, he really didn't know. Let's go. Where to go? Find a place where there are people and ask. Oh. Since there is no clear goal, why not just ask someone? The two of them walked along the coast towards the place they saw when they came up. Lorraine had already carried the fruit he bought on his back, because he might encounter Enel's hairy guy at any time on the empty island. After a while, the two people reached the residential area. The people on the empty island were different from the people below. They had two antennas on their heads and wings on their backs. The two people looked at the residents of Kongdao, and the residents of Kongdao also looked at them, because people without horns on their heads are rare here. Why do I feel like they are looking at monsters? Yeah, I feel the same way. Lorraine and Robin walked for a while and left quickly because they couldn't stand the feeling of being treated like monkeys. There are also shops on the Sky Island, otherwise there would be no need for currency. After walking for a long time, I found a place with relatively few people and looked like a shop, and I was ready to ask. Not long after I sat down, I was chatting happily with my boss when there was a loud noise outside. Hasso. A group of people wearing uniforms climbed in neatly and then struck a pose. The shop owner also replied Hasso, leaving the two of them confused. The captain of the team looked at Lorraine and the two. That's you, right? The 8 illegal intruders from Qinghai reported by the supervisor's mother-in-law. Where are the others? Come out quickly. His words surprised everyone around him. The bad guys who invaded illegally. Are they actually such dangerous people? It's better to get out of here quickly. With that said, everyone ran away, leaving only the boss still inside. 8 illegal intruders. It looks like Luffy and the others have already come in. Let me just say, don't worry about them. Aha, the two of them were talking as if no one was around. The captain's eyes twitched as he watched, and he gritted his teeth bitterly, thinking in his mind how to add more charges to them. No need to argue anymore, you are illegal intruders. The photos have been passed on from the surveillance officer. We're not making excuses. That's right, it's us. What's wrong? Lorraine's indifferent expression made the captain a little confused and coughed. But you don't have to worry too much. This crime is very light. As long as you are willing to pay 10 times the IK, you can become a legal tourist. No money. I've never seen that Ike you're talking about. Lorraine is a bachelor. Oh, right, you are from Qinghai, and the common currency is Pele, so you can use Pele. The exchange ratio between IK and Pele is 10,000 IK equals 1 Pele. The two of you only need to pay 2 million Pele. That's it. After hearing this, Lorraine suddenly realized that the 1 billion Ikes mentioned before were only 100,000 belly. But that was also very expensive. Chopper only has 50 Baileys. 100,000 belly is enough to live on for a family of 3 for more than a month. I see, 2 million Baileys is not expensive at all. Robin was shocked by this. In her image, Lorraine was not the kind of person who would obediently give money. But, I refuse. Ta-ga, verbal wow. Robin looked as if that was indeed the case. The face of the captain opposite was already full of anger. It seems necessary to remind you that we are a White Beret unit, a team directly affiliated with the priests. Resisting us will only increase your guilt. Oh, what's your attitude? Do you want to be punished by God? What kind of God is that of yours? I wish he could come to me. Lorraine's words made the boss break into a cold sweat, and he looked around suspiciously, as if he was looking for something. The White Berets opposite also looked surprised. Crazy. Really crazy. How dare you disrespect God? This is a level 1 crime. Arrest them. Lorraine's face turned cold and he was about to draw his knife, but Robin stopped him. Don't kill Lorraine yet. We haven't figured out what God they are talking about yet. Oh, Lorraine knows about the so-called God, but Robin doesn't. And not just Enel, the historical article should also be able to ask him. As a captain directly under the priest, he should know more than an ordinary store owner. Conquerors killed everyone behind the captain with precision, and then put a knife on his neck at a speed he couldn't see clearly. This sudden scene made the shop owner's jaw hit the ground in shock, his whole body was shaking, and cold sweat was pouring down his face. Help! With a scream, both legs ran out of the phantom, and with a whoosh, he disappeared from the shop, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Lorraine and the other two glanced at him and ignored him. He was useless anyway. All his companions were eliminated in an instant, and he was greeted by the White Beret captain who had a knife on his neck. But he was not panicked, instead he had a vicious expression on his face. You're so stupid, you dare to resist us. You really don't care about life and death. The Almighty God will definitely punish you. Prepare to die without a burial place. I think you can't tell who is in control of the situation now. The tone was arrogant, which made Lorraine extremely unhappy. She punched him in the stomach, and while he was bending over in pain, he hit him on the back with an elbow, causing the captain of the White Beret to open his mouth wide and say in pain. No words come out. After beating Lorraine, she still felt uncomfortable, so she turned to Robin for advice. He's so old. I really want to kill him. Well, be patient first. Ask questions before killing. Oh, then I'll give you a beating first, you'll make me mad. Then he punched and kicked him again, beating the captain's face into a mosaic on the spot, and he didn't even know how many teeth he lost. Baby Robin is left to you. Ask. Robin took a step forward and squatted in front of Mosaic's face. Have you seen the historical text on your empty island? It's a square stone. There are unknown characters engraved on it, and there is also your god. What kind of existence is it? The captain lying on the ground was breathing heavily, and after a while he spoke with difficulty. Hey, you will definitely die miserably. Stupid trash. The Almighty God and the priests will definitely kill you all. Lorraine, you are really not afraid of death. Just answer whatever you ask. Why are you doing this? It seems you still don't understand the situation. Shua, the knife cut off his entire arm at shoulder level, and stepped on his mouth before he screamed, making him only stare and groan. No need to think about it now, all the teeth are missing. Are you awake now? We don't know what will happen to us, but even if your Almighty God comes, I can kill you and then cut you into pieces and throw you into the sea to feed the fish. Most people are afraid of death, and this so-called captain is no exception. Faced with the choice between life and death, he still compromised. God is everywhere, but God and the priests will not come here. He will wait for the disobedient people to board a Piado in the forbidden place, and then the Almighty God and the priests will come. If you meet, I will personally impose sanctions. Oh, what you say is very impressive. People who don't know may really be fooled by you. Captain Wenyan froze. This is definitely not to scare you. When God's sanctions come down, you will know how ignorant you are now. Don't tell me those things that exist or don't exist. Have you ever seen this in a historical article? Lorraine slapped her twice again. I don't know, but if there is, it's a Piado where God lives. Where is a Piado? The other party was stunned. Sure enough. Are you still afraid? Do you want to find out where the holy place where God lives is, and then stay away? Ha, impossible. Lorraine didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. If he had known earlier, he would have asked, why do you think I'm afraid? Do I want to go there? God already knows everything that happened here, and will soon impose sanctions, so even if you want to escape now, it's useless. But I might as well tell you that a Piado is next door to this island. Go east and pass into the clouds. You'll get there if you follow the path. Lorraine nodded with satisfaction and looked at Robin. Robin also said that he had finished asking and there was nothing else to know. After Robin expressed his stance, Lorraine thought for a while and decided not to kill the so-called captain. Anyway, he had already beaten him and cut off one of his hands. He was angry enough and wanted to spare his life. After all, he is not a murderous devil. Then the two people left the shop and came to the street. The originally bustling street was now deserted because the two Lorraines were blasphemers. There were many such guys in the past, but the endings were not very good. Even the Aborigines would automatically stay away from those who were about to be punished by God. Just as the two were about to go back, Lorraine suddenly looked up at the sky. What's wrong? Something's coming. The corners of Lorraine's mouth curled up slightly. He could hit him from such a distance. It is indeed one of the strongest Logia devil fruits. What? Robin also looked up at the sky, but found nothing. Lorraine suddenly picked up Robin and swooped to the other side. At the same time, two huge bolts of lightning fell from the sky, one hitting the place where Lorraine and the two were originally, and the other hitting the shop just now. Lorraine's attack was naturally avoided by him, but the captain of the White Beret inside had no ability to avoid it, and he screamed in agony when he was shocked. After Lorraine and the two escaped, they also noticed the screams coming from inside, and took the time to take a look. Hey, it's so miserable. My whole body went black. Is this the sanction sent down by that god? Robin was a little confused. His ability to control lightning was a bit weird. He had an idea in his mind but was not sure. Well, don't worry, it's just a Logia devil fruit user. These natives have never heard of it. Is that really the case? The people here on Sky Island are very strange. They know about devil fruits and that Luffy is Paramesha, but they still firmly believe that Enel is a god. Big pit. Enel on the other side was sitting on the sofa with a surprised expression, then relieved. Did you avoid it? Are you also a user of the Heart Network? It's getting more and more interesting, but it doesn't matter, we will end up here anyway. Lorraine and Robin left the store directly and prepared to return to the Devil parked on Angel Beach. Countless residents peeped at them along the way. Lorraine, look, the Mary. Yeah, I saw it. It seems that Luffy and the others are already here. But where are they? I don't know. Just wait a while. At this time, Luffy and others were visiting Cornish's house. They also saw the demon when they came here. Even Nami, Chopper and Usopp even boarded the ship to look for it excitedly. After all, in their hearts it would be safest to stay with Lorraine. Then they sadly discovered that Lorraine and the two had gone somewhere, and then a group of people playing on the beach met Cornish, who was walking a fox on the beach. Then they had a friendly conversation with Cornish and his daughter, and were invited to their home as guests. Lorraine and Robin got on the boat again. Lorraine felt a little hungry. She hadn't eaten anything since getting up in the morning. She was ready to eat something. Although Robin's cooking skills are not bad, he is not as good as Lorraine, so Lorraine usually does the cooking, and it is still the case now. Lorraine went to the cabin to get herself a meal, while Robin sat under the parasol again and started reading. Robin, who was reading a book, heard someone shouting. He closed the book and looked around. The sound should have come from quite far away, but he saw no one as far as he could see. Here, Robin stood up, and Lorraine couldn't help but walk out of the kitchen. Then at a glance, they saw Luffy and Usopp standing at the window of the house in the distance waving to them. It must be them. In just a short while, they have already gone to someone's house to eat and drink. And I still have to cook for myself. Ha ha ha. Robin was teased by Lorraine and laughed happily, and then Lorraine ran into the kitchen again. Luffy and others were a little excited to see Lorraine and Robin again. Hey, Robin, the food here is super good. Do you want to come up and try it? No need. Lorraine is already cooking. After hearing this, Luffy didn't force it, but turned around and continued to grab food with Usopp and others. Robin also sat back on the beach chair, and then felt something was wrong, as if the boat was moving. Lorraine was putting seasonings in the kitchen when he suddenly felt the whole ship shaking. He shook his hand and poured half of the jar of salt into the pot. Information is not always on, but it can be discovered passively if there is danger. Lorraine, he hit the gate of opening with a bang sound, and he wanted to see which one was the blind one. The empty fish that finally came through was ruined. He also wanted to have a try with baby Robin. As for whether the commotion was caused by Robin, he had never thought about it. Baby Robin has always been synonymous with gentleness and tranquility, okay. Occasionally, it's just a little dark. There will never be such a big commotion all of a sudden. Unless there is danger. But if there was danger, I would have discovered it long ago. At this time Robin also stood up from the beach chair and was leaning on the side of the boat looking down. What happened? There's a big shrimp. Lorraine walked quickly to Robin. Okay. A shrimp bigger than a fast shrimp picked up the demon. Is this food automatically delivered to your door? Robin, why do you think of eating first? Could this be a vehicle like the previous express shrimp? It's quite similar. It's just a bit bigger and much darker in color. While he was talking, the entire boat was carried on the shrimp's back, and then it started to rush out with a crash. It's confirmed, this is the kind of express shrimp. It seems so. Lorraine was puzzled. Where is this taking us? It should be to where the god is. How do you know? Isn't there something written on its head? Lorraine stuck her head out and took a look, her face darkened. Sure enough, the 3 characters God were engraved on top of her head. Just after the devil rushed out, a man wearing a white beret appeared not far from Angel Beach. God's trial has begun. Take the Super Express shrimp I specially called for. Go and accept the sanction of the Almighty God. Luffy and others who were at Cornish's house were having a good meal. Then they heard Chopper yelling. Wow, Luffy, Lorraine and the others are gone. Huh, how is it possible? He won't wait for us. Luffy slurred as he ate. It is true. Luffy, let's see. Wow, they really set off. Where are they going? Usopp. No, look, the ship is sailing backwards. Luffy, that's amazing. As expected of Lorraine, he can actually drive the ship upside down. Everyone, idiot, how can a ship sail backwards? They must not do it voluntarily. Zoro had a headache. This was not the first time that he felt that his future with such a captain was very confusing. Hey, uncle, do you know where they are going? Cornish's father thought for a moment and shook his head, saying that he didn't know either. Forget it. Find them later. Lorraine is very strong. Don't worry. After saying that, he turned around and started eating. While eating, he asked about the Forbidden Land. Because Nami went somewhere unknown on the Powerbook, Cornish mentioned something about the Forbidden Land. Luffy is super interested in this kind of thing. The more dangerous the place, the more he wants to go. On the other side, Lorraine and Robin just stood on the boat and watched. I think this shrimp will be useless when it arrives later. It caused my empty fish to get cooked, so I have to make up for it myself. Hey, it's okay. I also want to taste the specialties of Sky Island. The fate of the poor Super Express shrimp was decided like this. It seemed to prevent Lorraine and the two from jumping into the sea and escaping. Behind them were a lot of empty fish, all of them in various shapes, and all of them were very big. Lorraine, you just sent me to find Enel, but you also sent me so many ingredients. How embarrassing. While saying sorry, he did not stop moving his hands. He ran into the cabin with a swipe and ran out again, with a large harpoon in his hand. Take out the rope and tie one end to the bow of the boat, tie the other end to the harpoon and hold the harpoon in your hand. Watch me spear a fish for you. With a strange scream, he slapped his mouth with his hand a few times, then threw the harpoon, successfully hitting the head of an empty shark. As the rope stretched straight, the speed of the entire boat suddenly stagnated, and then returned to normal. Super Express Shrimp. You are amazing, you are noble. If you want to eat fish, let me do it. About 10 minutes later, the Super Express Shrimp carried the demon and entered an island. Is this a Piato? That's right, maybe he was just passing by. Soon the Super Express Shrimp proved that it was not just passing by, the destination was right here. Because the front has reached the end of the river, and there is an altar in the middle. After approaching the altar, the Express Shrimp jumped up and threw the devil onto the altar. After a roar and the creaking of the hull, the demon landed firmly on top of the altar, and the Express Shrimp prepared to dive into the water and leave after dropping the demon. Hold your horse and run. You're hurt by being thrown into the boat. I'll eat your shrimp tail today. Lorraine pulled out the soul and shaved it directly on the shrimp's head. He raised the knife and slashed. After a crisp sound, it was Super Fast Shrimp, dead. Lorraine happily put away his soul and dragged the Super Express Shrimp ashore. He also pulled back the rope tied to the stern of the boat, and there was an empty shark on the harpoon. After casually handling 2 Sky Island specialties, he immediately started preparing for the barbecue. He had been hungry for a long time. Robin condemned his behavior of preparing to cook something to eat after seeing him perform a smooth operation. Lorraine, what's wrong? Are we going to eat here? Otherwise, there's no other place to go. What I mean is to be careful. This shrimp should have brought us here to accept sanctions. We don't know when someone will come and attack. Don't worry, what do you have to worry about when I'm here? There's no shortage of food in the world. Besides, I'm already hungry. Eat until you're full. Oh, Robin had unconditional trust in Lorraine, and the reason why he said that was just to remind Lorraine to be careful. Lorraine is really not worried, it's just Enel. In addition to the fruit ability, he can add the hockey of knowledge color at most. Although they are all top-notch, he doesn't know Conqueror's weapon color. And what about yourself? A great swordsman, holding a supreme sharp sword, top 3 colors of domineering, perfect marine 6 styles. Just one Conqueror's entanglement will make you invincible. No matter how you look at it, the advantage is all on his side. After Lorraine finished speaking, she started to deal with the 2 fishes in her hands, while Robin inspected the altar. This altar looks very old. It's at least 1,000 years old. Oh, after dinner, come with me to go down and look for other buildings. Aha, the historical article is also here, right? If they know their god, it should be on that god's side. Oh, Lorraine was concentrating on cooking super express shrimp and empty shark, and Robin only replied with 2. Robin, slowly walking to him, Lorraine raised her head when she felt Robin coming over. Don't worry, Robin, you can eat it later. Robin took his face in both hands. What's wrong? Did you hear what I said? I heard it. I'll go look for something with you after dinner. That's pretty much it. He rubbed Lorraine's face hard twice and then let go. He didn't read a book, just quietly holding his chin and watching Lorraine's grilled fish. Because there was too much meat, Lorraine didn't have enough tools, so he used the sole as a meat stick. Zoro would probably hack him to death if he saw it. Of course, it's not just meat, there are also vegetables, fruits, and even a big pot of soup. The main thing in raising Robin to such a big size is nutritional balance. Okay, it's time to eat. Try it, baby Robin. After roasting the meat, he used Yuhun as a table knife to cut a large plate of meat and handed it to Robin. There were also sliced fruits and barbecue sauce beside it. This plate with Michelin sauce can make at least 100 servings of the same barbecue, and each serving will cost 1,999 yen. Robin took a bite. It's delicious. Your cooking skills have improved again. Aha, I can't even figure out Wado. I think so too. Lorraine's mouth was already stuffed with grilled hollow shark meat, and he could not speak clearly. The reason was simply because the texture and taste of the hollow shark were the most delicious he had ever tasted. The two of them were eating. A familiar yet unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded in Lorraine's mind. Ding! The upgrade of Bentongzi is completed. It is now the strongest training system 2.0. Host, did you miss me? Lorraine was stunned. It's been 10 years, a whole 10 years. He even thought that this awesome system would have to be upgraded for a lifetime. But he was still somewhat happy in his heart. After all, half of his current strength is because of the system. Reason. Long time no see, awesome system. Do you know how long it took you to upgrade this time? It's only 10 years. Bentongzi has time records. And don't call Bentongzi a rubbish system. Bentongzi is very powerful now, okay. Then do you know what my strength is now? I know this, too. Then what's the use of me wanting you now? The little reward you gave me is the same as nothing to me. Still, it's still useful. So what? This Tongzi has just been upgraded, and many functions still need to be improved, so hide it first. Host, remember to practice. Tongzi, you just ran away. When will this stupid system become more reliable? You are still practicing. You are a big-headed ghost. He viciously took another bite of empty shark meat. Robin on the opposite side looked at him and found it extremely interesting. After more than 10 years, Lorraine finally broke down again. This expression of being dazed and gnashing her teeth, and occasionally surprised, has not appeared on Lorraine's face for a long time. I miss her. After a while, a super fast shrimp and an empty shark were all eaten by two people, and the shrimp shells and fish bones were piled next to them. Of course, most of it went into Lorraine's stomach. Robin didn't even finish the large plate of empty shark meat. In all these years, except for Luffy, Robin had never seen anyone who could eat as well as Lorraine. If he were an ordinary person, he probably wouldn't be able to support himself. After dinner, Lorraine lay down on the beach chair to eat, while Robin still had coffee and a book. Just after eating, Robin wanted to go down and look for other buildings. She is always positive in this regard. However, Lorraine said that it is not suitable to exercise just after eating. Don't waste the great afternoon time and lie down for a while. Are they the two of you? Living sacrifices. You really don't know what fear is, and you are still eating unscrupulously at the altar. The person who came was none other than one of the 4 god-tier officials Enel sat down at, Priest Shira, also known as the Knight of Heaven. So ugly. Robin put down the book, looked up, gave his own evaluation, and then stopped looking at him. Lorraine had noticed that he was coming a long time ago, but in his perception, this guy was really weak. If he hadn't been lying down and couldn't take action, he wouldn't even have the desire to get up. He was thinking about the system at the moment. He tried shouting several times but got no response, so he had no intention of paying attention to him. He would only be interested if Enel came. The priest Shira opposite could not help but feel angry when he saw the two people's indifferent attitude, especially the woman who dared to call herself ugly. You actually have such an attitude. It really makes people angry. In this case, I must be ready to die. Priest Shira rode his mount and rushed towards Robin. Before he even got close, Seihaki predicted Lorraine's move. Kick in the chest. No, it's changed. He muttered something and ducked to the side. His expression changed drastically just as he was hiding, and then with a bang, the man and the bird flew out and hit the tree next to the river. How is it possible? How could it change even though it was already predicted? Is he also a user of the hard network? Shira, who hit the tree, was not seriously injured, but was a little sore. Of course, this was also the reason why Lorraine didn't hit hard. This guy should have a good tongue. What's going on? You have to dodge even if you see through it. It's amazing to be able to predict the trajectory of your attack. Have you asked me if you're going to attack my baby Robin? Lorraine looked like a villain while carrying Yuhun with a sullen expression. As expected, are you also a user of the hard network? Interesting, this time the living sacrifice should be much more fun to kill than before. But this level of kicking can't kill me. Shira did not believe in evil, so he picked up the fire spear that fell aside, mounted his mount again and rushed towards Lorraine. As he approached, his mount burst out a burst of fire, and he prepared to take down Lorraine in one fell swoop. Since the hard net can't catch you, you can't attack me if you stay in the air. I'm the priest known as the Knight of the Sky. Turn me into ashes. You are useless people who only rely on external forces. You are nothing after losing the shellfish. I hate people like you the most. Lorraine's calm voice came. He knew that Enel was the only one on the island who really relied on his own ability to fight. The others relied on various shellfish, but their real strength was not that good. He would understand if it was just for the convenience of walking, adding a ventilation shell or something to the shoes, but it would be too outrageous to use other shellfish for all attack methods. Just as the flames were approaching the altar, Lorraine also took out an exhaust shell that he snatched from someone else and blew the fire back. It smells so good. Looking at the priest Shira who hurriedly dodged the flames of his mount, Lorraine happily put the exhaust shell into his pocket again. PFF. Ha ha ha. Robin couldn't help laughing when he looked at him. Just now he said he looked down on such people, but he turned around and started using it himself. Robin baby, have you ever heard a word? What? That's right, people will eventually live in the way they hate the most. Robin, you're the only one who makes a lot of lies. You actually chatted like no one else was there during the battle, and ignored my existence so much. Don't regret it until you die. Priest Shira became angry and rushed towards Lorraine on his big bird. Lorraine had been prepared. The priest could not be killed for the time being, but his mount could. He disappeared directly in Shira's unbelievable eyes. He hurriedly stopped and looked around, but he could not find Lorraine. Lorraine was already on his side when he appeared, and kicked his mount on the neck, making a crisp click sound. The mount's neck bent directly to 90 degrees, and it fell straight down with a mournful cry. The big bird, Hung, fell directly into the river, and was then eaten directly by the crazy empty shark, and even the river was contaminated. Famous. Priest Shira jumped away before he fell into the water, and was standing on the altar breathing heavily. What a danger! What kind of monster is this guy? Even as a priest, I can't do anything to him. Are priests great? Nani? When? Priest Shira was shocked because Lorraine had arrived behind him, but he didn't notice anything. He quickly turned around and retreated several steps, picked up the fire spear that fell on the ground and put into a defensive posture, staring at Lorraine with his eyes. How can we repair it? My inner network has been disrupted. This is going to be difficult. Ha, put away this attitude of yours. You can't concentrate on using the domineering waste when you encounter a slight setback. You're not even qualified to let me use the sword. Lorraine's words made Shira feel huge humiliation, and he could only grit his teeth and launch an attack again. Defending his dignity as a priest, Lorraine's expression was cold, as if he had no emotion at all. Facing the charging Shira, he just dodged slightly, and then slapped the fire spear he used to attack into two pieces. Then, in his shocked eyes, the hand that was shot out clenched into a fist, turned back and punched him in the stomach. Priest Shira opened his mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backwards at a speed much faster than when he rushed towards him, and hit the altar. The stones from the altar flew flying, and the man briefly lost consciousness. Done. Hey, Robin, baby, I'm so good. After seeing Shira fly out, Lorraine's cold expression instantly changed into a "Erha" expression, and she ran to Robin's side to claim credit. Robin only gave him a nice roll of her eyes. She could beat such a little guy herself. How dare you praise him? You definitely can't spoil him. Seeing that Robin didn't praise him, Lorraine was not discouraged. He ran out of the boat and carried Shira onto the boat. The two of them just looked at him. After about 10 minutes, Shira slowly woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lorraine's face close at hand. He was so frightened that he quickly stepped back. Unfortunately, except for kicking his legs, he couldn't do anything now, because Lorraine he has been tied up with iron chains as thick as a bull. Baby Robin, he's awake. Let me just say that I acted in a measured way. Praise me. Yes, yes, my Lorraine is the most powerful. Robin put down the book and praised Lorraine helplessly, then slowly walked to the priest Shira. Ha 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 ha. Lorraine was happy from the bottom of her heart after being praised and gave up her position to Robin. Then Robin asked Shira the same questions he asked the White Beret captain before. Of course Shira couldn't cooperate, but he still did it under Lorraine's torture to extract a confession. Just kidding. Lorraine is a man who has seen the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. How could he be stumped by such a job as simply extracting a confession? In fact, he just described Ling Kai, and also said that he beat him out and then fed him to eat. In fact, this priest is not that hard-boned. This time, both of them got the information they wanted. There is indeed a huge ruins in the south. You can reach it by walking straight towards the south. The shrine of the almighty god Enel is also there. I don't know if it is the Golden Land, but there is indeed a lot of gold, but they have all taken it away. He has never heard of the historical text, let alone seen it. What's more, this island is actually the other half of Gaia Island washed up by rising sea currents. Of course, this was not what Shira said, but Robin's own guess. After asking all the questions, Robin fell into deep thought. Lorraine looked at her without disturbing her. Even Shira, who wanted to speak out, was knocked unconscious by his powerful conquerors. How's it going, baby Robin? Where should we go first? When Robin finally came back from his thoughts and Lorraine asked, Robin thought for a moment. Go due south, as he said. After all, you have to see this kind of thing with your own eyes to know. I just don't know if this guy is lying to us. What if he deceives us into a dangerous place? As long as the direction is right, there should be no problem. There shouldn't be anything on this empty island that can sneak attack and kill the two of us. Well, let's go then. Even if it's not, you can come back. Okay, when will we leave? Just now. Robin couldn't wait. Lorraine didn't refuse. Anyway, she had had enough rest and even exercised a bit. As for the priest Shira, of course he was killed. He was originally here to kill the two of them, but did he expect Lorraine and the two to let him go? They didn't even leave his body behind, and just threw it into the river to feed the empty sharks. The two of them packed up casually and ran towards the south. Lorraine still carried his big bag of fruit. Enel was not in a hurry. He would definitely encounter it anyway, so he had to settle the matter of baby Robin first. On the other side, Luffy and others had also set foot on the road to Apayado. They were also hunted by the White Berets, but from another team. After taking care of all the White Berets, he took the melee and headed in the direction of Apayado. On the lower level of Beibaihai, Shandora warrior Weber was having a meeting with other Shandora warriors, when the little girl Aisha suddenly broke in. What's wrong, Aisha? We are discussing how to get Sandora back from Enel. This is not the place you should come. Lackey was more gentle and comforted gently. A voice disappeared. It belonged to the priest. Hearing this, Weber and the others sat up straight. You sure? I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.